believe it. Yo, said I'm in the mood. I'm in the mood. I'm in the I'm in the mood. Bust 2 foot and groove. Hey, after the. Said I'm off to the. Yo, said I'm in the mood to bust 2 foot and groove. After the. Yo, hey, I'm in the mood to bust 2 foot and groove. Said I'm off to the moon. Bartender, pour me a juice. Yo, cocktail with the fruits. Yo, DJ, pull up the tune. So this one, yeah, rude. This one, yeah, lift up the room. Said I'm in the mood to bust 2 foot and groove. Said I'm off to the moon. Bartender, pour me a juice. Cocktail with the fruits. Yo, DJ, pull up the tune. So this one, yeah, rude. This one, yeah, lift up the room. Yo, I'm in the mood. I got the feeling. DJ wheeling. This one's beating. From the ground floor up to the ceiling. Good vibration, speakers leaking. Yeah, system bumping. Larger phantom. This one jumping. From LA back to the UK. This one straight up damaging function. Yo, make no assumptions. Told you top floor down to the dungeon. Big vibes in abundance. And we got style and flow by the hundreds. Yo, big buds in a bundle. Yeah, I got these ones straight from jungle. See, I'm done being humble. I'm about to make this venue rumble. I'm in the mood. Yes, I'm in the mood. Yo, said I'm in the mood. I'm in the mood. Yo, lift up.
Man, no say I'm Ems, Bingo, Marcus, Visionary, they are. Man just, hey, man just step and sway. Hear me. Yo, me done left sober, so man wave. Screw faces, I ain't got no shades. Chat with your chest, man, don't do shade. I need cake, don't need headache. Vibe in a place, man, step and sway. Wink and gal when I come my way. Man do road and man do gal, yo. Bread get break and bed get break. Food off a run, I need a new plate. Gal off a run, I like a new shape. Gally on me, true, say I look sweet. Can't get enough, now she got a too fake. Man one friend, now they see me on stage. Why don't beg, better know your place. Finger on deck with a funky sounds and M's on bars, yeah, man, no say. I'm a skeng on bars, car and with me. It's my style, them man want take. It's not real, them man too fake. Don't call me power like man, don't hate. One stab my back and smiling face. Feel some way, then you're that brave. Get a little change and man try change, but them thing there can't run with me. Live from my step in the entrance. Touch my kin farm, everybody in trance. See a hot gal in the distance. Close that distance, let me get this dance. Live from my step in the entrance. Touch my kin farm, everybody in trance. See a hot gal in the distance. Close that distance, close that distance. Just step and sway. Just step and sway. Can't spend all day tryna get paid, but can't spend if you don't take no breaks. So step and sway. Just step and sway. Spend all day tryna get paid, but can't spend if you don't take no breaks. And I can't stop cause I ain't got no breaks. Only money and drink get chased. Got a one hot gal in my face. Come fresh from my hair down to my bootlace. When gang step we make the room shake. Drop the bass I make the room shake. If you let something then it weren't a mistake. So live life cause we only got one take. Just step and sway. Just step and sway. Can't spend all day tryna get paid, but can't spend if you don't take no breaks. So step and sway. Just step and sway. Spend all day tryna get paid, but can't spend if you don't take no breaks. Me done.
look into my eyes.
Them again, P Money and Hamdi, them again. P Money and Hamdi, them again. Seen them before, one see them again. Top man's crowd, can't see them again. Gal at the front, one free them again. Real bad boy, man, a G to the. Real bad boy, man, a G to the end. Bow. Them again, P Money and Hamdi, them again. P Money and Hamdi, them again. Seen them before, one see them again. Top man's crowd, can't see them again. Gal at the front, one free them again. Real bad boy, man, a G to the G to the. Real bad boy, man, a G to the end. Bow. Inferior, I said them man are inferior. Pull up at show like yo, here we are. Black whip with black interior. Can't front like you don't know who we are. Every week man do show regular. Gal in the rave tryna see where we are. Backstage ting man know where we are. Similar, not quite P them man similar. Spot hates are like yo, there they are. Educated, don't need seminar. Imina, real lyrics, not no phenomena. Hour long set, ostrich stamina. Big paycheck, then it's back to the car. Bow. Them again, P Money and Hamdi, them again. P Money and Hamdi, them again. Seen them before, one see them again. Top man's crowd, can't see them again. Gal at the front, one free them again. Real bad boy, man, a G to the. Real bad boy, man, a G to the end. Bow. Them again, P Money and Hamdi, them again. P Money and Hamdi, them again. Seen them before, one see them again. Top man's crowd, can't see them again. Gal at the front, one free them again. Real bad boy, man, a G to the G to the. Real bad boy, man, a G to the end. Bow. Enter, shut down raves, one with a enter. 10 guest list, gonna need extra. Big entrance, bigger than wrestler. Gal in the front, going on extra. Some of them calm, some of them eggs up. Mosh pit crew holding the center. Big long beard, big black temper. Bullet sender, man don't wanna see bullet sender. This kind of image they can't render. Deaf don't care about any gender. Big number, Simeon expensive jumper. This money make man feel younger. My squad rough like big pumper. Bow. Them again, P Money and Hamdi, them again. P Money and Hamdi, them again. Seen them before, one see them again. Top man's crowd, can't see them again. Gal at the front, one free them again. Real bad boy, man, a G to the. Real bad boy, man, a G to the end. Bow. Them again, P Money and Hamdi, them again. P Money and Hamdi, them again. Seen them before, one see them again. Top man's crowd, can't see them again. Gal at the front, one free them again. Real bad boy, man, a G to the G to the. Real bad boy, man, a G to the end.
Keys, phone, wallet, passport. Double check, then link at the airport. Head to club, go straight to the dance floor. You're gonna give me everything I ask for. Keys, phone, wallet, passport. Double check, then link at the airport. Head to club, go straight to the dance floor. You're gonna give me everything I ask for. Never come down. Coming up and I'm gonna take off. Wide eyes every time that I land. All night till they turn the lights on. So high I can never come down. Coming up and I'm gonna take off. Wide eyes every time that I land. All night till they turn the lights on. So high I can never come down. Keys, phone, wallet, passport, double check, then link in the airport. Head to club, go straight to the dance floor. You're gonna give me everything I ask for. Keys, phone, wallet, passport, double check, then link in the airport. Head to club, go straight to the dance floor. You're gonna give me everything I ask for. Keys, phone, wallet, passport, double check, then link in the airport. Head to club, go straight to the dance floor. You're gonna give me everything I ask for. Keys, phone, wallet, passport, double check, then link in the airport. Head to club, go straight to the dance floor. You're gonna give me everything I ask for.
Tell me what you feel. This one is for real. The one I've been waiting for. It's only magic when you're touching me. It's like a rhythm so my heart can beat. 'Cause I'm addicted to the high we seek. We can have it all. And we can have it all. And we can have it all. And we can have it all. We can have it
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. Welcome back to Masters London. The stakes just got a whole lot more serious. We have 2 matches, 2 regions, and 2 teams going home. China is up first today, followed by Pacific. Win and you live. Lose and you're done. As always, I'm your host, Victoria, and joining me are Billy and Minnie. Guys, we saw some great games yesterday, but today stakes are really high. This is not what we expected, and it feels too soon almost to send teams home.
Yeah, it does, but I'm hoping that there's a little bit more confidence from today for the teams playing regionally. It means that some of those jitters and some of those early matches where these teams were the losers, I hope that it picks up today.
I love the man in the banana suit. I'm going to be keeping my eye out in the audience today to see if I can see that banana suit. But yeah, I think it's obviously a sad day because we have to say goodbye to some of the teams, but also exciting because we get to make regional matchups exciting.
Definitely, and I think they haven't shown what they really got. You know, we were so excited about these 2 China teams, these 2 Pacific teams coming in with a lot of hype. And speaking of Banana Man, I hope they go absolutely bananas today. Now, PSA for all the Twitch chatters out there, we're using the shot call extension, so be sure to get involved with our live predictions because there are points to be had and there's a global leaderboard to ascend. Shot call is available on desktop via the Twitch extension, and you can get these drops. Can you guys put these titles in a sentence for me for the American in me?
You're going to be really upset with the one that I'm going to use, but if the Pacific teams, no, how am I going to?
Gutted or rubbish?
Yeah, you're going to be gutted because today we have to say goodbye to a Pacific team.
Okay, that's...
Or Pacific are playing quite rubbish right now.
Oh, I hate you guys. I am being bullied on this desk right now. In fact, let's pull up the Swiss bracket so you'll see exactly what they're talking about right now. Yes, we have another day of regional matchups between DRG, XLG, and also Global Esports and Full Sense. It's absolutely tragic. I was talking a lot of trash. I was boasting a lot about Pacific. And I do think DRG is going to go really far. And you guys are calling me fraudulent, so...
I think there is a lot of regional pride on the line. We've got both APAC, who are supposed to be the dominant region right now, and then China as the region that there's a lot of doubts about. So I think there's a little bit of a narrative spin that some of these teams are going to have to do today and try and up the performance for us.
APAC are supposed to be the dominant region, but are we almost looking at it? I mean, EMEA has been called a one-team region for a long time. Are we saying the same for Pacific this event, potentially?
I'll take it. We give you guys so much crap. I will take it. And you guys, I have to say, EMEA is looking absolutely fantastic this event. Now, we had some hot takes yesterday, which included my DRG and GE run. You had EMEA going on a good run. Let's get on to everyone's predictions. We want to know which of today's teams you think is most likely to survive their match today. We got DRG, XLG, Global Esports, and Full Sense. So scan and log in there and make your vote. What are you guys picking for today? Who's making it through?
I would go XLG because I think that first game is way too... the second game, sorry, is way too close to cool. I don't know what Full Sense we're going to get today, and Global have looked really good, but that game's a banger. I think on the China game, I think that XLG have shown a little bit more dominance there.
Okay, how about you?
I think from my perspective, I've not been super impressed with the way Full Sense came out the other day, and so for me, I think it's got to be Global Esports.
Okay, all right. Fair takes. We'll talk about that more later. Now, let's check in with Frankie, who's hanging out outside with the fans.
DRG versus XLG. Who is London predicting?
I predict DRG.
DRG.
DRG?
Yeah, DRG. DRG.
What? Why DRG?
Well, they are a very strong team. I just believe that they're better overall, personally.
I didn't mean to sound so shocked because obviously DRG apparently winning.
Guys, I told you it was DRG. What do you make of that? I mean...
When they were going down the line, I had to figure out what Frankie had asked them, who's winning today or who's losing today. Because I was like, wait, everyone's saying DRG. But it's nice to see supporters come out and, cheer on their teams here.
I wonder why that is. Why are the locals picking DRG?
I have no idea, to be honest with you.
I think the logo is cooler.
Cashew. They do have dragon in their name. That's kind of cool.
Maybe the fans should be on the desk instead of...
Yeah. Frankie, we need you to look into this. Now, before we get into the match today, let's watch the XLG boys joining Achilleos for a little game we like to call the perfect player.
Hey everybody, Achilleos here, and I am joined by XLG's Raga as well as OMEN. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me here at Masters London. Congratulations on making it to the event. We're going to be playing, I'm going to pick your brains a little bit here. It's not so much a game, but I want to know if we can compile the most perfect player. If we could take everybody that you have on the XLG roster, mash them into one person based on a couple of different criteria, what would that look like and who would kind of make the cut? So I'm going to give you guys some topics, and then you guys can discuss amongst yourself and put forth a player from your team that you think kind of fits the bill. So we'll start off with the first one, mechanics. Who on XLG has the best mechanics in both of your minds? And it can be yourselves. You don't have to be bashful about this.
You want to start?
Happyway.
Happyway?
Okay.
Yeah, it's probably between Happyway or himself, Rarga. And I think there's other things we can put Happyway in, so I'll give it to Rarga, personally.
Okay, so Rarga's going to go ahead and take that first one. This is obviously a big one. A lot of teams struggle with this, and it can be hard if you start spiraling. Mental, who's the one who's really, keeping everybody in the game?
You?
Yeah, I'm gonna not be humble about this one. I think it's me. I think I'm the only one that would actively cringe myself out to try and boost the others. So I'll put myself in that category.
You say cringe yourself. I mean, what are some things that you've been doing that maybe we haven't seen to try to rally everybody?
Some of the things I say, some of the times I shout, it's just not the right moment, and I'm just forcing it out to help these guys.
But what about player movement? Obviously, something I think is very niche for a lot of, especially newer viewers, but people who've been watching the game. And when you really see a player shine and excel, the movement is one of the big things that stands out to the viewers and to the analysts. Who would you say on your team has the best movement?
I guess Happyway. I think Happyway have the best moment in the game.
Yeah. I would have to agree. Probably Happy Way.
Lurking. Who on your team do you think is finding those best critical timings around the map? Just catch people in transit, rotating on sites and whatnot.
It's got to be the two lurkers.
I
I would personally put Lyser on the list just to have another name on the list. But yeah, it's one of those two.
Game knowledge. Who's the one that maybe you don't understand how something works about the game, an interaction, something like that? Who's the one that everyone goes to for clarity?
I think it's Leo.
We could maybe split some tie breaks here since we do have everybody with a little bonus question. I think that this could maybe end up being the more contentious one, but who has the best aim on the team? Happy Way?
So obviously he'll be humble about himself. So he'll be the Happy Way advocator, I'll be the Raga advocator. I mean, both are quality, world class. I think it's harder to see it in certain duelists, for example, like Neon. It's harder to see like raw aim because you're having to jump and move and stuff. So Happy Way maybe gets more highlight plays because he's like Viper. Maybe only you just have your gun, you don't have movement. I'll give it to Raga personally.
Okay. I mean, hey, I think you're putting up a solid argument, and we are, obviously yet to witness this, but it seems like we're moving away from that Neon meta, so perhaps that will shine. I'll agree with you, having watched Raga. I know that you're an absolute beast, so I think that you can go ahead and take the best aim on the squad. But guys, thank you so much for joining me. Best of luck in the tournament, and yeah, thank you guys for tuning in.
Thanks so much, Achilleos. And now we have a special guest with us. It's HyperX Wendler. I want to know how you convinced Alex to let you go from the VOD dungeon.
I had to do some live research here, so I decided to show up at the arena today.
Yeah. Well, the reason we want to pick your brain is because you actually have a lot of experience in VCT China. Tell us about what you were doing last year.
Yeah, so last year I was the assistant coach for JDG. Had experience prepping against XLG, EDG, DRG. We never played in an official, but it was a team you had to keep tabs on for the star power player that they have.
Yeah. Yeah, and we were talking earlier, you think that the China region is massively underrated, and we're going to break that down in a little bit, because today we had the regional battle between XLG and DRG. So XLG dominated the last time these two faced off. Do we expect that to continue on the London stage?
I think I want to kind of like highlight the stage 1 finals that they had back in China, right? It was that lower final. You saw DRG actually pick the Lotus into XLG. Now, we've been hyping up XLG's composition, but it meant that they start that best of 5 on a back foot, really, considering that they ended up 13-2ing them on that map. And I think at least the positive coming into today is that one of these teams will win a map at a Masters event. I know that we can make the argument that, XLG have won a series at Champions before, but as far as Masters goes, we've not seen either of these teams win a map just yet.
Yeah, okay, look, a lot of people are giving the China teams a little bit of crap for not winning many maps, Wendler, but what do you think of that? Are we seeing the best of China on the global stages?
Not yet. It's something that I think the teams that have been internationals, they have the talent to play. I've seen it, I've prepped against it. It's just a matter of when they can take what they're used to in regionals and apply that to the international stage. Especially with the regionals, they've all played on like Masters level stages. So it's not like they're coming into an environment where they're not used to the crowd, they're not used to things being loud, not used to game sounds not applying. It's just getting over that hump, and I think when they do, they'll be fine.
What do you think is that hump? Like what specifically?
Without like fully knowing, I think it has to be some form of mental, because like the game preparation is there. And like a lot of these teams are taking things other teams have done, such as like EMEA style play, or installing those types of protocols, or playing at a faster pace like APAC teams. So if they're doing this, there can only be one other reason for that result not to be seen at the international stage.
So basically, when they're playing on home soil, they're playing fantastic. And when we say that these teams look dominant, like EDG look dominant over in China, and people are saying, oh, but it's a weaker region, that's not actually true.
I don't think that's true. I think the region has a lot of talent dispersed, I would say, through like definitely the top end teams as you would in any other region.
Now, do you think XLG or DRG, we're kind of saying that DRG is like a slight underdog here. What do you think of that?
I would say so. I would say I expect XLG to clear through. I do think it'll probably be about a 3-map series for sure. But I do think XLG does have a slight edge.
Okay, well...
Yeah, I think I'd agree. I think XLG have that strategic style that seems to work very well domestically. Most of China, I'd say, a little bit lacking in some of the fundamentals strategically, but XLG have a little bit of that EMEA style that contains a lot of those teams. So I do expect XLG to come out on top today.
Yeah, well, the teams have a lot to prove today. Again, when they first showed up onto the London stage, you know, it's not the kind of performance you want to be showing the international stage after repeat visits here. So it's kind of curious that at this point, they haven't managed to find their flow coming in to London. And a player that I definitely have my eyes on is Vukashu. He was not performing to the standard that we were all hyping him up to be. And Raga as well, he's expressed a lack of confidence. He continues to lack confidence. And he's specified it's because whenever he leaves and goes into the global stage, there's something that he just can't seem to pick up on.
Yeah, I think for Vukashu, it's like a difficult one because he clearly is the star player of this team. I would argue that there are times, especially on Lotus with this new composition they're running, that life is taking up a bit more of that space. So I do give him some grace that I don't think he's necessarily being set up the same way as he was domestically to shine. And it is a lot harder once he gets to that global stage. I do think the firepower is a little bit harder to play against. And I think that that is where having a full team step up together would help Vukashu shine a little bit more.
I had said that one of my concerns with this team was you can't just rely on individuals to be able to win out a series. You kind of need that team cohesion. But I guess, Wendler, from your perspective, like, should it all just be relying on Vukashu's shoulders? What do you think of this? Like, do we need to see chipping in from other players on the team?
I think it's a mix of a few things. Like, I definitely think Vukashu is a player, like when you have that star caliber player, you don't want to take away from them to help others. You want to make sure you're enabling them equally to your other star players at the same time. The other thing is there's things that I would deem as weird. Normally Vukashu is the guy they hero buy up. They make sure he has the big guns to take over rounds when he needs to, and that's something we didn't see last series from them. So
yeah, there was a round where they all bought, and Vukashu had a Sheriff as a star player. That was very strange to see for me.
Yeah, so I think there are a lot of things they definitely want to adjust coming into today. And last time we spoke to Vukashu before facing Vitality, and he was saying, well, we're the underdogs today, so we have no expectations coming in. But Mini, it didn't really look like that, did it?
No, it really didn't look like they were bringing the game out at all with aggression. I think part of that, especially on the first map Lotus, was, again, they switched away from double duelist. This team's strength is playing double duelist, doing 4-1s, going in aggressively, and letting Vukashu clean up on the other side of the map, or go for huge lurks. And we saw none of that in that game. So part of it is compositional stuff, but also when we went to Breeze, they also didn't look like the same team. They weren't giving it, they weren't sending it, and I think this team is at their best when they're playing aggressively with confidence.
Now, I'm curious about the scene in China and how performance coaches come into play. This has been hugely integral for the team of HyperX with Panda on your squad to help out with the boys. What do you think about the performance coaching over in China?
From what I understand, it's something that teams are investing a lot more into now. I think with the repeated international stage appearances, it's a clear gap, as we talked about, with the mental side of things. I know when I was at JDG last year, it wasn't a huge focus. Like me and the head coach, Ego, who was our head coach at the time, it was kind of a combined, mixed effort to apply the mental side of things. But from what I do understand, teams are investing more in that specific coach now.
Well, from my experience as a coach, it's really good to have that extra coach, that performance coach, so that coaches can just focus on the strategy a little bit more, the day-to-day, and having someone to just focus on the mental side of things, I think would be really great for a region like China.
Yeah, especially as a head coach, assistant coach, you actually have so much on your plate already. And to take care of your team emotionally, performance-wise, I think that's a huge task, and it should be dedicated to a single or maybe duo team there. And in fact, happy birthday, Panda. It's his birthday today. And okay, going back to the teams, Jen Lee got to have a chat with Life to see how he's living his life in London so far.
Jen here with Life of DRG. Life, Vukashu talked about the importance of underdog mentality that you guys have. Does this approach remain the same when it comes to today's matchup? You know, it's regional. You guys are familiar with each other.
Yeah, I think this underdog mind is really good for us, and I think today we will revenge XLG.
Okay, so time for revenge. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, revenge. I mean, it must be so different, of course, going against a regional team, a team that you're so familiar with. How do you see these two teams stacking up today in terms of familiarity?
Yeah, like regional matchups I think are hard. I think you can attest to this at internationals. You usually prefer early on to kind of avoid regional matchups until you have to, just due to the shared experience both teams have against each other. So it will be interesting, like if we see these players kind of release the shackles a little bit and just get out there, make more aggressive plays, and find that momentum that they need to carry forward.
Yeah, I think in an interesting way, this is the perfect time for a regional matchup for China. Like, I think both the teams looked a tiny bit shaky, especially DRG. I think playing against a team you're a bit more familiar with, a bit more comfortable with, could be the momentum forward that they need.
I think as well, we need to consider last time they faced off, it was a BO5. We're in BO3 territory here as well. So I'm wondering if that maybe has any kind of implications on how the series will go.
Oh, I'm sure it will. So we're going to have to wait and see. And NRG were playing against XLG, and XLG did look a little bit more lively than DRG, I would have to say. But again, you know, we've only seen both of these teams once so far. And XLG's triple Senti comp was giving the champs, they're giving them, the champs NRG, a really tough time on Lotus. So what was going on there? I mean, they had a huge lead on this map.
Yeah, I think that to begin with, they did really well, right? We were looking at that C site, and at moments it actually looked like Energy were like tilt sending it towards that C site. And I think having this triple Sentinel composition looked really, really nice. You can see these deadlock walls and these deadlock traps being used very early to kind of stop where NRG were ever looking to go towards. We see it with the Sage Wall as well. And even on the attack, they were doing some nice things, trying to Sage Wall, boost themselves up to find themselves in positions where NRG weren't going to be able to expect them from. You saw it from the Omen as well, TP onto different boxes too. And I think using the verticality of the map to their advantage in moments, it's just unfortunate that they ended up letting it slip away from them in the end.
Yeah, I think a team like NRG struggled on the attack side. That's surprising to see, because NRG are a team that has that coaching staff, that structure, great mid-rounding teams at Ethan. And so if XLG are causing problems for teams like NRG, that is a great sign for them on this map.
Yeah, and I definitely think they walked away from this map knowing they probably should have converted on their side. So it's not like these teams at the event are struggling with their map pool. They have strong maps, they have that foundation, they just need to keep working towards that next step.
Do you think XLG should have won that match against NRG?
I would say yes.
Okay.
I think if they convert that Lotus, they can carry that momentum forward for sure.
What do you think the problem was on the Lotus specifically? Like, why do you think they should have won that?
I think NRG misplayed a little bit, especially on the T side, as mentioned. Like, they did a lot of like just blind 1-0-4, like one person on C, 4 people on A, and you're brute forcing into a Sentinel comp, where I like to refer to it almost as like a jail. They have 3 different walls they can throw at you, you're just stuck in sight, and that's what they want you to do. So NRG was essentially playing into their win condition.
So it's about going around the map, destroying those walls, and making it a little bit more miserable for XLG.
Yep.
And this gentleman, we were so excited to see him bring his good stuff onto the stage, but he's been falling a little flat here. What does he need to do to find his regional form? I mean, can he borrow Panda and like have a little chit chat?
Yeah, like, Raga I thought was always like easily a top 5 player in China, for sure, especially the duelist role. Like, when he's confident, it's scary. So as, I mean, he mentioned himself trying to find that confidence on the international stage. Like, I do think that is something teams should be waiting on to show.
Yeah, I think the awkward thing now is become a narrative that is in his own head, and trying to unpick that and unwind that as a person, like, I think that's extremely difficult, and he's going to need the team to support him in whatever way they can to make it not become a thing. If he starts slow in these games, I'm very worried for him. I'm hoping that they can build some momentum early. Maybe No Man's up shouting, giving him some hype. Maybe they can feed some ecos towards him or something. Just do anything possible to get some momentum on his side.
I think it is really frustrating if you're Raga, if you're a Raga fan, because you know that he can perform well regionally, and now it's just waiting for that moment for him to be able to step up on this global stage and show everyone the kind of caliber of player he is. We can see the stats that he would usually have over here in his regional league throughout stage 1 in comparison to how his performance has been in Masters London so far. Not looking particularly great so far, so we're hoping coming into today that he will be able to kind of avenge that kind of narrative that we're building a bit against him at the moment.
Yeah, for me, XLG is Happyway and Raga. If those two are popping off, then they can win games, and even at globals. But Raga hasn't been fulfilling that duty, in my opinion, where Happyway has.
What do we want to see from Happyway then, besides just
the same
keep doing the same thing? Yeah.
Just keep going.
I think Happyway is the consistent factor that whenever this team does go to global events, he's consistently performing. He's the one that's showing up when it gets to the big stage.
Well, I think he's going to need to keep showing up and pass on that good, happy energy to his teammates, especially Rarga there. But let's see if Lysor is also in a good mood ahead of today's regional rivalry over with Genli.
Jen here with XLG's Lysor. Now, Lysor, when it comes to today's match, how is your pressure level and how are you guys handling it?
I just feel just less pressure, a little bit. Maybe no pressure.
Close to no pressure.
Yeah, because I feel I have full confidence for myself and full confidence for my teammates. I still believe we're winning.
Sounds good. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Yeah, he looks like he's in good spirits. That's a good sign. Lysor was also, part of that Wolves run last year in Toronto, where you guys won a trophy, or you two won a trophy last year, or maybe half a trophy. Does it count?
I don't count. That's all it is.
I want half a trophy, I think. Yeah, half a trophy, I'll take it.
All right. Well, anyway, Lysor was part of it, so he kind of understands, like, hope. They can do it with the right mentality going in. And speaking of hope, because we do have a Pacific game happening later today as well, we ask all of you who's going to survive today at our Mastercard fan poll, and the results are in. I want to ask you as well, who do you think is going to be surviving today?
I think I got XLG and G. So.
Okay. Talk me through your thought process. Why do you think,
I'll just say, XLG, I think, has more experience in their roster. I think, like we mentioned, if we do see Happy Way, we do see Lysor, we do see Rarga show up to the potential that's expected of them, I do think they should be able to get through this series, even if it does go 3 maps. G, on the other hand, similar fashion. I think the team has a lot more international experience. I think Frost is a prep-heavy team, and when you're going into those regional rematches, that's something you really need to account for to make sure you can convert that series.
Oh, yeah? Even with Full Sense beating out Global last time?
Even with them beating out Global last time.
All right. Well, I can agree to that theory there, and it seems like a lot of people are agreeing with you guys as well. Now it's time for the 1v1 showdown in our skirmish side select. We got a duel, and it's between their coach, Nathan D, and Happy Way. Tell me about Nathan D. Have you any experience with him back in CN?
I haven't talked much with Nathan at all in CN, but I've heard relatively positive things.
Yeah.
That he's a good guy.
Relatively?
Yeah.
Relatively.
Yeah. I mean,
compared
to me, yeah. But,
usually the coaches do quite well in these, so I'm kind of interested. 2-2 already. That's not too bad against Happy Way. I would take 2 rounds against Happy Way. Have you been doing any of the skirmishes?
I haven't in a while. We've relinquished that to Alex, and then we're trying to get Tommy.
Tommy? Oh, that would be sick.
Yeah.
Why aren't you doing them? Are you good at Valorant? Can you play?
I'm all right, but that's what I'm trying. We're trying to push Tommy in there,
Do you find it's actually better for the coaches to go into these skirmishes to kind of take that pressure and weight off of the players to be even thinking about that pressure before you even get into the match?
I would say yes and no. Like, we kind of treat it as like a funny bit because the veto for us a lot of the times is kind of what it is anyway, but I do think there's
that is not normal for other teams, by the way. This is a HyperX.
What do you mean by that?
They just turn up to the veto and then just kind of decide at the moment.
You see Vinny's face, he's like, that was so stressful.
But in terms of like prep, I do think that there is a mental component if the coach does go in and like if the coach does beat the player, or like even pulling that time up so your players do have more time to prep is always good. You don't really want to take away or distract players from what they're used to in their game day prep. So I do think it's helpful.
I think especially for these teams where getting into that good mental space is essential. And I think if any player was like, I don't want to do it, I think I'd immediately be like, put me in, coach, which is me.
Yeah, definitely. Imagine a coach like beating your star player. I think that would wreck my mental too. Now, you guys might not care about the map veto, but most teams, I think all teams except your team care. So let's see what the map ban pick is going to be for these two teams.
All right. Hello, guys. Let's do the map veto for DRG versus XLG. XLG won the skirmish, so they're picking their side.
Team B.
All right. XLG is Team B, and DRG is winning the first map.
The first buy is Lotus.
Sorry, can you say it again?
The first buy is Lotus.
Lotus, all right. And XLG banning the second map.
Ascent.
Ascent is banned as well, and DRG picking the first map.
Pick Heaven.
Haven, and side for Haven, please.
Attack.
All right, and XLG picks their map.
Fracture.
Okay, then side for Fracture, please, DRG.
Attack.
Attack. We have Breeze, Pearl, and Split left, DRG banning first.
The second buy is Breeze.
Breeze. And we have Pearl and Split left. Ban Pearl. Pearl is banned, last map is splits, and DRG is picking the side.
Defense.
Defense, alright. So I will give you a quick recap. We start with Haven, XLG attacks. We have Fracture next, DRG attacks, and if we have the split, decider map, DRG defense. Everything correct?
Yes.
Right, thank you guys.
Okay, this is a little unexpected here. We were expecting a Lotus pick. We were breaking it down, Billy, but that was their first ban.
Yeah, it looks like DRG have learned their lesson from the last time these two teams faced up. Of course, XLG ended up beating them 13-2. So now on the global stage here at Masters London, wanting to completely take that away and not even risk having it in the map veto this time around.
Yeah, DRG also picked it in the last series too, which is crazy. They've gone from picking it first to banning it, which is quite hilarious. I do think that this is a good move though. And I think DRG going onto that Haven, I highlighted it as maybe the best, they are the best on Haven in the group stage, maybe a hot take, but I really like the theory there from DRG.
Do you think they're the best Haven?
In Swiss stage.
In Swiss, I would say so, yeah. Like, and this is also a very big comfort map for Vukashu, where what you pointed out with getting him online, having him be able to take those aggressive type plays. This is a map you want him on if you're looking to try and convert the series in your favor.
All right. Well, we will be ending on split here. At the very least, do you guys think this is going to go the full series, or XLG? You seem to also be supporting XLG here.
I think this definitely can. I think DRG have to win that Haven though. Fracture as well though, it is a little bit of unknown territory.
Unknown, yeah.
We don't know what DRG are pulling out here. XLG have only played it 3 times recently, but they did beat EDG on this map.
Well, in fact, let's look at all the talent predictions, see anyone else is on the DRG boat with me, because right now on the desk, it seems like I am. Right? You're all...
You said DRG top 3 yesterday, didn't you?
Top 4.
Top 4, okay.
Yeah,
and now they
top
could
3 is
be
like
eliminated today.
Don't be so ludicrous. Top 3 no, but top 4 absolutely.
Oh no, you're the only one.
I am the only one. I believe in DRG like some of the fans in here. Come on, I think it's time for them. I think we've seen a lot of upsets happen, especially when it comes to regional rivalries. When you face so many times, there's a point where you get a little bit comfortable against your opponents. You would know when they're up against Global Esports, they finally won against you guys after like losing 7 billion times. So
yeah, yep. I mean, like I said, when you're looking for that upset, you want that map that gives you that advantage to do so. So DRG starting on Haven, that's a real hot start. They need to convert that map if they do want to win this series.
Well, wise words. All right, it's time to go to the stage. We have 2 of VCT China's finest talents, but both have yet to catch fire on the global stage with an elimination game to force the issue. Let's find out who answers the call over here in Masters London. From Global Esports, the misfits of Pacific, with everything to prove.
솔직히 부담감이 없을 수는 없고 부담감이 있긴 한데 프로게이머로서 가장 부담되는 순간? 사람들이 되게 많은 경기장에서 게임을 한다는 게 그래도 최대한 게임에 집중하고
We've been calling him Yudo time the whole game. We might have to change it to Hindo time. The guy has just taken over.
실수 안 하려고 노력하면은 잘 할 수 있을 것 같아서
ห้ามแพ้แล้วเพราะเราไม่มีโอกาสแล้วมีโอกาสแค่รอบสุดท้ายครับผมคือว่าเราต้องแก้ข้อผิดพลาดอะไรอย่างนี้นะแล้วก็ขอให้สนุกครับผม
당연히 풀센서면 떠오르는 게
Primi.
It's Primi.
The best player at this tournament.
저번에 호치민에서도 풀센서를 상대했을 때 프리미가 되게 압도적인 경기력으로 저희를 그냥 삭삭 해버려서 이번에는 똑같은 실수를 반복하지 않으려고 저희가
จะเจอใครก็ได้หมดเลยครับไม่กลัวก็คือทำของผมให้ดีที่สุดแล้วก็โฟกัสไปเรื่อยๆครับผมก็คือชิวๆเลยครับ
풀센스 이번 런던에서는 조심해야 될 거야
ครั้งนี้นะรอดูผมได้เลย It's the Pimmy Show birth
Despite going a man down, DRG
DRG have made this a little bit easier to take the site. Info there, Spirit C1, a triple kill in this round, that double.
这是一场竞技比赛，如果你没有100%的信心的话，你是没有资格赢在比赛的。所以我有100%的信心。
Going forward, I think it's a constant reflection of ourselves, and it's important we just focus not on the enemy and how we can perform better. I hope you guys don't choose Lotus against us because we won't make the same mistakes.
我觉得面对下一场比赛，我们必须去毫无顾虑的一起去拼搏，毕竟我们没有第二次机会了。所以我希望后面的几场比赛，我们都能够放开来打，展现更好的自己。
You can throw us into the ground as many times as you want, but every single time we'll get back up.
Fighting to stay in London. It's DRG versus XLG.
Some of them come, some of them extra. Mosh pit crew holding the center. Big long beard, big black temper.
That's right, Frankie. We have elimination on the line where regional teams have to send each other home. We have XLG versus DRG. And the last time these two faced off in the best of 5, XLG came on top. Now we have HyperX Wendler with us, used to coach in China last year. Who are some of the players we should be keeping our eyes on? Of course, we've been talking about Raga and Vukashu, but who else?
I think WS Leo is a big one. He's the IGL for XLG, so assuming that these star guys can give him enough time to call and read the map and make sure that he's comfortable in this spot. Elimination stages are hard, so they need to make sure to support him as best as they can. From DRG side, we're looking at Spirit Z1, very strong player coming out of China, puts up big performances in China when he needed to, and Nick is also a very strong flash initiator for them as well.
Yeah, I think for DRG side, especially on this first map, it's Spirits and Life for me. I think that they're extremely good at this map. When those two players are playing as aggressive as they should be on that defense side, going for the trap plays, letting Vukashu do his thing on the other side of the map, and the same story on attack side. It's Spirits and Life going in and letting Vukashu work the other side of the map. This is the time for them to win their first map at a global stage.
And we're speaking so much about Spirit and Life here. The two, Waylay and Neon, is what we expect from either of those on this map. And I think that this is obviously an identity that we've covered that has been really working in the Chinese region, and now we need to see how it happens. Then we get to see that regional matchup on the global stage.
Yeah, I think there's no excuses today. You're playing against people you know, you're playing comfortable. I don't want to see any nerves today. I don't want to see any stress. I don't want to see Raga crumbling once again. I want to see him confident, in full force. I want to see the whole team around him. There is no excuse today. You're playing against opponents you know their playbooks, you know their tendencies, you know the players.
Now, Wendler, we saw DRG ban out Lotus. We were expecting Lotus to come in here, but it looks like they have some learning lessons. Do you think this is a positive sign?
Yeah, I would expect it to be. DRG is looking at just, hey, we're going to come into this, we're going to take away their best map, and we're going to try to target their weak maps in the pool and just get through this series clean.
If you're DRG, your back is quite literally up against the wall. I want to kind of echo the thoughts that Minnie had there, that you really have everything to put on the line here. This could be one of these teams, well, it is one of these teams' last time up on that stage, because let's not forget, one of them will be eliminated after this. So you need to kind of come out, show that best showing as best as you can, really.
And Haven is going to be the first destination between these two teams. Let's see what we got on the Asian roster.
Yeah, expected here for DRG, similar composition as before, the same composition as before. Life and Spirit spearheading the team with the double duelist. They're going to be following that Skydog when they're on that attack side. On defense, so where they're starting, it's all about the trap plays. It's about the early round aggression. I love watching their Haven right now, and I'm hoping that it sees it out today. XLG side, they've gone for a composition switch. Usually they play the Gen G style composition, and I have my criticisms. They're way too passive on the map with that composition, and I hope with this new double duelist look that they're going to bring out the fire a little bit more.
Yeah, the big question is, especially between the two initiators, DRG working with the Sky, they have a little bit more info they can work with combined with the Cypher camera, whereas XLG are just stuck with the Sova. So after they burn that drone, it's going to be, can DRG force that drone out from Sova and kind of eliminate information on the map and then find where they can kind of blitz with the double duelist and end.
I think if you're XLG as well, we're seeing this now coming into London, that it looks as though Phoenix and Jet has been their read on the meta. I think they need to be able to make it count, especially starting on this attack side. You are going up against a Waylay and a Neon on the other side, who are going to be pushing out those extremities, fighting for A lobby. We will see that paired up with the Sky as well. How synergized this DRG team can look, I think, is going to be one of the key things starting on that defense.
When Spirits is on that Waylay and he has another duelist to work with him, he is phenomenal. I think look out for him today in this matchup.
All right, well, thank you guys, and thank you, Wendler. All right, to take us through this regional matchup of China, we have Achilleos and Paper Thin.
It's looking to be an action-packed day. DRG, XLG backs up against the wall. Elimination is on the line. Only one can stick around here at Masters London.
Yeah, I mean, so much to prove here for both of these teams. Some rough outings for them in their beginning series. They couldn't get any maps. Even though XLG did come a little bit closer against NRG, it's still not what you wanted to see out of the CN team. So you hope that today,
for sure,
whoever comes out of this, it's a momentum builder, it's a confidence builder, and they could go into that decider series and make their way into playoffs and represent the region.
Well, that is a very quick clear on the cam in mid. XLG going to be suspicious about this potential lurk forward. As Spirit in position to maybe try to get the catch on Happy Way. If he continues to scale forward, but it's going to be flexing, able to find the first kill as Raga's going to be taken down by Happy Way. Finds one in reply. Lukashu challenging in for this fight. Does take the brunt of the damage, but Happy Way now going to be encroached upon and taken out. Lukashu with a repeat into Garage, able to find Noman at the same time. Lysor now fighting forward, taking the fight right to their doorstep. They bring it back into a 2v2.
One enemy remaining.
Green tap from life. Now just Leo backpedaling away. 70 HP, finds that follow-up kill, but cannot get the round win. DRG will take the opening pistol.
Yeah, so just some good trading early here for DRG. They do a nice job as well as sneaking some players up the gut, up the middle early. Find that little bit of extra oomph to this to make sure that Happy Way has no real hope of getting out of that situation. Bukashu, a big kill there with the swing back into the doors. And then, of course, with WS layout all on his lonesome at the end, a little bit tough. Got one, but again, the trade's good for DRG. So, a really nice early kill for Flexen through the smokes was a big difference maker there. Hopefully, oh, look at this though.
Yeah, full force.
Wow.
Stingers across the board, full armors as well for the majority of these players, anticipating that outlaw on the other side in the hands of Bukashu. For now, we'll be looking to circumnavigate him. They are going into a stack, and it's a very quick pivot for DRG to try to slow this up. That drone's going to be sent out first and foremost as Spirit. Swinging the corner, able to find a good amount of damage. No Man's going to be taken low, but not taken down quite just yet. They can't align that Stinger, but the rest of the team absolutely does. XLG looking incredible. It's a very snappy shot here from Bukashu.
Spike planted.
He's going to need 2 more of those. Right on top of the boxes, Raga and XLG. They take the gamble, they win it all 1-1.
Yeah, we've been seeing this a lot this event where teams on their opponent's map picks, if they lose that opening pistol, they're wanting to go into that forced buy. You know, NRG's done it, so this is, I think, a pretty good strategy where you know that your opponent is maybe a little bit better than you in some ways at this map, so there are certain advantages you can try to take.
That's an eco round, baby! Nice one, too.
You forced spot there, No Man, like, Still, it's the right call, and it works a treat.
Just a punch to the gut for DRG. There's No Man now with that outlaw. Ooh, being pinned into the corner. Life wants to try to collect his kill. Slides into the corner himself, and now the tail went out. The updraft to open the corner. No Man with the movement, able to get himself out to safety, and Life just cannot capitalize. Now has to back away. And he has nothing but a classic in hand.
Yeah, beautiful paranoia there from Lysor as well to make sure that No Man gets out of dodge. Very clean exit. That could have gone a lot worse.
Now we'll look to re-clear with that drone. The curveball going to be sent in. They know exactly where he's at, and Raga will be able to fish him out. Life eliminated Molly over to the corner. Can also just step into that, get the heels going, and Raga suddenly is just one away from having that run it back online. Would love to not have to use it in this round. If it comes down to it, will commit it just to ensure they gain the lead.
Yeah, XLG paused, though. That gave DRG the time they needed to get into place to try to set up this defense. They get a little bit of a spot, too, so it still is maybe going to get a little dicey for XLG.
Swap of the weaponry. Getting that outlaw passed over as Nomad will take point, but it's going to be Spirit coming away with two with that Bandit and Hamid Lysor. Backfilling that space. It's a couple eliminations as well. And Flexin, well, he's going to have to go TPing past. This one will not be noted, no one in audio range. But to try to find the round win from here would be miraculous. So XLG, well, slated to move up 2-1. It's just a question of how costly can this be made. Player on the angle, and Raga to take him down. XLG, clean stuff overall, 2-1 start as we get ready to go into the first real buy round for DRG.
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing some encouraging signs here for XLG. Raga looking really sharp to start. Spirits as well. I mean, he's really impactful on this map when you go back to the last time these two teams squared off on it in the lower bracket finals in China. It was Spirit, Z1, and Vukashu who were leading the way. But here for XLG, even more important, you're going to be coming into this round with two big ultimates. Like you mentioned, the Phoenix, we also have the Hunter's Fury for WS Leo. So you've got a great opportunity to get a 3-1 start here as XLG. If you can find your opportunities. Nothing found there with the early util to gain a little bit of space at the very least, but just trying to fish maybe for a Hunter's Fury opening pick. Seeing if you can maybe punish Vukashu, that would be great if you could catch him out. But so far, DRG playing a little bit further back, looking to re-clear some space.
No man, just watching, waiting for this. The pop flash not going to be connecting onto him. Goes for the peek, is able to find Spirit Z1 immediately. Re-peeks it, gets himself a second, but it's going to be Nick coming away with 2 kills as well. Both duelists now eliminated, and that run it back out of the equation. Does he an immense amount of damage, and obviously cannot heal himself back up to full and half way. Well, continues to be on point with the aim. Immediately gets him back into an advantageous position. The C site opened up. WS Leo pushing forward, clearing that space. Camera still is there. Will now be cleared out, but the plant can come through.
Love to see WS Leo get a little bit deep here, but they're going to try to play this up close and personal.
Planted.
And not going to be playing back. Doesn't want to try to go for that Hunter's Fury, and he might just be regretting that decision. Vukashu, always a player to be respected. His happy way now needing to try to clutch this out. An incredible player in his own right. The double approach. Jumping up to Lumber, but Vukashu is on the angle, and he has them dead. A massive 3K to tie it up at 2-2.
Got to question this post plan a little bit for XLG in 2 ways. Not only the Hunter's Fury, but you have so much on the backside of this. You have all of your Cypher util out watching your flank, so you know that long is likely to be still clear, or at least maybe there's one player there that you have to worry about, but I think you could have set up for the long post plant and made that a little bit easier on yourself. Don't give Vukashu those opportunities, because he is electric and he will capitalize more often than not.
Let's go.
It is going to be a glass cannon buy for life, though. DRG able to get that win, trying to scale into something bigger. Still a lot of ults, but really close to a bunch are DRG now, too. 1 away from 3 out of their 5 ults. Back off a Spirit.
And minor damage going to be suffered. Nothing they can't shrug off for now. Nearly a stacked deck available for XLG. 2 charges away from having 5 ultimates. DRG still trailing in that department. Would love to get these online. Seekers in particular, going to be great for that info gather.
Let's see if they have the confidence to just make this A hit go. Looks like they will.
Well, wow, that is a hell of a shot. Just to immediately shut down that ultimate. Relay bolt as well invested just to try to slow down the approach. No man still does go diving forward. Spirits going to be taken down. This starts looking a bit more difficult for them, but Leo has been tagged up. Can he get into a deep position, though, to try to utilize this Hunter's Fury is going to be my question. For now, we'll just set out with the drone, sending that up into heaven, spotting out 2 to 3 players. Good amount of info going to be gained. Looks like one of them trying to go for this entry. Slides down over the top of the box, able to find the first. Looking for that transfer over to Lysor, but Lysor will be able to take him down, but Fukashi rallies back. 2 kills of his own. Drop down going to be coming in. Nick with the barrel stuff is able to find No Man, and now it is all on Happy Way. Once again, the Seeker going to be sent out. Fukashi to be taken down. Happy Way gets it into the 1v1. Nick just scaling forward. Closer and closer. Has that elimination. Gets over onto the defuse. Makes it decently close, but cannot win the round. It's going to be DRG once again into the lead.
And again, these post plants are really shaky for XLG.
Joke's over.
You hit on a point that I'm concerned about here is that WS Leo, he's the one planting. He's the one who's already got his ult. He's the one who needs to be in the back lines. They need to spread out, give some space to kind of set up the crossfires a bit more. I'd like to see personally. Wouldn't mind seeing the coaching staff, frankly, get involved here early for XLG, because I think there's a lot that you need to tweak. Don't give them the opportunities, and some frustration with the coaches, because you're giving yourself advantages in every one of these, and then you're giving DRG opportunities to run it back with some big multi-kills, some good retake efforts.
Going to be a pacey hit onto the C site. Plenty of players near enough by, though, for DRG to try to get a swift retake going. Tripwire for now going to be holding Happy Way back. The Paranoia going to be sent forward, and Fukashi forced away, but No Man as he tries to push up in the window. He just gets taken down as Fukashi has activated, finds himself another kill. Comes up on top of the window, maybe a bit of an overstep as Lysor will be able to find that one, but they're still so very favored. Leo dead to the dog, and DRG now moving up 4-2.
Well, you give Fukashi the opportunities, and a little bit of help there from Flexen, who sets him up nicely. He's going to throw a little bit of util in there, right before the flash gets through. Swing in that corner. And again, you know, I know this one's an eco, but you're chewing through your ult cycle here for XLG, and you're giving DRG a shout back into this when you should have had them on the back foot quite heavily. Instead, they've strung 3 together. You might be kicking yourself at the end of this one, but let's see how they want to change it up. Looks like maybe a little bit more of an aggressive C push, and widely avoiding it, I think, you know, early in the rounds, because, well, typically Fukashi is going to be over there, and that's often kind of the strategy you're going to see CN teams employ, is avoid Fukashi at all costs early and try to put him in bad positions in post plants, but so far XLG can't accomplish that. Oh, there's one. Trade.
Nick, yeah. Will be the only casualty thus far. Relay bolt able to be avoided. The Paranoia as well going to be sent as they try to get this trap play sprung on WS Leo. It's way out of there, but let's have a listen in.
Can we help you?
T-spawn 그 window.
안쪽으로 돼요. 뭐지?
They lock. They lock.
Window. I'll go. Let's just go see. Oh, we're calling 10 seconds. One side. I got so. I can watch.
CT well, le play. Care flank now. Care flank.
Better fight CT.
I think they go flank.
I can recon.
And now the contact here at backside. Raga trying to push forward, but
One enemy
not
remaining.
ready for Flexen to be in that position. Clean turn back. Leo able to find himself a second, looking for that third, but will be Spirit C1 to sit him down. DRG continuing to string together these round wins, now up by 3 from the defender's side. And you have to question XLG, are they going to be calling that timeout?
They have to. There's so much you need to be talking about here in terms of some weird setups where you're leaving your Sova late to try to watch the flank with a drone when you've given up a ton of space to DRG early, and that's the spike too, by the way. And again, WS Leo, he's putting up numbers, sure, but he's been sitting on that Hunter's Fury for 4 or 5 rounds.
Not going to have much of a voice, keep going like that, but who cares if you're able to find the win, avoid that elimination. It will be that timeout call for XLG. So we take a look at the Coinbase win condition. A lot of these ultimates that have been built up just have not been able to get committed into these rounds.
Well, it's kind of their own making. It's not like DRG has put them in position. Other than I'd say that previous round. That's the only one where I'm like, okay, I get it. You really didn't have an opportunity. But it's XLG has the time. They have the opportunities to position around a little bit more. And I really hope that's what Pavoya is talking about here with the boys. This, you know, that you've given yourself some really good opportunities in some of these rounds in terms of finding the open space on the map, getting to a plant relatively safely, but then your post-plant setups are wanting. So, you know, it is a different comp here for XLG. It is a change of ideas, so some still kind of uncomfortableness with all of this, with this Jet Phoenix composition that they're running, I suppose, but still, I think some absolutely basic fundamental things that need to be tightened up quickly for XLG.
There.
Still able to get themselves a bye going into this one. A couple players with half armors, but no outlaws inside on the DRG side. So I'm just looking for a quick check down towards that sewer, and nothing's going to be spotted. Meanwhile, Refract activated as Secretlab wants to go on this push down into mid. We'll have that expire. Just takes the double dash out to safety.
The shock dart missed. I think it was supposed to clear the trip.
I think it was recalled.
Scout destroyed.
That or a late placement from Fukashu. Either way, they're avoiding having the Silva get rid of that util nice and early. Drone up through the window. I think that Flexen might have slipped that net. Doesn't get spotted, but isn't going to try to press the issue either. Decides to just back away.
Yeah, Happy Way gets away with one a little bit there. But this whole time, XLG has had 3 players sitting here holding control, looking for that DRG push out. They are going to get confirmation of presence, and look at the heavy rotation from DRG. They have phenomenal reads right now. They've really started to kind of figure out this XLG game plan.
I mean, Noman's just trying to swing a corner, and Nick just finds him on a timing. That is catastrophic. Raga now having to do everything. That Hunter's Fury finally going to be invested. Raga able to find that first elimination, but quickly gets traded out. Nick off the flank side. He's able to find the kill. He gets himself a third.
I've got your trail.
And XLG are getting shut down at every twist and turn.
10 seconds left.
The DRG just feels like they have the read, they have the aim, they have every key advantage. That's another ult committed to no avail now for XLG.
Yeah, again, nice sharp shots from WSAO, but it is going to be Fukashu right at the end that takes him down. I need this. That's going to be another gun dropped at the end of it. There was no time left on the clock there. Yeah, he did pull it, you're right. He grabbed it right in time. Really heads up stuff from Fukashu. Nick has been really sharp over here at Long A. Saw where he got those 2 kills earlier, where there was that 3v3 scrape, and he's just locking it down. I mean, that is so scary for XLG that, you know, you've got Fukashu on one side of the map who's going crazy, Nick on the other side, so the extremities of the map are completely locked out.
And now you're pushed back to another thrifty attempt. Sheriff's a Bandit and a Stinger to try to make a go of this one. As Raga looking to lead the charge forward into the C site, but again, the heavier stack from DRG is leaning on this side of the map, ready to counteract this. Meanwhile, Lurk, okay, not gonna go punished. Happy Way lucky to be alive as that cage is about ready to fall. Plant does not go through, but Raga hits 2 belter shots. As Flexen Spears wants to be taken down. The ult can be popped as well, and it's enough of a distraction. Nick wants to try to collect this. He will be able to find Raga after all. Gets himself a second no-man eliminated, but Lysor gets this into a 2v1. The plant can now come through safely. Happy Way scaling forward and will be able to land the shot. It's going to be a Mastercard thrifty for XLG to find their 3rd round win.
Okay, that one looked pretty good. Able to just take a little bit of a confidence push, a good call off the rip. And Raga has been pretty good, honestly. I don't think it's been rough for XLG, but Raga's looked pretty sharp with the aim. A huge kill with the Stinger there for No Man, up close and personal, protecting that Phoenix ult. Very nicely done there.
Can't always be sunshine and rainbows. A bit of dismay there, but DRG still with a pretty healthy lead. Oh my God, No Man.
Come on.
It's just catching strays left, right, and center. Cover going. Another brutal way to try to kick off this round, push forward into the cage. And Raga will be outdone. Lysor only able to find the 1 in return, and now it's a 2v4.
Nowhere to go, nowhere to TP to. Happy way. Ooh, got dinked, but able to kill anyway.
Oh, and it's close to being taken out by that wall bang. He's gonna try to rescale this position. Kashu's still very suspicious of it, and with the swing out, yeah, we'll eventually be able to find it. That leaves Lysor now in a 1v3. Swing in, the spot out. It will be Spirit C1 to eliminate him. DRG up to 7. A lead confirmed at the half. And now it's just about how big can they make this.
I suspect pretty big. Flexen just taking shots off the smoke drop. Just says, well, if you guys are pushing this way, I'm probably going to do some damage at the very least. Now, still the op in play. I don't even know if DRG's fully aware that it was bought by Life. I don't think he ever had to do anything in that round, but
I don't think he fired a single shot.
I don't think he did. And now you've got the convergent paths as well for Spirit Z1 again. So this time they learned, don't lock out through after the smoke. Couple guns in the hands. Happy way in Lysor. Otherwise, Bandits and a Sheriff, which frankly, XLG looks good with.
Spirit C1. Scott back, ready to go. The saturate into the corner, the double dash forward, and it's going to be Lysor dead. The spike on the floor. No man only able to find the one shot, and now it is just WS Leo. A 1v4, a hopeless endeavor. No way to really make a go of this. And no util to even try to assist in it. He has to give his life over. Can't survive this round, no weapons to be recovered, no spike to die to. Just has to pick left or right and see if he can find one, and he will find none. Nick will get him in the end. It's gonna be DRG now up 8-3. They have been running away with this map.
Yeah, really just steady stuff overall. Trying to sell a little bit of a fake or trying to create an extra angle with Varga there. He's all on his own. Goes down to Bukashu. Then Spirit Z1 does a great job. He's done a solid effort on the waylay. Taking a little bit of contact, refracting out, making sure that he's not giving anything up early. Getting a little bit of info for his team as well. So DRG ahead in a lot of different aspects of the game right now. Bukashu's going to grab an Odin.
Slide in, relay ball, not going to pop the overdrive in behind this as well. Life just trying to see if he can find anything. Catch any stray shots through. He won't be able to, but this does establish an immense amount of map control for DRG around A.
And it gets Nick very close to a Seekers, one away. So all that space gained gives you a ton of map control here too. Kashu's got the early warning system right on the C site. Looks like a bit of a crunch.
If they take that space, they just get Life set up on a line with that operator, and now everybody else can continue to lean between C and B.
Exactly.
DRG are playing this incredibly well. There's Lysor just TPing back out, and no man. I don't believe in curses, but at a certain point, I'm starting to become convinced. He's died 3 times, and they haven't been able to see him.
Your Preds at this stage haven't convinced me.
Fair point. But here's that op. Never cleared it out, and Life. Oh, he is just picking them to pieces. He's looking for another Lysor. We'll be able to sit him down, but again, it's going to be a 2v4. The neural theft invested. I believe the third one of this half is Bukashu. She's been racking them up so quickly.
Spike planted.
Plank gets into play. There's a Hunter's Fury, but yeah, no opportunity to use it. Bukashu immediately is there. Shuts him down on that exit back over to Long, and now Convergent Paths sent out. Lysor slowed up with no real angle to try to play around. The hinder will expire, but the defuse is being stuck. He is dead. Bukashu's got 3, and DRG get up to 9.
I mean, just ahead of the curve pretty much the whole way through. Yes, XLG threw in the force buy, threw in a little chaos, got themselves 2 rounds, but outside of one more, that was all they could muster.
And this needs to be one hell of a defender side from them. Attacker side is where that bread should be buttered, but they just could not really get the gears turning on this XLG side. So a quick little break to try to gather the thoughts to put some plans together. But whether or not they can enact them is a completely different conversation, a completely different matter. But with elimination on the line, they've got to be feeling the heat. And DRG got to be feeling pretty damn good. In the halftime, though, let's go ahead and send it down to Frankie. He's going to be standing by with a very special XLG fan.
I am here with Maria, who is No Man's girlfriend. First of all, it's quite convenient that Masters is in London for you, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I live in London, so conveniently I just came from work, ran here just to watch him play. And I think like every other fan, I'm stressed watching this right now.
I can imagine, but you've literally seen No Man's life change because you guys got together before he became a Valorant pro.
Yeah, we actually met in Exeter University playing volleyball. So yeah, his life has completely changed right now. I currently live in London, he lives in China, but we manage this very well because we support each other in anything that we do.
Who is more competitive though, you or him?
Oh, definitely me. 100%. And I love playing against him because it just brings my more competitive side, and I love winning against him.
So you ever play Valorant together?
Well, we've tried, but he definitely doesn't let me play his ranked games.
That is so mean, but maybe you can jump into some games of deathmatch together. So if you could say anything to him right now to get him back into the game, what would that be very quickly?
Honestly, I just rushed from work, got into many tubes, run here to make it on time. James, lock in.
Lock in, James, okay? You heard the woman. Good luck.
We'll see if he can lock in, because at the moment it has been a rough showing for XLG. Everybody very close in the kill department on this squad, but you take a look at the other half, at DRG's side, and Fukashu. He is showing up. He is activating in a way that he was not able to do in that opening series. 17-7-6.
He is just so rock solid. And, you know, like the desk was talking about, with these two teams facing each other, that comfort that they're going to have, you were expecting some step up, some confidence from the players that we were really looking forward to seeing here in London from China. And Fukashu was one of those top on the list for a lot of people. One of the best Sentinel players, definitely the best Sentinel player in China, no doubt about that. Oh, there's a little bit of damage on the life.
A decent little early spam, but of course with the Sky there, Nick is going to be able to put him back up to 100.
And now Nick is going to slowly scale forward, and I mean, Leo's all on his own.
It needs to be good for at least one here, if not more. Paranoia goes across Fukashu, starting to scale forward. He's been spotted out now and will be overwhelmed. Spritzy1 able to find that kill. Raga frantically trying to push forward. Will only be good for the single kill. Spritzy1 finds 3, Life gets another. And now it is just Happy Way.
Spike planted.
Trying to clutch this out. Solid and clean kill onto Fukashu. Gets rid of the raid boss, but there are still plenty of characters to try to dispatch. As Trailblazer will have the spot out, and he's going to try to reposition or at least fake his way back into heaven. The heals again going through. Double swing ready from the one side. Player at Hell will be taking the fight and taking that kill. DRG. Both pistols are theirs. They hit double digits. XLG trailing by 7.
I mean, this round for me is just a great microcosm of why DRG is so much better on this map. They're given the extra space. There's zero information about this, and they have a great little setup on the execute. It's a Paranoia to lock WS Leo in. They're going to get a player up high while Fukashu's swinging into him. He has no hope there, and then they're able to just turn on a dime and eliminate the flood, because they know that once that corner is clear, there's only one other place, really, that XLG can come from. Happy Way, Lysor are going to grab Sheriff. Saraga with another Bandit.
He's considering this swing. Spot on the one. Does get some damage in. But again, the Sky is there to nullify that. So armor lost. Looks like DRG were maybe anticipating a forced buy here, given that they all go for those full armors. There's no Outlaw to be seen.
This is so good. Just a dive in. Have the refract ready. You see more than you'd like to see, so you can do a quick pivot. Just really solid stuff from DRG.
And again, it is just WS Leo alone, same position. The rest of his teammates quite far away. Lysor the nearest one, but he's going to go pushing out into mid. WS Leo tries to take that fight, gets the headshot through, but cannot confirm the kill onto Fukashu.
Spike planted.
This tripwire now going to be broken. And he's got this Outlaw trying to watch the angle. Fukashu just going to go backpedaling away. With a botch on the camera setup, but Z1 pushing forward, swinging the corner. It's a gorgeous headshot from Happyway, but he needs a hell of a lot more. He's able to find another.
Ooh,
nice one. Also getting involved with Flexen. Hasn't lined up. The spray down is there. And with that final peek in, Nick will get them over the line, and this close, but not close enough. Would have been a massive potential swing for XLG, but DRG are now just 2 rounds away from taking this opening map.
Yeah, just a few little hiccups in the micro department. Like the idea from WS Leo to push down towards sewers, you know, show something a little bit different than he did on the pistol, catch him a little bit off guard. You know, the 3-man flank, also not a bad idea here, put some pressure on them, but DRG with those Spectres, just a little bit too much left in the tank there. Now you're coming into full rifles as XLG. Can't make any more mistakes, and oh boy, that's White. He's taken care of, but still damage done.
Sprinting at him. Flexing as well, storming his way forward. Bit of spray and pray through this smoke, but not going to be rewarded for that quite just yet. Leo tucking over around to the corner. Shot does connect, Roger going to be taken out low, and Flexing up into heaven. He's able to find 2, breaks his ankles on the drop down, but it doesn't really matter too much. He gets them into a 2v1 as they look to get up to map point. Swinging the corner, and Happyway is not ready. DRG, they just have a full run of this map, and it feels like XLG, it's time to just focus up and get ready for Fracture.
Yeah, the confidence in the comms are just flowing. When you're getting that opening kill with the Stinger, it's life as well. And then Flexing, great idea here to get up into heaven. It makes things so much more difficult for XLG, where they maybe had a shot into that. States kind of stalled out that hit maybe, and then all of a sudden they give up that little bit of extra space, and
Go.
going to work was Flexing from on high. So have to buy up. No other choice as XLG. No armor for Happyway, just a Guardian.
Drone gonna be seeing plenty in mid. Eyesore dead. Flexing able to find him over there on the side. I think he was up top on B. He ends up getting picked, but Spirit Z1 and Bukashu both going to be eliminated, and Happyway finds another scale forward out of garage, rewarded with another kill. XLG, some signs of life to be shown here. Flexing can drag this one back. He's got the ultimate. He can pick up the spike. And ult immediately going to be invested off the back of that. Himself into a smoke, but it's a quick scale coming through, has to now reposition. Tailwind forward, No Man arriving on the side behind the box. Gun barrel, not going to be spotted, and that's a confident swing from No Man, and exactly what you need to be seeing if XLG are going to try to get themselves back into this map.
Yeah, for sure, and talked about Happyway there, no armor and a Guardian, and he hits 2 crazy good shots from a Link. You see it right here, one of them at least. Oh, the second just slamming through the wall. I mean, maybe it's about time something went XLG's way, I suppose, but gonna need a lot more of that because the economy's still not there to even get full rifles. Raga on a Spectre has his ult. WS Leo has the Hunter's Fury, getting close to the ult cycle for DRG. So this round, winnable for XLG. Just need to get there. Has some struggles.
Fast lane out. Trip going to be cleared. Spirit Z1 able to just dive over the top, makes his way over to Plat, and he tears them asunder. No Man and Happyway both eliminated. Raga immediately snapped back on the ultimate, just there around the corner and already eating more damage. Hunter's Fury sending a desperate bid from WS Leo, but there hasn't even been a tap on this plant. Raga will be able to find one with the spray and pray. He'd been taken so low, so Nick immediately rewarded with it. And now WS Leo needing to pull off a 1v3, and Bukashu is on the low. Dominance on Haven, DRG. They take their map pick 13-4.
And they find their first win on the global stage as an organization. Congrats to them, well earned. That was phenomenal stuff.
But now we get ready to go to Fracture. XLG's map pick, their backs are against the wall. If they cannot close out that map, they will be eliminated from Masters London. Don't go anywhere.
Let's go! Let's go! What's up? What's up? Nice in here! Let's go in here!
Tired of off-season blues once Champs is over? Fear not, because Valorant is coming to the Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will EMEA turn every round into a chess match? Is Brazil about to turn every map into ranked? Will Team USA ego peak every single angle? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in November.
Here we go again.
Wrong way.
I gotta be me.
He's hunting down that title!
The time to write the next chapter in the esports history books is finally here.
And they fold it in his hands yet again! He steps up to the plate, and he could knock this one out of the park! Now they shall be engraved alongside the greats!
I should know better than to run right back to you. Losing my mind over how you knew I met her. I know I didn't think it through. Caught up in ways I can't undo. We're so perfect on paper. Can't get you, I can't shake you. Got nothing left to
Here with Nathan D of DRG. Congratulations, Nathan D. It seems like you guys did your homework on Haven. What about Fracture? Because you've been floating it instead of banning it.
天空之匣其实是我们有练过好几次的，我觉得效果还不错。然后他们选了一张未知的图，我觉得他们应该会感到恐惧。
So for the Fracture Actives, we practiced several times before, so we are pretty confident with it. But for our opponents, I think Fracture is an unknown map for them that they should be afraid of.
All right, sounds good. Good luck. Welcome back. DRG win their first global map.
Unfortunately, against one of their brothers, XLG, today. But they look absolutely dominant on Haven. And like you were saying, Minnie and Billy, that this team is one of the best at this map so far in Swiss.
Yeah, I think that they looked phenomenal. They did everything that I asked from them, and it looked like they were extremely confident both on the map and on the server. I'm hoping that momentum carries them forward and they get a little bit of confidence under them now. They are good when the theory is good. When they're aggressive together, when they're trapping, when they're understanding when to play for the retakes, this team can do well.
I mean, look at Nick, what a great performance. 18 and 6 and 270 ACS, I believe that was. But yeah, you kind of touched on the retakes there, Minnie. I think that we saw this in the very early start of the rounds, considering they started on this half. And it was really nice, right? I think the way in which DRG were able to retake these sites a lot of the time was with intention. It looked very coordinated. Not only that, you had a lot of individuals stepping up in those moments as well, including Vikashu, who we'd said to keep an eye out on in this series.
I do think XLG made a mistake in some of these post plants, though. As many times they're in advantages. Even here, like pushing into Garage and as a protocol on their C side of the map, it just didn't look like it was coming together for XLG. I think that they clearly have structure and they think about these ideas, but some of them weren't landing at all. And the man on your screen here, Vukashu, he even won one of them by himself, looking very strong today, this man.
Yeah, this is the form we wanted to see from the B-God himself the other day. We were talking about it, and he didn't show up, but today he absolutely did. He looked a lot more comfortable, a lot more at ease, and definitely way more at home.
Yeah, and I'm hoping on Fracture he can do the similar kind of things. I think if they played the Haven a little bit like the Fracture in the sense that be strong side one side of the map, some of the trap setups, let Vukashu work the other side of the map, that can be very dangerous going into Fracture.
Definitely, and we do want to break that down. I'm also curious about what XLG is going to do to mental reset heading into map 2 with Coach Hoiva over with Genly.
Plan and good read on your opponents. It's just shots weren't really hitting for you guys. Would you say that was the case, and how can you fix that?
I wouldn't say that was the case. I think we started really well. We just had really bad post plans. That was the moment that turned up the game to the DRG's way. So now it's time to reset and be ready for the map 2.
Right, thank you so much. Best of luck.
Afford to be bad at. This is a map that is all about those retakes and post plants, so I want to see that fine-tuned. Hopefully the theory is a little bit better there from XLG. I think Coach Hoya is right. It was all about those post plants early on.
Yeah, that's exactly what you were saying just now, and now they're going to have to mental reset. This is something that we were discussing at the start of the show today, that this is something that XLG need to work on. We want to see a little bit more from Rarga as well. Now, going into Fracture, like Nathan was saying, he picked it because, you know, they haven't really shown any of it at all over in China, so there might be some surprises coming in, but we know VCT China like to adapt styles from other regions or perhaps from EDG, one of the top teams over there, so I'm wondering who they'll be adopting from today, if at all.
I don't know about adopting styles from other regions when I think about the duelists that they play, because they've been so Waylay and Neon pilled, so I'm curious to see if that continues on this map. No, in fact, they're going to go for the Waylay in Phoenix, which we've highlighted time and time again, Minnie, how important getting those Phoenix orbs to set yourself up for success with that ultimate is, especially on a map such as Fracture.
Yeah, DRG haven't been playing this map at all. It's the first time we're going to see it. It's going to be very surprising. I think that their composition can do the things that I want. They are going to be going in aggressively with the double duelist, Vukashu one side of the map potentially, with them going in, and then on defense, similar thing. XLG, they're pretty good at this map domestically, but I will say that I don't like some of the theory in China. I think that they don't do a lot of the push-outs on the defense that I like to see, and I think that that is the key thing I'm looking for in the defense. Are they going to be pushing out, or are they going to be bunkered up and just letting DRG bring the game to them?
Well, let's see if DRG close it out. I'm definitely all eyes on Vukashu. Primi has even said he's afraid of him, so let's see what he's going to bring onto the server. Over to our casters, Achilles and Paper Thin.
I mean, with a performance like that from map 1, can't really blame him. Vukashu certainly looking alive and well here today. XLG, and now the team on the back foot. They are the ones that need to find this win to push it to that third and final map of Split. Otherwise, we will be saying goodbye.
Yeah, and I really liked a lot of the Waylay stuff from Spirit Z1 as well. Doing a great job getting info, doing a lot of really smart things, but right around the corner there, XLG trying to hold the line.
Curveball not going to be connecting as a quick refract out. Meanwhile, though, Light continues to push forward, finds that kill. Raga, however, from tower will be able to find one, but that saturate does not connect. Vukashu's headshot dies. Trade's coming back in as Nick lurking forward in front of Jen. The tap of the plans, a rush out of the smoke, and Happyway going to be taken down. Nick gets the reset. He finds himself a second, and now it is all down to Lysor. Finds the first, looks for the seconds of damage going to be dealt, but he runs out of bullets, and Vukashu will be able to strike him down. 3 for 3 in pistols. DRG, they want this to end in a 2-0.
Again, it's that setup from Spirit Z1 to get that opening kill, and then Nick, the little reposition, the quick pivot on an OMEN. He has looked sharp today as well. DRG feeling it. The confidence is absolutely flowing. I agree. That was very, very good. The coordination for DRG here is so good. And again, you don't have any idea as XLG really what DRG is going to be bringing to the table. No buy-up to speak of at all for XLG, not even a bandit.
Yeah, can't try to go for it here. This defender's had a fracture. More often than not, you're going to get punished. A fairly empty B site. Quick rotation is going to be coming through from XLG. But the plant can come through.
They're just trying to thwart off any quick floods. Trailblazer does try to get some info. I just sees the edge of Vukashu. Oh no, wait, that was happening.
Silent ride of the rope, and Happyway going to be dead on arrival. Look at the try to get these picks, but Nick, doesn't matter what weapon he's got, it would seem the ghost in hand this time around. It's going to be good for another 2K. Swing out. Spitzy 1 will find Lysar. Flawless anti-eco for DRG to build up the economy.
They're just really, really steady right now.
Enemy down.
Hitting with the ghosts. Ooh. Even after the dink, able to get the aim settled in.
Let's go!
And you can hear how fired up they are. Still a little bit away from some of these early ults for DRG, though. XLG pivotal around here.
I mean, they haven't really been playing Orb Collection. They've just been running into the site so far and just killing everyone.
Exactly.
Rock at the same time, pushing forward towards Tree. Smoke is there, but looks like DRG want this to be a pacey hit into the A site this time around. There's a cage going to be popped. The camera's still going to be situated there in the tripwire. Not yet cleared out on the site. Meanwhile, that double approach on the south side continues to come through. XLG looking to try to have DRG corralled in a happy way. That is a big win to be found as Life will get taken down by Vukashu. Quickly trades it back.
They've got to break through Flexen. Spirit Z1 here.
Spirit Z1 pushing forward. Flexen, however, is going to be the one coming away with both of those eliminations, and suddenly it's 2 players left. No man's been spotted. Flexen just looking to try to swing out. Challenges with that Spectre, and he wins it. And that is a bonus conversion for DRG. A monstrous start to this map, and XLG once again reeling.
I don't mind at all what XLG tries to accomplish here in terms of, you know, getting those early aggressive flanks, trying to come from some different angles. They just can't win the battles. DRG is just better. It is coming down to shooting in some of these moments, whereas I thought on Haven it was a lot more of the macro ideas that DRG was excelling at. But here, that round right there, they knew exactly what they needed to do to DRG. Hold the line at A main. and you have that round pretty well established because you have Vukashu still up at drop. You have that extra angle. If you can keep a third, that's just nigh unbeatable. So it's going to be Sheriffs for XLG in this one, playing it pretty close to the vest. And DRG is curious about if there's going to be another push out, and they're going to be very aware that, you know, this could be a round absolutely where XLG just tries to group up and get aggro.
Raga out pretty wide here, but that second peek is a little bit delayed, so Vukashu's still able to come away with that kill, but now that he gets taken down, Flash is going to confirm that there's no presence out on this attacker spawn side. Weapon can be collected, so Leo able to get a Vandal. Love to pass that over to a teammate though, but for now we'll just be taking that rope across the north side. Hammer Flash blinded out, the double dive forward, the spot out, and quite a bit of damage there on the Happy Way, but he's still able to find light. Critical headshot, cannot find the follow-up quite just yet. Backpedal into the Nightfall Send, but it's going to be Nick now eliminated. No man finds Spirit C1. Flex in, cannot line it up. Happy Way with the crouch, dodges the shots, and it's a Mastercard thrifty for XLG to get their first round win here on Fracture.
So this round to me kind of comes down to the fact that Vukashu is feeling it, and I get it, and he tries to go double down on that second kill. He sticks around just a little bit too long, and that opens up so much map space, because then immediately WS Leo able to use his util to understand that there's no one in spawn. He can start leading that side of the map. They throw the Tejo drone over towards drop, towards radar. They know that's clear. They can immediately swing over, and they hold the line really, really nicely on site. So that right there, very good round from XLG in terms of using their util to get information and making plays off the back of it.
If they can spring back into the map from around like that, they're going to be right as rain, but still plenty of work to be done and plenty of economy to try to chew through from DRG. Should be able to piece together a majority of a buy if they should drop this one.
I'd like to see them try to funnel an orb here into Life's hands to get that run it back going, but they were thwarted at the initial target over towards A main, so now they're just grouping up and kind of considering how they want to do this. XLG get confirmation there's still presence.
Flash out, Raga. Never try to take this fight. Pop Flash going to be sent through, and he's going to be good for one, but Vukashu just counter swinging in. Strikes him down, makes it a 1-for-1, so run it back going to be gained in death. As WS Leo trying to maintain control of this position. Once again, he's eaten quite a bit of damage at the start, but it looks like DRG still wanting to try to end this at A. No consideration of a rotation towards B.
Just want to fight.
Gun here. Where is it? 30 seconds
Well,
left.
that's going to be sent. Pop Flash attempt there. WS Leo just trying to make a play, but it's going to be no man. Top of rope, the top of rafter. Comes away with two. Spotted on the gun barrel. He's able to backpedal fast enough. Now, how are you really meant to try to get this spike in play? Nick will just be given the opportunity to drift his way forward onto the site. And Vukashu dialed in the angle. Finds the opening kill. Happy Way eliminated. Now a 2v2. The peek in. And he's got to get it all done. Armageddon forces him forward behind the box. 3 bullets remaining. Toggles the camera for a brief little second. Now he's only got 1 shot. Gets out around the corner, and no man. He locks in a 4K to get XLG their second round.
Yeah, this is a huge round for him. Able to lock that door down as the Tejo gives his cry when he gets those multi-kills. The 4K this time, beautifully played. Using that util really nicely on the door open. Vukashu almost comes through with the heroics, but just gets put in a really awkward position because of the Armageddon. Really nicely fought out there by No Man. I think DRG there. Work that crowd, my man. DRG there just got tunneled on that Cypher ult. It just felt like they really wanted to make sure that they could get that in play. I think it would have been better if they maybe left one player there at A main, threw a bit of a fake and rotated back the other direction, but just really wanted to use the neural theft. This time, flash around the corner, nobody home. They're on a weaker buy. Couple rifles there for Vukashu and Flexen.
Oh, that's quite a bit of damage. No Sky this time around.
Yeah, no one can heal that one.
Stealth drone not going to see anything around halls. Curious if this means XLG will send another player back towards B, and it looks like that's exactly what they want to do.
Yeah, this is
I've got
good
your
patience
trail.
and good timing. Flexen watching the backside here, but the Seekers give away the script.
Yeah, great timing on this one. Cage pop door open. Seekers will just get cleared out. Still continuing to leave 2 players on that side, but now the rotation's starting to come in. Clear of that tripwire, the drift out. Light will lose his ultimate. Pikachu's able to find no man. Leo, however, trying to set up for that flash. It takes him too long, and Flexen is able to collect 1, but will get flushed out of the smoke. Just
I know
Pikachu
exactly.
now.
Last players
No
down.
depth will have to be invested into this one, and Life's position completely and utterly given away. Tried to escape up the top of the rope, and he cannot, and XLG suddenly have marched their way back into this map, tying it up 3-3.
Yeah, this is just really solid defensive stuff from XLG. Playing their positions, for the most part, quite nicely. Love the patience there from Leo. Let the weakened Waylay go up and over the top. You got to worry about the follow-up players. Not much that Spirit Z can do one above you anyway. And everybody just kind of doing their job. So, timeout for DRG. First one here of the match. The Coinbase win condition. I mean, I think I'd like to see them just work the map a little bit more. It's getting a little bit too predictable, and they had a good idea there. They had a moment where they waited the drone out from the Tejo, and then they were trying to push forward, but because there was that extra layer there with the Seekers from WS Leo, that really kind of just nullified any advantage they had in the information game, and then they just tried to force the issue. And I'd really like to see them spread the map a little bit more here. Plus, you have a couple ults you could really talk about coming into this next round. You're going to have the Convergent Pass. You're going to have the Orbital Strike. 2 really big pieces of the puzzle on this attacker side.
Yeah, not only that, but wanting to maybe just, yeah, like you said, play the map, rotate around, try to play that orb collection game, get life, these ults cycled up as quickly as you possibly can. We just saw the one committed in that last round. It didn't end up leading to much of anything. Needs to be able to find that impact there alongside Spirit Z1. For now, though, it is going to be Pikachu leading the charge once again for the team. Saw the stat card there during the timeout break. Shows you how rough that opening performance was, but here today, Pikachu, he is showing up. Can they separate themselves from XLG once again, or will XLG be able to gain the lead?
Watch your eyes.
Some pressure going to be applied here. The flash going to be connected, the orbital strike going to be called in, but that clutch from the north side is a bit delayed. Salvo's going to be tempted. He's just trying to stick around and hold his own. Will only be good for the 1 kill. Thought for sure he would have just taken the exit down the rope. At the same time, though, here in the underpass, WS Leo has the jump on Flexen, who almost certainly felt like he was going to be favored 10 times out of 10 in that position. It's not committed to Pikachu. Pushing forward is only going to be good for the 1 Happyway. Cleans it up. A 2v3 in this post plant now. Both players situated on the site. Double dash forward into the refract. Out of the open is Happyway! And Spirit Z1. He has them lined up. And he may have just rescued this round. The saturate dodge. The headshot connecting. It's Rarga. Into the 1v1, but the time is going to be gone. The swing out, he will have the spray down, but there's just nothing more to be done. He has to accept his fate. The spike will go off, and DRG will regain the lead by 1.
Oh, that's a heartbreaker for XLG. I think they played this really nicely, but again, the individual moments for DRG are shining. The fact that Life gets one in that position, really, really massive, but then you're able to clear Flexen out. A good understanding of where he's gonna wanna go, where he's gonna wanna position himself with that orbital strike, deal with it early. Saw a little bit on Haven where towards the end of it, they were able to clear out a WS Leo at his Hunter's Fury because they overstacked the flank angle. Well, we'll see. But anyway, DRG's players bailed him out. That's all there is to that round. They just had some huge clutch shots.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a big one to come away with. As we do have a quick little tech pause here. We'll just get everything taken care of. Obviously, time was gone. No way to really try to get that defuse going. But this has to be a bit of a mental reset, I think, as well here for XLG. You're starting to run it back. You have a round like that get away from you. You know what you're capable of. This is your map pick. You played the closer series between the 2 teams in their opening series here at Masters London. You need to be able to just get that reset through, get focused back up, and get into the game because you know what you're capable of. You typically, when you're playing against each other regionally, come out on top of this matchup.
I agree. And I mean, I think this is a good opportunity to, you know, strut your stuff as OMEN, as the leader of this team, to really just say, hey guys, we're still in this. We made good big picture plays. Let's tighten up the individual stuff a little bit, and we can get into this and get back into this no problem.
Well, not too bad. We got through that one pretty quickly. Now we can get back into the action. As XLG, it's going to be a very mixed bag buy. They try to make the final assessment, see what they want to land on. Just a Bandit for WS Leo, as well as No Man rifles across the rest of the team. It's a triple dish approach from DRG. Look at that, crunch their way forward into this A site, but for now, no contact to be found. Looking for that sees Molly. Frack is ready, so just trying to scale forward, get a catch here. Here's Raga, but nothing to be found quite just yet. Some poke and prod, the saturate gonna be chucked in. Life looking for the reset to try to take down Raga on the other side, but he just cannot quite clean that up. But Flexen is now looking his way forward over to Sands. Takes out Lagsword, swings the corner, and No Man, the timing is just so very tragic. Tries to go for the util. And in the end, what looked like it was going to be a very scrappy round ends up being pretty damn clean for DRG.
Yeah, like the call for the timeout here to kind of spread the map a little bit, set up for that A crunch. Really nice job buying a little bit of time over at A main there. Life almost had to, almost just ended the round by himself effectively. Raga finally able to get the aim under control. Nick continues to just be sharp. Whenever you see him, he's just clicking heads. But again, it's the fact that they get through Dish relatively free, and they just swarm through and get the flanks. Yeah, it's tough.
The frustration continuing to billow, and that means that it's going to be a timeout call now for XLG. So one apiece burnt so far on Fracture. Getting ready to go back into another buy round. We'll take a look at the Coinbase win condition, but just not quite there in a lot of key factors. It's going to be a lot of half armors and no ultimates behind this one unless Raga can get that early orb.
Yeah, I mean, I think here as XLG, you're probably talking about some of the ideas we saw when they were able to get those successful crunches early, kind of disrupt DRG before they can get really settled in, get into those executes. That's the kind of big picture stuff I'd like to see, because even though they're sort of in the right place at the right time, you have to give up a lot of space over at Dish there, and then you're left where you're taking fights and it's even-ish, but that's not gonna really do you well when a couple other players are on the other side of the map because of a type of default you're running. Now DRG just gonna swing right over to the other side. Gonna move Happyway and his util over to the front of A. Getting a little bit more proactive, our XLG.
Double Prowler immediately gonna be used. Doesn't allow them to scale. The season's not in deep enough either, so Flexi just swings that corner and he's just absolutely dead. Raga able to find a second as Nick is gonna be taken down. Life now trying to pile forward with that ult in play, but XLG are just shutting them down at every twist and turn. Life on the exit, and now the last one standing. XLG with the chance to make this flawless which will help them build up that economy.
No doubt about it. Great hold there by Raga. Talking about another one of those players who we wanted to see have a glow up on the international stage. That one very clean. Would have to be the 1v5 miracle from Life. And there's the Cypher util on his way in, so should be pretty challenging just to even get one. Maybe get the plant through. It's not guaranteed.
Here's that camera toggle. Well, these players getting closer and closer to Dish. He's losing his window of opportunity. Trying to even get the spike in play. But yeah, we'll swing the corner. It's going to be a flawless from XLG. After all, it's Happyway. Instantly has the shot, and XLG trying to fight their way right back into this map, just trailing by one now.
But I like a lot of the things that XLG's doing early in that round, sending out fact-finding missions around the map and able to win the contact fight. You know, after a lot of that util gets wasted by Nick, quite frankly, he's just not really able to find much off the back of it. The double Prowler there, a little bit questionable, and like you said, sees misses, so teeing up Rarga nicely, who's now matched Bukashu in the kill department. The two superstars for their teams hitting heavy when they need to. And a couple sheriffs, just a guardian for Spirit Z1. Bukashu with the rifle. They're gonna try for just a 4-1 split, but
really fast rotation though from XLG. Camera cleared out, doesn't get the dart. No, it does actually get the dart through. Spirit Z1 having the drop down. Removes that. Trailblazer checking around Sands. Will be able to spot the two players out. Bukashu, that lone vandal in hand, arriving. Hits that drop. Nick is able to find one, but the trade up is there. XLG looking good as life, and Spirit Z1 both get eliminated. Now Nick is dead as well. The spike on the floor. Bukashu having to do an immense amount of work if they want to get back into this round.
Got the spike.
Weapon and the spike both do get recovered, and it looks like they're going to try to maybe re-clear back towards halls, or even maybe suddenly drift their way out of here. Or do they fight in the sands? This should be them dead. Open the door though, and never mind. They pick one apiece, they find their targets, and now the neural theft is invested to get themselves into a 2v2. The door opened up, 30 seconds remaining in this round.
30 seconds left.
No more. Bolts to try to work with here. Some shots fired out in Lysor, tagged to 65.
Weapon here.
They now have to be committed to this position. They just stack up, setting up that high-low. Trying to make this nigh impossible for Flexin to break. The trip cleared, swings in, and he cannot find a single kill. XLG tie it up at 5-5.
still there was hope here for DRG. The surprise maneuver through the doors does catch XLG a bit off guard, but then DRG has the neural theft. They know where the players are, and they just try to go and fight them. And they're making noise over there, so XLG can rotate into position to cut them off.
Here.
Just some head scratchers.
Here.
You're almost able to break through as DRG. Some opportunities.
Oh, Rarga. Fearlessly pushing forward that outlaw. A little bit of spam out, but let's go ahead and listen to the DRG.
We go. 马上回来，可以的。好。一来开 break， 被中。Yeah break。开飞机吗？提吗？你一大是可能有趣的。能提吗？他开大了，兄弟们。可以，我可以丢一眼，我可以丢打飞时行吗？来，发 C， go， 转光。压出来了。
Spike down, attacker spawn.
有没有？我继续，没事，挖起。可以来吗，兄弟们 ？OK。
Nick lit up, but it seems like DRG still scratching their heads trying to figure out where they can take this spike. The rotations from XLG have been on point. The Z1, the double entry forward, got the spot out here under this player, but Lysor still able to win out that fight. The orbital strike is going to be committed into this round as DRG frantically wants to try to rescue it. Baseball set up life, drifting further forward, up through the smokes, but hasn't been able to spot out a single player. But as he tucks back in, no man is there. Has the kill, now the neural depth reveal going to be going through. Bukashu runs out of bullets, and Flexin runs out of life. XLG back into the lead with the potential to make this a 7-5 half.
They're doing such a nice job. Getting aggressive early with the outlaw. Really nice thought out stuff, because then they have them corralled on the other side of the map, and it gets a little odd with some of the smokes and some other things, but you're in the right positions, you're able to execute, you're able to capitalize. That's exactly the kind of game planning you want to see from XLG, who's really showing they have much better macro ideas on this defender side of Fracture than they did on Haven. Nick does have his ult, no man has an Armageddon. Not going to be too close. Maybe Spirit Z1 gets into his. Lysor as well, one away from an orbital strike. So a lot of things that can swing one way or another based off a kill.
Soundtrack towards tower. Happyway, however, just playing forward on the side, is still able to find life. Spirit Z1 just frantically bouncing in the corner. Will eventually get taken down as Bukashu warms up. Clears out Lysor as well.
Planted the spike.
A 3v3 now into the post plane. All bolts exhausted. Double approach from tree side. Trailblazer as well as that stealth drone trying to spot out anything that they could possibly get. Molly at the ready. Flex could absolutely slip this approach to pop flash. Ensures that there's no one forward into the smoke. Nick able to find the one, but Rarga then takes him down. Molly invested. The swing of the corner, and Flexi just having to back away as Bukashu is trying to get himself in the tower. knock themselves out. They're getting double face forward into this one, and Bukachu eventually able to win this to take it into the 1v1. The swing in the corner. VALORANT stays crouched, gets that kill, and XLG, they rescue this half. So they move up 7-5.
Yeah, really impressed overall with how they're able to pilot this composition, use a lot of that information that they're able to gather. With the entry for Spirit Z1, but Isor takes him down while he's jumping around trying to change guns. Check the back corner there. Kind of an odd moment there where it felt like DRG was a bit mixed up on what they wanted to do in the heat of the moment at the end of that round. I think if they be a little bit more patient, flank out to the other side.
Yeah, feels like they should have split.
Yep.
So certainly some issues there, but as we go to the halftime break, let's go ahead and hear from Nick in our HyperX player moment.
跟小蜜蜂打，我觉得感受到一些的压力吧，但我觉得总体来讲，并没有差别到非常多吧。我觉得主要还是差在一些个人临场上面的一个经验的感觉。我觉得最重要的就是我们太弱了这场，对，就是感觉有点放不开，因为毕竟我们训练了那么久，努力那么久，终究是为了一场世界赛嘛。所以我认为在世界上能够完美的展现自己，是一件非常非常重要的一件事情。
As a signal to just stand and wait, but now an ult to the zone. Info there. Spirit Z1! A triple kill in this round. That double might just have given them another round. Sayonara again to try to clutch back, but the flash.
我觉得对，不只是我自己吧，我觉得对每一个人都挺重要的。我觉得可能多少会有一点吧，但我认为其实这几天的训练的状况来讲，我认为我们其实整体实力是有的，但 该如何去发挥出来，我觉得得看我们选手自己吧。我知道伦敦大赛就是有不少国内的粉丝，就是非常多，我在台上都能听到台下的人在呐喊，然后我也挺感谢他们能够远道来这边支持我们吧。希望我们的下一场能够达到预期，然后不辜负他们的期待。
Into the second half we go. DRG starting off this map incredibly strong. Had that bonus conversion. But in the end, it's XLG out in front. This is their map pick. This is their comfort by comparison. But now they need to close this out. All of the pistols have gone the way of DRG.
You feel like, as XLG, you put yourself in prime position, able to bounce back after that bonus, able to come through with a positive defender's side on Fracture. No easy feat for any team, no matter who you're going up against. Well, this is a real opportunity to send this to split, which of course would be wonderful. Always great games you feel like on there.
Flex and Bukachu both playing forward into the smoke. The push coming through, and yes, says I can't move forward anymore. Pulled the trigger, and he's able to find that kill. Bukachu gets the other now. It's just a little bit of trading places.
Wait a moment.
But a player advantage is all of DRG. And that's on the south side of the B site. Consideration given for push through that underpass. They will just drift their way forward, and that does have no man isolated. Curveball going to be sent in. They're able to find the kill. The defuse now tapped. Raga able to find one, but it's immediately dealt with. Bukachu clean with that shot. Leo on the follow-up, able to find one, but now needs to try to separate these kills, and he cannot. Perfect in the pistols. DRG, they take another, and they are one round away from tying it up.
Yeah, they're really ahead of the curve on these pistol rounds. Able to tuck a couple players into a smoke and catch XLG completely off guard. Flexin gets the kill onto Happyway, then Bukachu going to work. A great flash there, no man, all on his own. XLG expecting more players to be coming from the arcade side of the map, so they sent their 2 of the 3 up in that direction. Turns out that it was just DRG coming from tree. Now Bukachu gonna grab an outlaw, maybe? Yes.
This is one of those moments where I feel like you could see the force here. XLG just opting to stick with full classics. They want to try to go for a hasty hit towards A, but look at where all of DRG are at. 4 players, just Bukachu operating alone at the moment. It's volley forward, and Lysor is nearly burnt to a crisp. Heal swiftly will come through from WS Leo. He's sparing their blushes there. They still need to try to fight their way forward against these 4 players from DRG, and Life is able to strike first. Life, so we're going to be taking down Raga on the dive in. He's able to find a second, but Heavyweight gets traded. Back out. Lukashu on arrival has the outlaw in hand, and he dispatches them. So 2 casualties suffered, but DRG, they win out the anti-eco, and they tie it up 7-7.
They're just mirroring XLG the whole way here. Got the great crossfire set up. Oh, Life. That looked like a juicy setup to get a multi-kill. Couldn't quite come through, and Mr. Reliable gonna hold the line there with the Outlaw. Get 2 big ones. They are able to keep over 2 of those Bulldogs plus the Outlaw. All full shields though for XLG, as they did not buy up into that round at all, just classics. So they knew the score, they knew the situation. And DRG wants to start taking a little bit of space. They're getting pretty aggro.
Just relying on Precaution to be able to hit these shots.
Yeah.
Peek into B. He needs to be headshots if he wants to take them down, otherwise he needs that 2-tap. Same time though, curveball into the haunt, the swing out from this whole side, and that is going to be DRG delivering themselves on a silver platter. 2 players getting a kill apiece. Flexen will be able to pursue deep enough to find a kill on Naraga. Precaution quickly arriving on the scene to try to shut this down, but no damage dealt. Stealth drone able to get the spot out. He's been revealed. He turns back, able to find Happyway. I'm gonna have to see that one in the replay for sure. But this is still an arduous task to try to get this bonus converted. Seven rounds remaining in this Outlaw. Consideration on the molly, but Flexen pushing forward, finally able to get the spot on Lysor. He does connect with that shot, so we'll force an armor rebuy, but no bonus conversion to be found this time around. XLG holding their own. They get that lead back by 1.
I mean, I think the encouraging thing here for DRG is that they are being aggressive in the early parts of the round now. The timing just a little bit off. I don't, sure, why not? He's lucky he didn't die. I mean, the tracers, I suppose, but still incredible. He has incredible game sense, but you know, XLG just being patient. They're waiting for that push out. They're anticipating it, and DRG just kind of kept shift Wing the whole way through. This time, XLG, big crunch setup, top to bottom.
Only 2 players home.
Launching smoke.
Trailblazer to lead the way. Stim Beacon going to be chucked out as well. Raga ready to go for the dive in. Where's the off to go? Well, it's just going to be the ping reveal. Flexen able to find himself a bullet between the eyes. Precaution will be able to take down the enemy Sky. So 4v4 with the double dash forward. Raga trying to take that space, but Nick pushing forward to top gen. He's able to find that one kill. Precaution still fighting, but his back is turned as he strafes out onto the site in Happyway. He takes that every single day of the week. Now Spirit Z1. Trying to the 1v2 clutch, and the neural theft is going to be invested. Saturate to the side as he gets revealed. He's trying to isolate it, swings forward, but he doesn't find the opening kill. Happyway gets the eliminations, gets the 3K, and XLG get up to 9.
The more I see of this comp from XLG, the more I really do like it. You know, a lot of teams kind of raise their eyebrows at the China region wanting to play the Sky, but it gives you so much information on the map, and having the Taeho drone there too, it really does kind of make it easy for XLG to kind of pick the sites apart one by one. Now, Vukachu is still Vukachu. He's doing stuff there. He's up to 21 kills. He's giving you a shout into this round as DRG, but it's the ability of XLG to just slowly but surely on these executes, identify a player, take them out, find the other, take them out. You know, if there's a weird lurk somewhere, they're able to react to it pretty quickly. The comms seem a little bit cleaner, a little bit clearer. So DRG wants to take their final time out of the map and try to see if they can get into this and rectify it. It is not going to be easy. XLG so far has been pretty clean, pretty clinical, and it hasn't required too much in terms of spreading the map or running some weird stuff. They just come through there with a simple crunch, and now you're on a weird buy.
Pretty standard one, I think, for DRG. It's just the same with Vukachu having a Vandal. There's two ultimates on the other side that you have to be worried about the convergent paths and the orbital strike. If you try to go for a pacey hit through halls, through arcade, wherever it may be, if you get hit by the convergent paths, an orbital strike is going to burn you to a crisp.
That goes there.
See if DRG are going to be able to successfully avoid those or bait those ultimates out. As looks like Flexim just going to be going for a stinger alongside the Vandal of Fukashu. Otherwise, it's Sheriff's abound for DRG.
Man, I think they want this orb. Try to get it into life to get a run it back going, perhaps. Or they're just looking for a surprise. Trying to welcome XLG, who's been pushing that B site. You know, maybe expecting them to double down. But instead, XLG is just looking for that early aggression again, being patient, just like we saw in the anti-bonus.
And they're fully anticipating a south side crunch. Trailblazer, though, leaning forward into halls, clears the way. And that will have XLG now starting to scale towards that site. Just Nick nearby with the Sheriff. Stealth drone will be sent out. Sky Smokes, all three going to be committed. Not worried about that disposition. Nick just has to back away. Meanwhile, the three players will start working their way towards that attacker spawn. But Happyway gives it a consideration. He checks back. Just behind this tripwire. Widely will be able to keep these players contained. So Spike now in play. DRG. How do they remotely try to get themselves back into this one? Life is trying to find the catch. We'll be able to find one, but Lysor refills that space, takes down two. The Vandal now lost. And it's just Nick and Flex that trying to see if they can get any sort of damage through. At this around here, it feels hopeless for DRG. No real way. They're trying to fight their way back into this one. Nick will just get flanked. Roger will take him down, and XLG will get themselves up to double digits. 3 more rounds to go to push us to a map 3.
Part of the problem that DRG is facing here is they do have to try to take contact fights at some point in time because they don't have that extra layer of information gathering because they've opted for the double duelist. And if you're not given those opportunities, if XLG just kind of flips a coin and guesses correctly on which side of the map to go to that you're not, then when you're trying to make those push-outs like that, then you're going to have a tough time, especially with just the ecos in hand.
And now Fukashu has to go for Glass Cannon Guardian. Given that force in the previous round. Just critical disadvantages that can absolutely unfurl this for DRG.
There's no ability to confirm that Prowler here for DRG. They threw one through, they spam a little bit, and XLG just cuts sound.
Cage triggered.
Stone's made its way forward. Fukashu just tucking into the smoke. Trying to fish for anything that he can get, but it's going to be forced away by a salvo. Meanwhile, Raga diving up the top of sight. Convergent paths at the ready. Given a consideration, but we'll just table that for now. With the plan, the Seekers now available. Considering that Trailblazer first and foremost, but can just stay put for now. Run it back. Gonna be sent. Didn't beacon down. Curveball out through the cage, but the stun is in. Life held it at bay in a happy way. Snaps him back. Flex in. Gonna be tagged up. Refract gonna be taken away. Will exit there. Over towards safety. As Happyway tries to hold the door. Nick will be able to find the one. No man with a kill. And Raga joining in as well. Just locks them out. Holds them in this spot. As Fukashu upgrades his way to a Vandal, but the time has just gotten away. There's no hope for this round. XLG will advance up to an 11th round win, 2 away from sending us to split.
And there's no money. No money at all for DRG going into the next one. And again, it's just so hard for DRG here because they're not able to confirm anything off that early Prowler. They have to just kind of guess that maybe that was a little bit of a fake, a little bit of a ruse. Instead, again, XLG just slowly marching their way forward the rest of the way through. And then DRG just tries to brute force their way into the door to clear main, and XLG just holds the line. They've got the angles, they've got the crossfires.
They've got the ultimates as well. Didn't have to use that Seeker, didn't have to use the orbital strike. It's just Raga's invested. So 4 Sheriffs and a Stinger to try to get back into this, deny that map point away from XLG. A little bit of juking there with a Trailblazer. Gets the spot out just on the one.
Yeah, I like this though from XLG. You see the Phoenix, and a lot of the times it's been the double duelists paired together here for DRG, so go the other way. Quick rotations though.
Seekers coming in. Up and over the molly goes Raga. Dodging out that damage. The real reveal is there, but it has a refract at the safety, so Flexen is unable to capitalize off that one. Meanwhile, No Man and Lysor are able to find 2 kills as Vakashu and Light both get taken down. Just dead on the site, dead at Arcade.
Love to see him make a pivot here.
They slowed the approach, but XLG still going to be feeling so very favored here. They'll continue to rescale forward. Orbital Strike going to be coming in. Top of the rope there from Spirit Z1, and now he will fall. The cleanup is going to be swift and just. XLG. From a catastrophic start on this map to now map point. DRG need 5 in a row if they want to see overtime, if they want any hope of closing this at a 2-0.
Lysor saw one bullet tracer and immediately deleted somebody. Incredible. But yeah, again, the patience on display. There it is right there. It's Vakashu, nonetheless.
Good target to find.
That is the best target to find. I mean, he's got almost double the kills of Nick, who's second on the board for DRG here. Operator for life.
This needs to hit, and it does not. Raga just swings out, takes the fight, and absolutely knocks him out of the park. Convergent pass now going to be sent to a desperate bid. Refract out to safety. Saturate going to be lobbed in, and there's that orbital strike. There's that wombo combo as Flexen will be able to find 2. Heavyweight gets himself an elimination, finds the second as well, brings us back into the 2v2. Flexen unable to confirm the kill until just then. Andreas Leo does fall. Heavyweight take his weapon of choice. Now we'll just backpedal. Let's try to fake the footsteps. It does opt to rescale. Does he commit the neural theft? To try to clutch this out, to try to bring this map to an end right here, right now.
Where is everyone hiding?
Sends it. And it's a bit of a high-low setup. Takes the fight, but Vakashu will win it. DRG not done yet. 4 more rounds to go with the operator carried forward.
Still, it took a lot. It felt labored for DRG, but you do get that wombo combo to go. I mean, convergent paths hits basically everybody on XLG. And then the orbital strike, yep. Nothing you can do but sit there and watch it. Knock it out of the park. Happy way. You know, normally I'd say, just hold on to the neural theft, but these players today just seem to want to make the big ones. They want to go for it. Seen it with Vakashu too.
Yeah. Being a winch. 1 touch away from having another online. Operator gets shifted over. Trying to watch that door's position, but Sky Smoke is there. Obfuscating for now. It looks like XLG. This is a poke and prod for them. They will look to explore elsewhere.
Yeah, they're getting curious about where the duelists are for DRG. Where Vakashu is, of course, generally going to be on B, so you're pretty well aware of that, but they've been able to still do a good job of nullifying that Cypher, using, again, this extra layer of drones. Happy way. He's got some reinforcements.
Making a lot of noise in this push. Spirit Z1 backing away from the angle now. It's going to be Nick playing forward and clean taps as he takes down 3. Monstrous with the Guardian. And that should be more than enough for DRG to continue to run this back.
30
have to be a
seconds
2v5 as flash attempt going to be sent. Spirit Z1 dashing his way through the doors of Curveball now to try to slow up this approach. And XLG are completely boxed in and locked out of this site.
1 enemy remaining.
Vakashu arrives on the south side, finds Raga, nothing to be carried over. Still a good amount of money for XLG. They will have another buy, but for DRG, that is a flawless. That's a confidence builder if you're Nick.
Oh, man. Disgusting. Taps. Oh, the follow-up after getting Happy Way, and then the wall bangs to finish what he started. I mean, XLG in a pretty nice position. They read the play, but beat to the punch. 3 more, my friend.
Unfortunately, I mean, Nick, given consideration of that Nightfall, did not opt to send it out. Does have that alongside the Neural Theft. Ready to go. Face board and oh god, flexing. Able to find Rarga. That one ended up looking a little bit lucky. Flash out, Life kind of catching a bit of that one now. Mukashu's going to be struck down. Lightsword's able to find a kill there. The Armageddon immediately gets called in. XLG, they find their window of opportunity. They think they can end this right here, right now. And Life, he will get taken down as Happy Way just swoops forward and immediately destroys 2 players. Swing in the corner, Lightsword finds Flexin, and now it is all on Nick. Gets the first the Nightfall across, able to connect onto just the 1 player. Double tuck into the corner, the heels coming through, making sure that Lysor's top back up. And this just looks nigh impossible.
Spike planted.
Tripwire as well in his face. Leo on the swing, gives him a freebie.
Bring them down.
And could that cost him everything? Clears the trip, the scale forward from Happy Way. The 1-2 face, and he cannot separate him. A massive round for Happy Way, coming alive alongside XLG. They will push us the distance.
Yeah, a really nice bounce back here for XLG. Really like a lot of the ideas in theory behind all of this dronage and information gathering that you have.
A map 3 to settle it all. One of these teams is going home. One of them is sticking around at Masters London. We'll find out who that is after the break.
Podcast of the great point. Send your podcast to the great point. Hey, put you in your place, look. Leave your thoughts on the floor like Facebook. Yeah, got them from great boy. Send your podcast to the great point. Hey, put you in your place, look. Leave your thoughts on the floor like Facebook. Yeah. Send your podcast to the great boy. Send your podcast to the great boy. Send your podcast to the great boy. Send your podcast to the great. Send your podcast to the great boy. Hey, put you in your place, look. Leave your thoughts on the floor like Facebook. Yo, got that from great boy. Send your podcast to the great boy. Hey, put you in your place, look. Leave your thoughts on the floor like Facebook. Yo, got that from great boy. Send your podcast to the great boy. Great boy, 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 Send your podcast to the great boy. Send your podcast to the great boy. Send your podcast to the great boy. Send your podcast to the great. podcast of the great boy. Send your podcast of the great boy.
Welcome back to Masters London. We have the regional matchup between the two Chinese teams, and of course, it's gonna go the distance. XLG bring it back on Fracture. We had a lot of question marks going into this map. We haven't really seen these two teams play it, and it was a little close in the beginning, but XLG ended up pulling through.
Yeah, I liked a lot of what XLG were doing in this map. They got that kind of structure to their team that some of the other teams don't, and I think that it looked really good. I think that they were doing a lot of the push-outs that I wanted on the defense, and on the attack side, it was a lot about waiting for anything that DRG will throw at them. They weren't sure what DRG might bring to this map, and so it was a lot of just a little bit of waiting and then exploding afterwards. It was a very nice map from XLG.
Yeah, it felt like a more disciplined approach from XLG coming into this one, and happy to see the mascot as well joining the fans in the crowd is really, really nice to see now that we have this regional matchup. But yeah, definitely a great turnaround for XLG to be able to keep themselves in this competition.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a lot more exciting. We wanted to see a better performance from both teams, and so far, so good. We got it on both maps, and we didn't have time to break down the agent composition. You guys had a lot of remarks about that. What do you make of it?
Agent comp-wise, I think the XLG playing the Teo in the sky, it was noted on the desk a little bit weird, because usually you'd expect the double duelist. But the thing that is quite nice about their composition is that because you have the two drones, and there's 4 quadrants on the map, you can always clear them out with those drones, re-clear for information, and it set up Raga really well on the Whaler. If you've got sky flashes coming in to know where enemies might be or might not be, you've got the Teo drone as well, it made Raga's life a lot easier.
Yeah, for sure. I think Hathaway as well, firing on all cylinders here today, and it's just been really nice to see them come out and have an improvement. I think Raga as well, someone that you've just touched on there, Minnie. You mentioned pushing out on the extremities. A lot of the time doing this with snipers as well and having those initiators to help set him up. But honestly, I think considering we came into this matchup talking about his regional performance versus his global performance, it's nice to see him have a better map and actually excel in some of the clutch moments as well.
Yeah, looking so confident. He's just standing really tall in those moments. Like he's getting the first shot off and then staying for the second. That is the Raga that we've not been seeing at the global event. It's nice to see him ramping up and hopefully brings this up onto the third.
Yeah, he's probably remembering like, wait a second, this is different than a normal global matchup. This is still regional. So
similar.
Again, very happy to see him back in form on this map, and I hope he can continue that moving forward because we want to see Raga thrive in this environment. We know how talented he is. HyperX Wendler was remarking on it earlier. This guy is something to be feared over back in the region. Now, let's take a look at the HyperX reflex moments that we have here. XLG have a fine time of mowing down the other side.
What I really liked about XLG here was I mentioned that disciplined approach, and what I meant by that was just holding and waiting for these pushes out from DRG. We mentioned how on this map in particular, those extremities are an area of the map that you really want to be able to take control of. Maybe a little bit of too much aggression from DRG, getting a little bit, you know, wanting to see what's behind that and try and bait out that Cypher chip, but XLG doing really well to be able to contain that.
Well, I like the combination they tried, DRG there, the flash and the reveal at the same time. I think G2 called that the photograph combo. I think it was a nice idea, but didn't work. And I do wonder that later into the half, DRG weren't rotating by pushing out. They were usually going through spawn, and maybe XLG holding some of those pushes early on might have set the tone for them.
Well, at least you got what you wanted there from one side. DRG taken a little back, but I think that's exactly what was happening going to Fracture. So it was really fun, especially for those of you who have been following VCT China. You got something a little bit new. Now, we are going to go into the final map today. How are you guys feeling in terms of your predictions for XLG? Is it renewed?
Yeah, I had Haven going DRG's way, and I still thought it was going to be XLG winning 2-1. DRG are still shooting. They're still in the server. I think that their Fracture theory, obviously, this is a map they ban a lot, so I'm not surprised by this result. I think Split is going to be a lot closer, but I still would favor XLG going to the third.
Yeah, I don't want to disappoint the DRG fans too much, but they are yet to win this map in their own region. So if they were to do it on the global stage here, I think it would be quite a statement, especially when consider them trying to make that playoffs run as well, of course. I think something as well that DRG are maybe a little bit annoyed about in that last map when we consider things is the fact that they've been flawless on all of the pistols so far this series. They've yet to drop one. So I guess the main thing for them is, can they get off to a good start by winning out that first pistol, which they've been able to do so flawlessly so far today?
Yeah, I think going on to Split, the interesting thing for me is what are DRG going to play? They've been trying a few different compositions, and one of them is having Vukashu on the Vice. And that is an agent I've liked quite a lot,
Yes.
but it's like, it's Vukashu. He's known for the Cypher, so I'm not sure how to feel about that. I do like some of the setups he's running, but the Cypher seems to be more of that comfort. So I'm interested to see what they decide on that in the end.
Well, we were talking about Rarga's confidence coming in. It's looking a lot better, but now that we are on map 3, this is an elimination match. One of these teams will be going home after this final map of Split. So what happens now with Vukashu looking a lot more confident today? Rarga finding his form, you know, facing another Chinese team, but will he remember this confidence going into this map?
I think this is the time where they all just need to put it all on the line. I think that they're playing against people that they're familiar with, and I think that they're showing a lot better game today, all of them both individually and as teams. So I'm hoping that this just comes onto the third. We all bangers end on Split, and that is what is going to happen today.
And a quick reminder as well, we kind of set this matchup as no one expects anything from this region when we start to look ahead to the end of this Swiss Stage 2 playoffs. So if they can come out and actually show why they are a region to not want to mess with, right? We need to think ahead to playoffs and the fact that those #1 seeds will be picking the teams that make it through from Swiss. Show them why the rest of the competition should be feared of what you can kind of provide on this global stage.
That's right. I mean, a Chinese team has done it before. Of course, there's EDG. Wolves had a fantastic run over in Toronto. Will one of these teams do it again? And I would love to see exactly what you said, Billy, for one of these teams, or both of them, to make everyone quiver a little bit in their boots, especially with Shanghai around the corner for champs.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing here, is that it'd be nice to see these teams ramping up, getting more experience here, because at the end of the year, the Champs is the biggest tournament, and it's in their home country. That would be such a beautiful narrative going into that event, rather than having this narrative that maybe there's, you know, something to prove.
Exactly. Exactly here. And this is, again, a thing that a lot of the pundits have been talking about, a lot of the analysts, that China seems to go in a little bit of a trend, right? Like, they didn't have the greatest performance over in Santiago. Hopefully things pick up a little bit today. But again, it's so hard when it's a regional matchup elimination.
And you say this, but I feel like this year so far, when we consider the global events, have maybe been a year of unexpected things happening. When we think about the winner back in Masters Santiago being Nongshim. So honestly, having nothing really to prove here and being kind of one of the regions that you're looking at and thinking, oh, can they do it, is actually a strength. And we kind of have heard some of the players say that already, being looked at as the underdogs. They really need to go ahead and utilize that now.
Now, yes, exactly. Being one of the underdogs here, DRG is, you know, let's say what it is. A lot of people haven't favored DRG coming into this, but I'm seeing a lot come through today. We were surprised by Lev as well. Most people were expecting NRG to come through on that, but Lev stepped through. So I think there's also a point when you have rematches over and over and over again. These teams know each other so well. The players know each other so well. Perhaps this is the split where DRG come back out on top.
Yeah, and Vukashu has been playing extremely well today, and I think that is obviously the key thing. Spirit also doing quite well on the Waylay. I want to see Life pick it up just a little bit. If it's both the duelist firing with Vukashu, I think that is the win condition. On that Fracture, Life, some have missed Phoenix flashes here or there. Yeah. Probably won't be playing the Phoenix this time around.
What did you say earlier? One of the early days? Oh, Phoenix not that hard to play.
If
do you have anything to say now?
If I'm not binding myself in my ranked games, then I do expect the VCT pros to be able to do it a little bit better, I'm not going to lie.
We've seen it disturbingly quite a lot, actually, in pro play. Surprisingly, they're just like us, Minnie. But OMEN is also playing on this stage right now. You know, this is his region. He's, you know, half Chinese, also half Welsh. So he's got a home crowd to play for, too.
Yeah, for sure. And we heard Frankie speak to his partner earlier today, obviously cheering him on. And I think it's really nice to have that friends and family support here on Masters London at the global stage. But as you mentioned, this man on your screen right now, Noman, he wants to be able to stay as long as he can. Let's not forget, elimination is on the line here.
Yeah, and I think the thing I like about this guy is the amount of energy he brings, the bravado, and I think that for this team, it's such a key piece to have that energy coming out. We've seen sometimes, you know, there might be players struggling a little bit or a little bit stressed, and if Noman is hyping up this team on this third map, even if they go behind a little bit, I think that's what they're going to need.
Wendler was speaking about WS Leo. Leo a little bit earlier. This is a player he had his eye on. Is he meeting expectations, Minnie?
He had a very strong map, if I remember correctly. And I personally don't think it's about his individual form. But if he's cooling well and has that individual form, that is great to see from an IGL. Split, a map that's not too complicated, in my opinion. He's not going to have to think too much about it. Unless Vukashu is on something weird like that Vice, Split is mostly about sending it together and doing what China is best at. Being aggressive, getting in people's faces, doing those set exits.
Yeah, we don't want to see any slow plays. We want to see a banger on Split as we get the agent draft coming through real soon. And again, not only do they have Noman on the team, they got Lysor. He's been there before.
Talking about Phoenix flashes, it does seem like Life is going to be on that Phoenix once again. A little bit of a switch up here. I like it, but he's going to need to raise the performance from the last map. He didn't look extremely comfortable there. Hopefully, a little bit better here. Vukashu as well, he's on that Vice. I think this is the big thing about this game. How are XLG going to get through his Vice setups? They're very good at slowing down the double duelists with the Thorns and the Wall.
Yeah, this is something that they need to consider, especially starting on this attack here, Minnie. I think another thing that we should highlight is the fact that we're seeing the Raze and the Waylay on the other side, alongside this guy. Clear identity for this team so far throughout this event. How much mid-aggression are they going to have to be able to take control of that space?
Well, we are about to find out who will be surviving another day here at Masters London. Is it DRG or XLG? As we send it back to our casters, Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Down to the wire, a final map to determine which one of these two teams is going to be sticking around at Masters London and which one will be making their early exit. DRG have not been able to find success on Split all year long. Not since the China Evolution Series. Can they find it here today? Conquer their demons and find another map win on a global stage.
But it's got to start with Life picking it up on the Phoenix in particular. Again, trying to find their identity into this new meta, into this map even. Like you said, they haven't been able to get a win. They've tried a bunch of different stuff. So back to the drawing board again. Is it going to be enough? Meanwhile, XLG's been decent on this map. They are going to make a slight change into Noman on the Raze. Tucked in position, but all on his own is Life.
He needs to be good for one, if not two, but the Trailblazer will lead the charge. Wide swing out, and Happyway able to collect that opening kill. Life now going to be taken down. Blind is in there, and Flexit is able to find himself a second. But Raga, quick in reply, maintains the player advantage. Tag down to 22 HP, but the plant can come through. Kashu and Spirit Z1 now arriving on that screen side, and a dink is going to be found. Lysor taken low. Raga taken down. Kashu able to find the kill, gets himself into a 1v1. But he's only with 10 health. A deep pullback from Happyway in a reposition. Could rotate up the ramp if he wants. Kashu has to check every possible angle, and there you go. The approach now up into heaven. The flash at the ready, the turn of that, and Happyway will just swing and take him down. Finished the previous map with a 3K, starts this one with the same. XLG will get their first pistol win on this attacker's side.
And it's just a rough setup this time. I mean, you know, you've been seeing some great pistol round theory from DRG all day, but into this one, just a little bit awkward because Life all on his own is just prone to being utiled into death, and he was. Now, there was a nice response, but part of it was they get a little help from WS Leo there, team flashes, and that tees up Flexin to at least get two. So if it isn't for that, I think that's a much cleaner round for XLG. All's well that ends well. here, confirming a little bit of presence. Pre-fire with the Marshal for No Man, but he's just gonna peel back after a little bit of a ding up. Healed up, no problem. And Life trying to create a bit of a distraction on the other side. And
Sheriff and 2 bandits here for DRG. There's very real chance to get some solid damage in.
I think it's a good shout on your defender side of split. Life, one of those players with only a classic though. Right now, they've got a good read on this round to DRG.
Toxins going up.
They've really kind of sussed out XLG's tendency here. It's just, can they do any damage?
There.
Well, Lukashu, the first to fall. Orb grab going to be coming in. Heavyweight, and this shots kind of dance around his opponent, but Flex it again, is able to deliver on 2. Heavyweight and Raga both are going to be eliminated. He gets himself a 3rd. My God. What a start for Flex, and so you're able to find some significant damage here. No Man may be able to swap the Marshal over for a Spectre, depending on where it's been dropped. Would be right there around main, and that's where Life is now arriving, but with just the classic in hand. It's just so unfavored to try to make a real go of this. Sees the Spectre, but all these weapons are out into the open. He'll have a nice headshot, but No Man will be able to shut him down, and XLG scrape by with a 2-0 start.
That's really good damage though. And getting some serious value out of this bandit. Oh, this one right here, great decision. Again, I like, we've seen this a couple times from both of these teams where they just let the diving duelist go past and just, you know, settle for at least getting one. And it's really effective. Flexen's gonna have his ult coming into this round. And only a couple Spectres, an Outlaw, a Stinger, a Sheriff for WS Layout. So the firepower severely weakened after the damage done in the previous round. Spam through. Leo does get the identification. Wall popped. The dash out. As Spirit Z1 only down to 4 HP though.
Poison orb emitting.
Yeah, ripped to
Rough
shreds.
way. Yeah, very rough way to try to start this off.
Poison's off.
Especially given that No Man still does have the paint shell, so if he puts it in the right position, that initial burst will just clean up the kill. Here's the Prowler ringing out with that Outlaw. And you've still got, you know, 3 players susceptible to it.
Oh, it's Vice Util.
Thorns down.
Jumping over on the entry, Raga making his way forward. No Man able to still get on top of Big Barrel, stops him in Happy Way with that Outlaw in hand, cleans up 2 kills. XLG wrapping this one up. A nice little bow on top as they look to convert this bonus, and I don't think that you can go for this if you're flexing in life.
I certainly don't think you should.
And we'll just have to back away and allow for this one to go over. XLG, the best start really that they've had to a map so far. Can they find some more weapon upgrades? They still do have that Stinger Inspector in hand. This round is absolutely over, and XLG are looking alive and well. They want to once again dispatch DRG, this time on the global stage.
Yep, they're getting the pickups too. So the economy is going to be flush coming out of this. Just, it looked like DRG had this round pretty well read, pretty well locked down. They've got the Vice Util in the right spots, and it's just No Man, fearless. Get on in there. Prowler, who cares? Nick isn't even looking at him. And then there's Happy Way, who shows up to the party. Says, thank you very much. Thanks for the damage done. Oh boy. DRG players feeling that that should have been theirs, and that might be a sign of things to come. Still gonna have that Outlaw to contend with. A couple players full armor, of course, because they're able to carry over from the previous round with the save, but they're only cleared by a Sheriff. Trying to bait a little bit for life here.
Throw the ball out, make sure that there's no one scaled forward in the garage.
Went for a little bit of a trap play with the grab well.
That's an immense amount of util committed to this, just to try to maintain some control of that position. XLG will just pump the brakes, he'll keep it quiet. Try to instill that doubt into DRG's heads.
I mean, the only thing XLG has had to commit so far in this round is the Boombot. Prowler doesn't see anything. They're so patient. They're so aware. Life again in a one and done.
Now they can re-clear the Trailblazer there. They swing alongside it, and Life gets tagged up. He's got the hot hands to try to get a heal, but yeah, I was gonna say have to commit this to try to hold the door. Will be able to find one. Raga gonna be dead on that entry. Straight back kill, not yet found. Big haunt reveal, spotting out two, reposition the back sight. As Nick from up on the Raptors is able to find 2 kills with that Sheriff. Life gonna be good for 1 as well. The cleanup is there. Life, that is the exact kind of round, exact kind of impact that we need to be seeing from this Phoenix as DRG get themselves on the board.
I mean, it's on a knife's edge. And you thought that maybe it would be the Phoenix burned alive. Instead, he escapes, gets a kill. Nick, absolutely deadly today. He has been incredible. He's like plus 14 coming into this map. Yes, a lot of that was on Haven, but he still had a solid fracture. And he's gonna need to continue with that, but it's more about the positioning there from Life, able to get out. This time a clear of the Prowler, trying to show a little bit of presence on the other side of the map while they scale forward here. Really close to Spirit Z1.
Raga, the gun barrel's been seen. Spirit Z1 now, wanted to try to get that kill. He will. It's his first one on the board. Faking the exit down to the vents. Meanwhile, Life again, putting himself on a bit of an island in Happy Way. Will be able to strike him down. A 1-for-1 at the end of it. And critical ultimates out of the hands of both teams.
Want to go over to the other side of the map.
Bring them down.
Try something a little bit different. No man could scoop up that orb, get the showstopper. That would be potentially pivotal. They're just going to scale up mid.
Toxins going up.
Slow walk up and flexing. He's now drifting quite far back. Will give up that space so Heaven can be taken relatively for free. Spirit Z1 starting to lean back, but decides to stick around a little bit longer on the A side. Nick now, trying to dance around that poison orb. Will get struck down as Happy Way once again starts to take over. Another 3K for him. The spike brought to bear. Reassessing the plant position. But at a 2v4, they have the money. Do they really want to try to commit to this? Because No Man's 1 away from having a showstopper online.
Welcome to my world.
The pit will be invested though, as XLG do not want to let DRG back into this, and that's more than enough to force them to give up the retake.
I'm completely fine with using the pit here just to make sure. I mean, things can get so scrappy, so wild, especially with Bukashu still alive. We've seen what he can do. This team well aware of it. They've faced it many times. Better safe than sorry here. And what looked like it might be a bit of a rough start after losing Raga for free to DRG. They're able to win against Life this time. He isn't able to kind of hold that off-angle position at the door and make much of it. I think you need to give him a little bit of extra oomph behind some of those holds if you want him to be the one to be guarding the mains.
And given the way that Happy Way's been, just killing everybody, sure, commit the pit. He'll probably, almost assuredly get another one before the half is out, and that's going to be a timeout call now for DRG. Trailing by 3 rounds, trying to assess if they can really get themselves back into this. Economy is still in a decent position for them, but it's a lot more to be worried about on the other side, because XLG, they've got money, they've got plenty of ultimates on the upswing, as you can see in the Coinbase win condition.
I mean, what's crazy about this is 2 players on XLG don't even have a kill yet, and they're still up 4-1. But I mean, Happy Way, another one of those players that when you think about XLG, you think about, I'm thinking the 1-2 punch of Raga and Happy Way. Usually they're the 2 that are fragging out for them. So if it isn't one, it's often the other. They're both having pretty solid starts here. And that's a really good, encouraging sign for XLG, on top of having 4 rounds already on this attacker side.
And even though they don't have those eliminations, you can see 5 assists apiece there for WSLEO and Lysor. So the util's getting placed exactly where it needs to. The splashes are going in to assist for Happy Way, Raga, etc. to come away with those kills. A lot to talk about here for DRG.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you're going to have to really be a little bit more, I think, considerate with how you're going to play those main angles. If you don't give those up for free, it seems to lead to potentially better results. I think a lot of talk has to be given over to Life to make sure that he's not doing anything too crazy. I do like that they're giving him some help as well over on the garage side. Meanwhile, XLG, though, completely other thoughts about this round.
The conversion path set out onto the site. The up and over from Raga, just trying to avoid those thorns that do widely hold back the remainder of the squad, but as those expire, they can start to scale forward, and Flexen's going to be found and have it happy way. Taking out the Astra denies the possibility. That Cosmic Divide coming through for a retake. Now instead going to have to heavily rely on Life. Leading the charge with this run it back. There's now that showstopper on the other side in the hands of No Man. The op looking for a scout. No one peeking the angles. Ult for Ult and Lysor, who stood up on top. Immediately gets the shutdown. The paranoia going to be sent through. Two players going to be spotted there and having the showstopper still tabled for now. Turn to the flash, clear the haunt. As that's going to be Happy Way holding things down at main. 3 kills found, technically on for an ace. But Spirit C1 is frantically trying to retreat. Caution with the one, pinned into the corner, trying to find any value he can possibly get. Draws down with a Sheriff, but he will fall. Happy Way collects a 4K as XLG. They deny any access back into this map for DRG.
He is definitely the way right now for this XLG team.
One enemy remaining.
Absolutely devastating, holding down the flanks.
He's 13-2.
Yeah. And a great little play from Lysor. Again, not getting a kill because it's on the run it back, but he's stalling out. He's buying time. He's creating confusion and chaos there. That's going to tee Happy Way up. It's a home run, too. Absolutely brilliant coordination. Raga trying to be set up himself. A little shoulder peek. Life can't find the shot in time. Just a refract back, and XLG going to see that Phoenix and try something a little bit different, looking for other things on the map right now. Looking to try to maybe get a little bit more information. No idea where the Vice setup is just yet. As we can see, it's at the front of A there. Now they're going to try to scale forward. Life in position. A little bit of a crunch.
Flash forward, and they're just going to run him down. No chance to even try to send out a curveball. Just overwhelmed so quickly. Spray and pray from Flexen, maybe catching one there onto Happy Way, but now control over the spend from Kashu watching on the other side, but it's just going to be a 1-2 pop as Raga will be able to win it out. Kashu just cannot play whack-a-mole well enough. And now the site taken, the op still in hand. This Cosmic Divide again having to be tabled.
30 seconds left.
They're shifting into position, but surely you just go for the save.
It should be. I mean, maybe you try to scoop up a gun here as Flexen, but even that's risky business.
Can work his way over to one. Will be able to have it. I think Spirit C1 just going to be looking for any kind of exits that he could possibly find. But even this is incredibly risky. If you lose this operator, you cannot buy another one. He's picking a corner. He's sending out a shot now. Okay, will be able to sprint away. Raga trying to chase in from behind. Get tucked around the corner, back into the defender's spawn. But Raga is out for blood. He wants to try to find this, take this out of their hands. The opening shot ends up missing. Raga able to find Flexen. He's able to find them all. A 4K for Raga and a massive critical overstep for DRG. They lose everything.
That's awful for DRG, to say the least. But I got to give XLG a ton of credit. They seem to just be a step ahead of DRG in a couple different ways. One is just hitting those flashes before DRG can ever even do anything about it. It's like the timings in DRG's heads aren't there. When that smoke goes down to cover off Mail, there should be a response from Life. There's nothing. But then the end of the round, they're just so desperate to pick up another rifle and try to go for something. It costs them everything.
Your fault.
And okay.
Here.
Now where has his come from? Yeah, screw the op, leave it on the floor. You don't need it. Just keep that Vandal in hand, keep tapping. Heads like that. Looking for a little bit more. He has a lineup and Spirit C1 1 a reply. He said he will not be able to get the ace, but my God, what a time to come alive. From a questionable push to losing all their weapons to just saying, okay, I guess I'll carry.
It's just the contact fight here, and he wins every single part of it. Oh, what a tight angle he takes against Raga. That second one is unbelievably fast. And the final for life, denying the ace, but at this point as DRG, you need everything you can get as clean as you can get it.
I mean, you also want those old churches on to life because he's still 2 away from having to run it back. But that is a lifeline found for DRG to try to get themselves back into this.
Scout destroyed.
Trailblazer cleared.
So many ults. You've got to find a way to get some value here. It's so much is great for retake is the thing for DRG. So they're happy to give up a little bit of space on this round. Try to play that give but tee yourself up style. A little bit of damage into OMEN. He slots forward. So XLG's answer to this is to try to take some mid space. See if they can find some picks.
C1 now maybe starting to feel it a bit. Wants to check back around, re-clear this male position, but has to drift back away. In the spot there on Araga. He's looking for the entry, saturate. Not gonna be connecting, the C's does, but he's only still able to find the one. 35 seconds now remaining. The blast pack down, straight up into the face of Nick, but now Flex encounters when he's back over. From backside is able to find that kill. Lysor's the last one standing, dead as life arrives in heaven. DRG able to string together another round.
Nice stuff again from Spirit Z1. Able to just barely dodge that saturate. It looked like Nick again. Crazy good on the site there. Able to deny that. Timing with the blast packs into a drop down off the rope.
Let's go! Let's go! Starting to get the energy going here, starting to believe that they can run this one back. XLG, though, they want to try to ice the squad a little bit, so a timeout call. Take another look here at the Coinbase win condition. Happyway still very far out in front. But also Leo still yet to get a piece of the action.
Well, like you mentioned earlier, Happyway almost into another ult already. One away from another pit, so absolutely love that he ripped it. I think there's a few things for XLG that I'd like to see them be a little bit more proactive with the orb, sort of collecting and funneling into OMEN or Raga, your choice. I'm fine with either. I think there's a few times where they've missed opportunities to collect just a little bit extra in some of these rounds. Maybe you don't want to give the information away and you're already winning anyway, but maybe some slight macro things to tweak, but then also just making sure that you're being a little bit more consistent. But DRG has learned their lessons. They're doing a good job now of absorbing some of that early util pressure, backpedaling a bit, and setting up for a counter punch. That's kind of throwing XLG a little bit off guard.
It looks like a minor hiccup here. Uh-oh. Somebody spilled their drink. Well, that's a shame.
We really should get, like, the sippy cups for the players.
I think they have them.
Well, but it's not like, you know, really they're
sure.
very
You
tight.
mean like an actual
like
sippy cup?
Like a child's, like a toddler's.
Yes, for a toddler. Yeah. That is correct. I think we should absolutely do that. Can we get Red Bull branded sippy cups for the players?
Oh, turn it back on.
There you go.
I love that. That's great. The best reactions of our players.
Well, shouldn't be too long. Just get the desk wiped down. It's faster than a first hand warmer.
That's true. That's true.
At least I don't have to worry about that here at the moment.
That one was a little bit awkward.
Oh, I'm being told we have a replay of this as well.
Excellent.
Let's take a look.
Slow-mo. Oh, right in the path of the high five.
Well, unfortunately, we can't see the panic, so we don't quite get that angel-esque reaction. We should just be moments away from getting back into this one, and well, hopefully for Lysor, he'll be able to recover.
It's going to be tough for him, you know. The mental may be in the bin now. Who would have known, but All right, let's see what XLG took a timeout. Let's see what the theory is going to be here. Early 4-1 split. This time on the other side of the map is Happyway. A lot of early pressure up the ramp. Spiritzy up top, spotted.
Trying to get that free fire going. Roger still faces into this one, trying to set up for the saturate now. No man to fill that space. Peeks in, was able to find the kill. Make a little exit life, having to bound around the corner, gets himself over to the bedside as the Seeker's going to be let loose. WS Leo trying to continue to guide the team forward to success. Happyway at the same time. Completely unanticipated in this position, and now that's more than enough for XLG to say, okay, let's backpedal, let's peel away and get ready to join in with the Viper on the other side, but they're still expecting this walk forward. And I gotta say, it's damn good for Vukashu to still be able to find a kill there.
That's great patience. Great understanding of the tendencies.
Happyway has him lined up, and it's another massive round from him. 17-4-1 as XLG move up 7-3.
I know Happyway has a tremendous round again. I really want to give a shout out to the coach and the IGL here. I think the idea to find ways to get Happyway into a deeper lurk, creating a lot of that early A pressure with your duelists, and then that pause there, understanding that a lot of teams would react off of Happyway getting that pick up at B Heaven and immediately try to make a pivot, and instead they take the pause. Beautiful, beautiful calling.
Get out of my...
Still 4 ultimates to try to work with. Lives going to be invested immediately here from Spiritzy 1.
Scout destroyed.
Need to try to make a go of this if you start allowing for XLG to get more rounds from here. It's just not going to be looking great when you shift over to your own attacker side. Smoke out 3 players on this side of the map. There's Happyway just scaling forward into this nebula. A little bit of damage from the friendly fire, but he peeks out of the smoke and he's able to find one. A player advantage now. Spiritzy 1 dropping in, and there's that second pit now blooming. Happyway trying to make this unassailable. Vukashu does have the steel card, and he's going to be investing that immediately. But there are shorties abound here. The push forward into the smoke. Spiritzy 1 still able to find the headshot. No man going to be taken down. He's looking for a little bit more. Shorty coming in and Lysor to the rescue. Leaps forward, takes Vukashu low. Happyway at 7. Drifts over to backside. He can continue to just poke and prod this pit to maintain it. Turns to the side, finds Vukashu, and strikes him down. XLG up to 8, looking for a 9th.
A nice little shot there. Great coordination here. And Happyway is absolutely electric. 19 kills in 11 rounds.
19-4-2. He's barely died. He's been killing everyone.
It's incredible. The patience, too. Oh.
He's 1 more kill than everybody else on his team combined.
Bananas.
Toxin screen down.
He has done so much here, and now No Man seeing the economy of his opponents. The thing is they do have 3 players that bought the full armor, so the Outlaw can only find 2 targets. Does have the showstopper in the back pocket as well. Looking for that opportunity. So far, Vukashu playing that elbow angle very tightly, although it has been identified. They ping it out, so they're pretty well aware. So what's going to be the response to deal with that? Want to use some of that Sky Util to clear that angle. And you just got to worry about Spiritzy 1 up in heaven. Oh,
okay.
No!
Oh, Vukashu goes fishing.
That's the showstopper gone.
Catches a big one. Refract back out. The wall popped. Thorns holding them in place for now. Have peeled it on Araga, but it's a quick clear of that Trailblazer, just trying to disguise Spiritzy 1's position. Will just be the full forces of XLG. Repositioning. TP out side of Garage here for Lysor. I'm going to try to re-clear Garage at the same time. Cease is going to be lobbed in. WSLEO able to drop down with relative safety. He's not finding much with 3 players here. Trying to deny this plan from coming through. It's 10 seconds remaining. They have to make a go of this. Smoke now going to be blooming in front of Ali. Cover Divine trying to keep the cover alive, looking for another one. And finds a kill. Lysor now swooping forward. Finds one, but it's a push into the smoke. Fucking just absolutely gives up his life, but Lysor puts him in the back. Below, kind of working against him, still able to find the one. Has to try to split them, and he cannot. And DRG will scrape by with a 4th round win to close out this half. But that was so winnable for XLG.
It was some individual mistakes, but this right here, an absolute backbreaker to find that raise that early. But I really would have liked to have seen Rarga just tuck into the corner. Pushing this smoke, like you know they're going to be in there, and he gambles, and it just isn't it.
Now, rough mistake there for Rarga, but it's still a 4-round lead for XLG. DRG, we'll see if they can run this back after the halftime.
Here at Spirit Z1 of DRG and Vera for some translation. Now Spirit Z1. Staying confident has been an issue for you guys, but when it comes to today's match, do you think it's going to be an issue for you against a familiar opponent?
在现在这个关键的节点，保持自信一定是重中之重的。那今天面对到 XLG 的话，你觉得信心对于你们来说会是一项问题吗？
我觉得当职业选手在每场比赛里面保持自信是一件基本的事情，所以我觉得我面对XLG的话，我们也会调整好心态，然后保持自信来面对他们。
I think it's basic for a pro player to stay confident in the match. So today we'll definitely reset our mindset and keep confident to face up against them.
Thank you so much and good luck.
Back in we go. XLG out to a lead. DRG across this series overall have been clean in those pistols, and that's what they need to jumpstart their way back into this map. They do not want to go quietly into that good night. They want to be sticking around here at Masters London. To not be eliminated, to not be sent home early doors. We will see if they can make that happen, or if XLG will once again stand tall over this squad. Happy Way has been a blessing from a higher power for this squad so far. And now he moves over to the defender side, where he should be even more favored.
For sure, and in general, XLG pretty steady on their defender side. I'll say on split, it's not like it's super well favored compared to their attacker side, but it's good enough. And even going up against DRG, of course different comps, but earlier in this stage, they were 6-6 on their defender side. So that would be good enough here to get them the win, get them the ability to continue on in the playoffs. This time 2-3 setup. Gonna leave No Man pretty far back, mostly Ghost. Lysor continues to stick with the classic. And just a little bit of patience being shown here by WS Leo. Looks like they want to take a little bit of contact, but some mid-faking being done here by Light.
Yeah, it's once again Light's trying to play on his own, make something happen. WS Leo back of map. It's swing in the corner, and Spirit Z1 able to find that kill, and WS Leo's quickly going to fall thereafter. DRG finding a clean start, not even a lick of damage. Suffered in life, is able to find the backstep as well, catching Lysor in transit. Happy Way, swing in the corner, still clean with it. Comes away with a kill, sets up the snake bite, swing in, Fukachu dead, he's got Nick as well.
Player standing.
And now he has to do it all. The 1v2, the ace clutch, and Life will shut him down. A solid effort, but DRG will take another pistol.
This is a creative pistol round. Again, I've overall been very, very impressed with DRG's prep in that regard, giving themselves huge advantages throughout a lot of this series. And this one, using Life to sell a fake up mid. Now, it isn't bid on super heavily by XLG, but there's a lot of confusion on site there between WS Leo and No Man on how to respond. Spirit Z1 gets in so deep before WS Leo even thinks about throwing a flash or anything, and then No Man just gets caught completely by surprise.
Minor investments, but also a heavy stack. Prowler going to be sent forward. It's going to be Raga. However, fighting the dust first is Z1 will find one light, just trying to make that shorty work, but to no avail. Barely any damage suffered as well. As Happyway, I mean, he continues to do just incredible work here for his team. Belter of a shot bound. Will be able to collect that outlaw. And everyone is vulnerable to it, but he's just going to chuck it up the side of the map. Not wanting that to be recoverable. How much more can he get?
You almost feel like he's good for 2.
Keep playing like this. Spirit Z1 going to be the player dialed in on the angle with that Bulldog. And yeah, we'll be able to find the headshot. A 3K for the Jet and DRG overall. A clean anti-eco now 2 rounds away. And if they can find another bonus conversion, then oh boy, this map, this series is back on the menu.
Oh, for sure. Able to fight back. XLG kind of gets what they want here, but there's enough util in DRG's back pocket that they can throw in, you know, the molly, the C's, everything to just slow that down so you can't get up close and personal. Some of those classics in the shorty. Full rifles. No outlaw to be carried over, but life, one away. Really would like to get this orb. A little bit of denial. In fact, he's not going to commit to it. The paint shell's enough. Send life into another direction. That would be such a critical ult here to get this bonus converted.
I have the spike.
Instead, he's just going to be locking down mid, watching the flank for his squad. Seems to be carrying over the idea from the pistol.
Because of this double stack in mid, it's only Raga playing on this position. Peeking down at the bottom of ramp, and he is quickly going to be overwhelmed. That aim punch coming through from the Spectre, and Nick is able to find the headshot on the back end of that one. Happyway now wanting to get rid of his potential flank, but knows that they are losing time on the site itself, so has to just cut tail, rotate around. Meanwhile, No Man will be able to intercept him. Gets that elimination back, brings them into a 4v4.
There.
DRG now situated in the post plant. Paranoia going to be sent, Nick. And a backpedal. Should have had the vision there, but WSLEO still just a little bit faster on the draw. Able to find that kill, but Pikashu still alive and well. Finds the kill. Lysor dead. Flexing out for main, trying to find that elimination, but Happyway comes into the flank. Spirit C1 now. Getting involved. This Happyway tries to bail him out again. And it's just enough. 2 players surviving. Significant damage suffered, but XLG will deny the bonus conversion as they go into the next round. Happyway will have another pit online already.
This is still way closer than you'd like as XLG. It took No Man winning a 1v1 against Life with a weaker gun. Get it, the job done here to really give yourself a shout into this. But because you're able to claim some of that space at Heaven and give Happyway some firing lines where he has been outrageous. I mean, 25-7 is filthy.
I mean, it's a carry performance. It's an insane carry performance. One that you don't typically get to witness too often. I mean, granted, we did have Kiko just a couple days ago in their opening series, nearly breaking the best of 3 single map kill record as well as the best of 3 record. But this is a critical moment here for DRG. A buy to be afforded. XLG, their economy, I mean, given how rough that was, getting willed away down to 2 players, it is going to be scrappy. So we'll have to see what they're able to piece together on this.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm pretty curious here for DRG why they would want to take this time out so early. There had to be something that really went wrong, either in the comms or in something they practiced that the coach was like, hey, we need to shore this up right now. Feeling the pressure. Maybe just being like, hey, we need to make sure we're taking a little bit more Heaven control or something like that. You know, when we get that opening kill onto Rarga, like that opens up that ramp for us, guys. That's a great opportunity to set up a really challenging post plant for XLG to dissect. Rarga's got a judge.
Brought back Invested early, Life storming his way up ramp. Raga just trying to stick around, but he's just gonna get spammed out. That up and over comes through from the Jet. They get the spot, they get the spray. So far, they've only been able to get this Phoenix ult, but now they will have him dead. Here's Leo able to find that elimination. Trailblazer trying to scout around main. We'll be able to see the spot there on to Flexen. Repositions towards back sight, and Spirit Z1 maintains controlled screens. Nightfall gonna be sent to main, but Happy Way from on high still delivering. Oh my God. He takes Fukashi down to 10. He's gonna try for it again, but shot's not quite ringing out. Whittling away at the magazine, needing to go for the reload. Fukashi now gonna be found. Happy Way gets rid of Flex and the jump out of the smoke, and the double face forward. And what a rescue of this round is XLG. They get the Phoenix ult out, they get the Nightfall, and they get up to double digits.
This is ridiculous work. WS Leo with the stinger too, finding some big kills there as to deny that heaven control. I think that's exactly what DRG was talking about in that timeout, and he's the one who shuts that down. And again, it's opening up that space for Happy Way, who is so good right now. I don't even know what to do. I mean, I'm just watching him because he's gonna win you the game.
Yeah, this is a Happy Way show.
Yeah.
We don't need to watch anybody else. Maybe Spirit with the Blades, because it's gonna be popping those going into this round. But XLG, they are looking so very favored. As they're gonna try to play in the mid, Happy Way gives that consideration over to the pit. Just to not send it though, and I mean, he's just hitting Fukashi through boxes. Again, Spirit Z1, however, able to find a solid headshot. Raga gonna be taken down, paint shell layered in. As OMEN tries to stem this tide in this approach into mid, and even more damage gonna be found off the spam. Oh, solid, amazing shot from Life. Drifts into the vents. Gets the one-tap kill. OMEN now eliminated, and that's a weapon grabbed up for the Phoenix.
I mean, if I'm DRG, I'm going over to A. I'm like, I just saw the Viper up at B. I don't want any business. I don't want anything to do with that right now, but they're being patient. XLG also kind of thinking similar thoughts. They're actually already rotating in that direction, but the pause here from DRG, we saw something similar from XLG on the other side where, you know, able to get some damage done, and then they take a pause, and it kind of baits their opponent into a bad rotation. Seemingly so far, they've done that. It's just,
bring them down.
Are they going to be able to suss this out? And it looks like they have.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead, gamble into the right side. Blaze wall set up into the drop down. And XLG
30 seconds left.
Now have to wonder, do we try to go for this? I mean, Happy Way has been pounding, so you feel like he's going to be good for a couple. You know that a few of these players have been tagged. Do you want to give potential weapons over? Ult charge. Does DRG try to rally back into this?
I think I'd save.
Yeah, it looks like that's what they are going to do. So a bit of time to reassess, to communicate with one another and figure out how you're going to shut things down for DRG, but same thing can be said. Game plan, ready to be situated for that next round, but they're going to be moving up to 7.
I mean, I think XLG there had some okay ideas. It's just they got overwhelmed, and a really nice flash from Life this time to open up that vent. We just wait this one out. So, a great eco round. DRG keeping it close. It's just a matter of, can they muster a few more good rounds as we get the Mastercard Thrifty confirmed.
Yeah, Mastercard Thrifty to get within 3.
I hate to say
Still winnable for either side.
Probably best to play as a team.
Weapons now back in a hand, and it's going to be rough around the edges for XLG. What a start, and what a shot from Life.
That's perfect.
And Crosshair is already dialed in perfectly for it. You see the frustration there on OMEN's face, feeling like he should have been able to get out scot-free. Well set up from Happy Way, rotates back around towards Mail. I'm curious if he decides to go for this pit again. Didn't commit it in the previous round, and this time, yes, will try to go for the investment.
See if they want to challenge it. They're at least going to spam at it, but Happy Way, no fool. Those that don't really want to go walking out. So many teams will do this when you pop that pit from Mail. Try to spam you, try to catch you cheating. A little bit further forward. OMEN reinforcing the pit here. Maybe this time, a little bit of test onto Lysor.
Given how many times Fukashi was able to kill him through smokes.
I know.
I would have been shaking in my boots if I was OMEN trying to walk out like that. At the same time, though, Rarga able to take quite a bit of space over at OMEN, getting a ton of information, but still that double commitment, wanting to try to get this orb into the hands of WS Leos, now one away from having the Seekers online. Happyway's going to be abandoning the pit, shifting his focus over towards the side itself, where Lysor's going to be under some pressure at backside. Curveball connecting in Happyway, is able to find the first. Life eliminated, Spirit C1 trying to scale forward, but will get shut down. No man just gets the better of him, and it is a firing squad set up at the garage. A flawless round for XLG to move back up by 4, 2 rounds to go. And they will eliminate DRG.
It's that proactive defense that you were talking about over on the other side of the map that allows the Happyway the comfort to leave that pit a little bit earlier. Knows that WS Leo is going to be rotating in to fill that space behind him. Wins a big fight against Flexen in mid. And that just allows XLG to focus their fire at the front of B.
The team has finally overtaken him. 30 kills across the other 4 players. Happyway there at 28.
What a stat.
Yeah, it's still just insane.
Hey, he is so fun to watch on this map, man. He is all over the place.
Look at that damage on the Spirit Z1.
Ooh, yeah.
6 health remaining.
Need that back.
That's huge. I mean, Lysor on his own there, able to thwart any kind of push. The isolated player just puffs up, makes himself look bigger than he is. Huge. You know that Vents is clear off that haunt. Getting spammed. I think you're just going to try to rotate here through Vents, yeah?
I was going to say, if he just snake bited out, got it deep enough. We'll just get the insta-give there onto Spirit. Opts to hold it for now. Rarga again, left alone. There's a Trailblazer will look to try to clear back around through ramp.
They waited out.
Gonna push, get right in alongside this wall. Flexing around that corner. The swing, ready to come through. And Rarga will be able to get the adjustment. No one at the same time is able to find life. It's the approach. Looking to be shut down through Mail. Happyway here at stairs. It's a belter of a shot from Fukashu. To find that shutdown, there's a hell of a lot more that needs to be done, and oh my God, what a shot from Nick. Time, however, it's nearly gone. It's 10 seconds.
They gotta go.
Their way over here. I don't know if they're gonna be able to do this. They might just be giving match point over on time. The interception, the panic, and DRG scrambling to try to find an answer, but they run out of time, they run out of lives, and XLG are now up to match point.
I mean, Flexen there, just not expecting Rarga to be in that corner. It's like he turns and doesn't really register that he could be there, and Rarga has the benefit of having a rifle, whereas Flexen only has a sheriff. Wins that battle, and then they get caught. DRG trying to figure things out. But they don't have the time, they don't have the luxury.
They don't have much of anything. Some half armors here. Obviously, I'm just going to be peeling back around the opposite side of the Cosmo Divide. Gets the spot out, wants to send the pot flash once again, peeks it, but Fukashu out from main is going to be able to find that kill, and Happyway taken down. A 2 for 1.
Thorns are alive.
And for DRG, who can't be picky, they take that every day of the week. No man now making his exit, a check in towards heaven, and will regress back at garage. The paint shell available to try to delay, run it back. Going to be committed first and foremost to jump out. Paint shell in reply, curveball going to be connecting. He cannot regain his vision fast enough. Life is able to find the kill.
Gonna fall back here.
Rarga now arrives with Fukashu still on that flank, still on the approach. Swing on the back, they nearly line up for him, but it's only going to be a smattering of damage found. Barring the 1v4 from Lysor, it seems like DRG will continue to hang around a little bit longer. Just waiting if anyone will give him the freebie, give him the peek. The DRG can just stay statuesque, make their exit safely back through the garage. Hold on to these weapons that they so critically need. Lysor trying to scale forward, but it's a well-timed and well-read haunt. Sends the smoke, but there's a star set up. They'll get a little bit more out of them as far as the util is concerned. Lysor will try to backpedal away, but it's going to be caught. Spike will take him down, but he gets life to boot, so some damage found, but DRG not quite done yet, but they need 4 more rounds to take this into overtime.
For sure. Whoa! That is crispy from Mukashu. Need a lot more of that, though. This is a great little round. You're able to sell a bit of a fake on the other side, create some space for yourself, keep XLG guessing. Now they're going to have the op in Rarga's hands along with that convergent pass. So some opportunities here to really do some damage and end this series. Send XLG further forward. Lysor, statuesque, just going to be sitting behind that pillar as usual. WS Leo.
Gonna look to scale back over towards male side. Flash doesn't go deep enough to actually get the confirmation though. Pops it within the poison orb. Meanwhile, Prowler, similar scenes, not gonna be able to find the catch. Finds out. Send one to the corner. He's trying to run this down before he loses his weapon, but he ends up losing his life. No man on the arrival around the back, however. Able to pinch in, finding one. Spirit C1 gonna be taken down to the side, but Lysor will quickly get traded out. The trade up is there. Pain Shell committed. Life setting up the blaze wall, gets the heal going back through.
Spike planted.
Nightfall at the ready, immediately invested. Connection on the one, Rarga able to dodge that out, but needs a different weapon, still has that operator in hand. Life could potentially just be their demise playing from this top rafter position. The swing coming through, and Rarga's not looking for it. Staring over towards Ali, and now No Man has to back away. We'll go for the save, and DRG continue to hold on by a thread. 3 more rounds to go.
Really nice utilization of their ultimates here. Using that Steel Garden to clear that space up towards B Heaven. You know, force WS Leo to try and make a hero play. You hold firm. Able to turn the flash well enough. Even though No Man able to do a little bit of damage. Still a shout here for DRG, just like there was towards the end of Fracture. Starting to claw back, but was that space created by XLG too much? Nice positioning there. Rarga was scoped in, so he couldn't even see what was going on up top, and XLG wants to take the timeout, wants to end this. Don't give them any more hope.
But you're also giving the opportunity for Nathan D to communicate with his team again. It's always a risk from these positions. Will it end up costing them? Will we see TRG continue to be able to persevere? Because the money at the moment, not good for XLG. Pulling off a Thripsy to end this series would be so damn impressive, but it also feels so very unlikely given the way the DRG have been able to play these last couple of rounds.
Yeah, I also am a little bit kind of scratching my head with having that convergent paths and putting the op into Rarga's hands. I know you want to use that op to lock down some space, but there was a good opportunity maybe to close it out on that. Now you might have to wait, but they are going to put the Phantom into his hands. No Man going to be the good guy. Give his gun over to your duelist. Let them try to do some damage. So mostly an eco, half armor for Lysor. No Man as well, gonna scoop that up.
They can pull it off here and be miraculous. 3 chances to try to close this out. DRG on the cusp of bringing this to overtime. London, do you want to see that OT come through? No? All right. Yeah, maybe they didn't hear me. That's all good.
XLG fans?
They might be. Could be the case.
Well, it's just a matter of if Mukashu or anybody kind of falls into this trap. Said they're going to try to scale off the orb. Spirit Z1 left on his own to watch this.
Rarga going on a walkabout. Spirit Z1 just around that corner.
That's the Phantom. You're putting all your eggs in this Rarga basket.
Oh, able to find one. Tries to pop the dash. He cannot make it out to safety. Spirit Z1 quick to trade it back, and that's one of the weapons down. He wants to try to recollect this one, but Lysor, he puts himself out in the open. Takes an immense amount of damage, but Heavyweight feels back the pressure. His life will fall.
Now there's a chance.
A very real one.
Did Lysor not get the gun?
No, he didn't manage to find it, I don't think. Either way,
30
look at
seconds
tops
left.
back up. Leo having the heals. Brings him back to full, but now they're gambling on the wrong side of the map and starting to get a read on that as there's 23 seconds remaining. And in transit, they can now grab that weapon. They're gonna have to try to play this one for the retake. Flexen waiting the opposite side. That ramp wall. Do they clear him? A paint shell available. He rebounds under the corner. No man could just flush him out. Instead, it's just leaping over towards heaven for that peak. Last pack down. 2 is demise. Spirit out from main, able to find one. The push forward. W's Leo able to find a kill before he gets taken down, but it's gonna be Spirit. Dominant gets himself an ace to keep DRG in this series.
This is a really nice recovery from DRG, finding the open space and then leaving. I love leaving Flexen up there at top heaven and get a pain point on this A site for them early in this half that they have now addressed. Able to give the information over. And Spirit Z1 gets the Blade Storm, gets the kills, and keeps DRG alive. Another mid-fight potentially brewing, maybe. This time, though, Happy Way actually just going to dump the Poison Cloud forward. DRG wants to get aggressive. They know that they've just cleared open vents with that haunt. So they've got an opportunity here. Again, 3 players over on B. I mean, XLG, this default, not really slowing DRG down at all. Happy Way, they kept pushing him. Would need to go big. Of course, you got some util here. You've got the curveball to try to flash up if you want. Instead, I'm gonna try something different.
Paint shell trying to hold them back. Paranoia as well, going to be layered in from Lysor. For now, the scale forward. Very slow on this approach. Seas won't find anything. That's a decent fan out on this B site. There's a No Man poking and prodding, trying to confirm that kill, but just cannot get it through. Happy Way now, the one lurking forward. Flexing again behind the box. There's a spot out. The quick turn and Happy Way able to find that kill. Pops the vice wall, and he's just going to go counter-rotating back through sewers. Once again, Happy Way looking to deliver on a round win to bring this series to its conclusion. All of XLG getting clustered on that screen side. Convergent path's going to be sent in, but it's going to be Spirit Z1 again, able to strike for 2 kills. Raga and Lysor both going to be taken down. Spike having to be committed to. The plan coming in, but a timing from Happy Way out of vents, able to intercept Life on that approach. And Mukashu and Nick now have to do it all. The face forward, the kill back, the top! And DRG, they do it again!
Unbelievable. It's map 3, it's split, you better believe. It's a banger. I thought Happy Way with that kill might have done it. But Spirit Z1, he has been so good. And then, of course, Mukashu, when you need him most, comes up with a crazy double.
Just unreal scenes here. And yes, the frustration palpable on the XLG side.
Another pit.
The final timeout call is not leading to anything but, like you say, another pit available. Life trying to get another run it back. Trailblazer forces Flexen quite far away.
I think they're really trying to get that paranoia out of Lysor, at least try to see if they can get a pick on him, but he hasn't been giving up anything. Credit where credit's due. Lysor's been a rock at that B main entrance. Once again, No Man has slotted inside of this pit to try to help out his top fragger. Curveball around the corner doesn't really do much other than just keep him pinned there. So that does open up a little bit extra space, though. And
it is just Leo.
Yeah.
The wall raised, the call coming through. It's about to drop. Sending out the flash. Knows that they haven't gotten the full entry onto the site quite yet, and Nick is just backpedaling into that one.
Down A.
Maybe thinking that Spirit Z1 would force him away. Not the way the kill is going to be traded out. The spike now in play. But Raga able to find Mukashu. One of the heroes of the previous round to try to keep things going. DRG, can they make it this close? Only to fall shy of the mark. Happy Way wants to say yes. His life, the ult is lost. Spirit Z1 is dead. And he's just nowhere nearby. held at bay, pushed away, life. He cannot find it. The defuse is in, and XLG, they will persevere and send DRG home.
DRG gave it one hell of a run. Their map pick of Haven, tremendous. A falter on Fracture and just shy of the mark here on Split. An amazing performance, but Happy Way was not having any of it here on Split.
He just would not allow them to lose the game.
Generational.
35, 12, and 5, 397 ACS with 4 first bloods as a Viper. Commiserations, though, to DRG. They were able to find their first map win on a global stage. And perhaps for them, it's just going to have to be a step-by-step affair. We saw here what they're capable of. We saw how they managed to qualify to these global shows in this performance here today. But XLG continue to be a step ahead, a cut above.
Yeah, this year for sure. The XLG players just a little bit better, but a lot of love being shown on stage there. Everybody knows how good they are and how important this match was. And a little bit of hope here for XLG to maybe do some more damage. We saw that their Lotus can challenge some of the best teams in the world. Whoever they face in the next round, we're gonna need to see even better.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck shutting down Happy Way. That is a hard carry performance, and whatever they're pay them more. That's absolutely insane. Generational, as you said. And if the rest of the team is gonna be able to heat up alongside him, then XLG could become a terrifying force here on this global stage. They survived the fight again, but it doesn't get any easier from here. A constant uphill battle if they want to make their way into the playoffs. We'll see who they get drawn against. We'll see how they perform later on, but for now, let's send it down to Frankie with a Verizon post-match interview.
No man is signing autographs. Of course he is. He's just saved his place in the competition alongside with his teammates. No man, I would love to speak to you if that's okay. How did you manage to close things down on Split before it went to OT?
When you have a Happy Way, things seem to work out. We can't be a one-man team going into every game, but it's nice to have those kind of players.
And he's hyping up his teammates too.
Definitely. He's not selfish at all. He'll still jump for us. He'll do everything, but when he's on fire, it's dangerous.
What was your reaction to DRG letting you have that Fracture pick? Because it's been their permaban for over a year now.
I think when we have a map like Lotus, it's kind of pick your poison. So yeah, I think they knew our Lotus was going to be strong. So.
And for you, No Man, in the words of your girlfriend Maria, who I spoke to earlier, how did you lock in, James?
That's her favorite sentence. Don't get her started. You just focus, vibe up the team, and see what happens.
Well, keep focused. One more game before playoffs. Good luck and congratulations, No Man. And for the rest of you, stick around.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. It all started when I got to the FIFA World Cup. And wow, thousands of Verizon customers.
Oh, you got the free Verizon tickets too?
No, I'm... With amazing seats.
I'm sorry. Okay.
And even pitch-side access.
Are you? David Beckham.
A Verizon customer.
This used to be for players. Now it's for Verizon customers. No one gets you closer. Only on Verizon.
In esports, legendary moments demand speed, scale, and soul. Players and fans bring the heart. Technology brings it to life. Every frame, every stat, every decisive play. In partnership with the VALORANT Champions Tour, we're driving digital innovation that empowers the esports ecosystem to keep expanding. So players can focus on the game, and fans can focus on the moment.
Hello there. Welcome to Cuppa Questions. Jen here with Autumn and Patman. Would you guys like some tea?
Yes, please.
Okay. Right. I don't know what tea this is, but yeah. Would you like some sugar?
Yes, thank you.
No, we have
It's
no
okay.
sugar.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like it.
Right. Is it hot?
It's good. Yeah, it's pretty hot. But it's good.
Is there anything you want to do in London?
Me, I think if we're able to have a day off at least,
Yeah.
maybe I want to explore the city more because
Okay.
I believe like there's a lot of nice places here in London. I want to at least go to Big Ben because it's not too far from the venue.
Yeah.
And maybe do some shopping.
Oh, shopping. Buy what?
Maybe just a clothes souvenir from London.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about food?
Food. What we try? Actually, we tried something already, right?
English breakfast.
English breakfast. Oh
Yeah.
yeah. And then what
We
more?
had some waffles and something.
Oh yeah, waffles. Yeah.
Oh, waffles.
Yeah.
Okay. You told me you wanted to try building a meal deal. And it's like British people are really passionate about building a good meal deal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you want to try?
Sure.
Okay.
I think one is ham sandwich.
Ham sandwich.
Yes. And salted crisps.
Salted crisps.
And about what?
That is objectively the worst meal deal ever.
As Frost would say, that's straight trash. Straight trash.
Okay. No, but what about you, Autumn? Bottle of water.
Bottle of water?
For a meal deal, but what about you?
Like not the meal deal, like just for you to try.
That and what would you like to do in London?
I'd like to win, obviously.
Okay.
But try some fish and chips.
Oh, fish and chips.
Yeah, because I eat that a lot back home. But
Oh,
apparently
okay.
they didn't have flake here, so it might be kind of mid compared to Australian fish and chips.
Okay. So seems like you guys have a lot of food to taste, meal deals to build, and games to win.
Yeah.
So last question for you: what would be the key for GE to go far in this tournament?
Yudotan.
Yudotan?
Yeah.
Okay. That's it?
Korean player.
Yeah.
Yudotan?
Top one Korean player.
Okay. Yudotan?
Yeah.
Right. So I guess we need Yudotan
Yeah.
to win. All right. Thank you so much and enjoy the tea.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lovely little British tea session with 3 Pacific folks, so it's a little funny there. Welcome back. I'm Victoria, joined by Minnie and Billy, and we have Sliggy. Welcome. How have things been so far?
Yeah, really good. Yeah, I'm actually getting like proper into the games. People are like, whoa, you're having reactions now. I'm like, yeah, I can hear the crowd and looking like people are with me. So it's been great here.
Yeah, I've been hearing a lot of that, a lot of more emotions coming out of you. So you should come out of your house a little bit more. I think we're all going to be appreciating it. Now, we had China just now. We have XLG surviving one more day. DRG going home. But now Pacific, our region, well, my region, is up. And we've got Global versus Full Sense. This one's extra special because not only do we have a little bit of a talent reunion going on between Cruz and Frost, but Sliggy, you know, you're one of our favorite co-streamers over in Pacific. You've been watching all of this unfold over the last few years, and this is a huge story between Full Sense and Global Esports. Everyone kind of knows how close Frost and Cruz are back from talent. Frost was essentially a mentor for Cruz.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, kind of took him under his wings, and you can see they're very, very close. They watch some games later with each other once they're both qualified. And it's always like mind games of these two. Frost always talks about it with like the map veto and like, oh, he got his best maps on this one. So I'm very excited to see how that's actually going to turn out.
Now, you started the whole HyperX train together with Minnie, but this year you've been kind of high on Full Sense.
Yeah, I've been pretty high on Full Sense. Honestly, I thought they were going to do this at the beginning and kickoff, but they just needed a bit of time, maybe get Cruz actually back in there.
Yeah.
Hasn't been the best performance, I would say, at the moment. I'm expecting a little better from them. So yeah, we'll see. It's a slow start right now.
Oh, definitely. In fact, let's recap a little bit on what happened last time for Global Esports when they played just the other day.
Yeah, last time it was extremely close game with Lev. Honestly, I think Global should have taken that series 2-0, and they lost a little bit of energy going into that third. But yeah, I think that for it to be that close to a team that has already qualified, that's a good sign for Global. It's just whether they're going to be able to continue that momentum or this weird regional matchup where there's a lot of mind games going on, whether they stumble today.
Yeah, I think for Global, it was clear that they could make adaptations. It just wasn't quite happening quick enough. And as Minnie said, now that we've seen Lev go on and have that 2-0 throughout this Swiss stage, you're almost looking at Global Esports and thinking it's unfortunate that they weren't able to close that out. But against a tough opponent, it was fair enough that it went to all 3 maps at least.
They lost a lot of pistols as well. That doesn't help.
They were definitely really upset about that. And Full Sense, you know, this team, the last time they played against Global Esports, they won 2-0. They looked absolutely on fire there. And speaking of the mind games, Cruz picked into Split, expecting Frost to be prepared and strong on Split, and expecting him to almost like take a seat back because he thought they wouldn't expect
Yeah, it's like an interesting thing where, like, if you're really good at a map and you don't expect your opponent to pick it necessarily, then they might not practice so much that week. So that's the level of mind games we're talking about here. As Cruz is like, they're good at this map, but I know they're not going to practice because they don't expect us to pick it, which is the crazy. Like, I don't know how to get into these heads of these two, to be honest. Like, they're on a different level.
Yeah, definitely. They know each other so well, and when that happens, it's almost like if you see Bambino and Big Time get together. I'm sure there's like a whole nother level of twitting there. Now, of course, we just had to send Jen Lee down to chat with both Frost and Cruz to see what the vibes are like leading into this match.
Here with Cruz and Frost before today's matchup. Now, Cruz, first things first, how did you guys process the last game against Foot and walk in here with confidence today?
We just forgot what happened 2 days ago. It didn't happen.
Is that a good thing, Frost, in your opinion?
Short-term memory is a very good thing.
How'd you prep the GE boys against Full Sense?
Didn't have to. We knew it was going to go to the same map, so.
Anything you would like to say to that?
Didn't prep as well.
Surely you did, but you know, it's going to be an emotional day for you too. So anything you'd like to say to each other?
I still don't know how you won in Ho Chi Minh. I don't think it's going to happen today also.
Ooh.
We'll see.
All right, we'll see.
I love the banter. Actually, when Full Sense lost, Cruz did stick around to watch what happened with Global Esports, and then he rode home with Global Esports, knowing that there were going to be opponents today. So they're really close. Like I said, these guys are almost like they're ex-teammates. They are mentors for each other. They look up to each other. Cruz has often given Frost a lot of credit for teaching him a lot of his coaching style, which we can see lend into how Full Sense is playing. Now, Global Esports gave us our first 3 maps here at Masters London, and it was a bit of a heartbreaker, like you said, against Lev. It was really close. We saw them crumble a little bit, but we have to give a lot of credit to Yudo-tan.
Yeah, exactly. I think that he was a player that I didn't, you know, on this team, he wasn't the initial player that I would go towards, but he passed the eye test a little bit, and then coming into this event, he stepped up his performance massively. He surprised me with how good he was in that series. Every single map, he was just dominating on that duelist.
I think a big part of it is getting him off of the Neon, to be honest with you. I was looking at his Neon, it's roughly like a 0.9 rating. You look at him on a Jet, it's like a 1.1. It's like a 0.2 rating difference. Then we're getting him on a bit on the Chamber as well. I just think like getting him just getting him off the Neon, honestly, is just great for him. So I think the nerf in terms of the teams that benefited and players, he's up there.
Yeah, I think the way that he performed, especially on that last map slip, you're almost kicking yourselves for not being able to close it out, especially given the individual performance he had. I mean, even just the movement on the Rays, I think, has been really impressing me, especially here on the global stage.
Which is so funny because we're watching stage 1, or just VCT Pacific in general. Yudo-tan isn't usually the loudest one on that team in terms of stats. It's usually Padman, especially this year, especially against big teams like HyperX. But the other day, I think we needed to send out the Pat signal because he was missing.
I think for Patman, yes, he did have a rough performance the other day, but I think the strength that he's offering this team is the amount of flexibility. Now, you could argue that that's maybe what's costing them here, here, especially in that first series, because they are expecting him to flex across so many different agents, Mini.
Yeah, like there, he's on the waylay with an operator. That's not something I expect to see from Pac-Man. I think it's really difficult when you're expecting this guy to go across a lot of different things. I hope that he's not going into his own head at all about this, and he's the Pac-Man that I was watching in Pacific. Today.
He was sticking around with his refract a lot as well, and then getting util dumped a little bit. I felt like he felt a little bit uneasy, and I kind of wanted him to maybe not make as many plays as he was like trying to make, and just let the game come to him.
You think he was like trying too hard to be the star player?
I really did, yeah.
Yeah, I think he has been guilty of this, and usually it pays off, but when you're on the global stage outside of your region, things do change a little bit here. Now, guys, I really love Apple crumble, but I don't like seeing a Pacific team crumble. And to be quite frank, that's what happened with Full Sense just the other day. This was so uncharacteristic. This was a team we were hyping up so hard coming into this event, and they were not playing like themselves at all.
We say this, but of course we saw that Full Sense roster kind of crumble when they were on the grand finals against PRX back in Pacific. And I think we have to bear in mind that this was a team that hadn't lost a single map in Pacific up until that grand final against PRX. And I'm worrying that that might carry into the rest of this event for them.
Yeah, I'm already worried about them on the big stages right now. It hasn't looked great for them at all. I'm hoping that they can go back and just get that confidence together. I hope IGL Cruise is able to just build up their spirits a little bit today, because they're going to need it.
I looked at the stats, and there's 4 of them in the bottom 10 right now in terms of the stats, so it's not great. It's not looking good. Yeah, I want to see a little bit more confidence, a little bit more team play. I would love Killua to kind of go with the group a lot and actually help his team out. I felt like he was very individual with a lot of his Fade util.
Yeah, I think that he's so integral to the success of this team. We talk about Jit Boys as a second duelist, of course, Premium, but Killua is really huge as their flash agent there. Now, it's time for the 1v1 showdown and our skirmish side select. And today we've got a duel between Primi and Crystal. Let's see how this goes. Okay, I see they're pretty locked in. They used to send in their coach, T-Love, to do all of these skirmishes. And this time, they're locking in. They need Primi to...
Oh, he's diffing the operator, so that's a good sign.
A good one.
I think you deserve to get diffed if you're buying the operator in the skirmish, in my opinion.
I do. We got to ban it these days, surely. We have to ban
it's not
it.
fair.
Yeah.
Oh, surely it doesn't 5-0 him, though. Surely.
Oh
my God.
I mean, that kind of sets the tone. I don't think Primi was in the bottom 10 of the stats, so I think he might be the one that is actually a little bit more up there.
He was the one that was above them all for sure.
And he was the person last time when they won 2-0 against Global, he was just Primiing them the entire time. So today, maybe we need that little bit of Primi action.
Oh, we definitely need it from Full Sense. Anyway, we were talking about the map, the mind games. Let's see what Frost and Cruz have landed on.
Alright, welcome guys. Today we're gonna do GE versus FS map veto. So FS won the skirmish and they're picking their side.
Team B.
Team B. Alright, then GE bans the first map.
I'm not gonna do it to you. Ban Lotus.
Lotus. Alright. Then FS bans.
Ascent.
Ascent is banned as well. And GE picks the first map.
Split.
Alright.
I don't know.
And the side for split, please.
Defense.
Okay, then your map pick.
Breeze.
Breeze. And the side for Breeze, please.
Attack.
Attack. We have Fracture, Haven, and Pearl left. GE bans first.
I'll ban Fracture.
Fracture is banned. We have Haven and Pearl left, and you guys are banning.
Yeah. We ban Haven.
Alright, the sider is Pearl, and GE picks the side.
Pick attack.
Okay, so quick recap. We start the split, FS defense. Then we have Breeze, GE attacks, and if we have Pearl, GE attacks. Everything correct? Alright, good luck guys.
I'm sure there are a lot more mind games going on, but Friendly Ones and Cruz has learned a little bit from the last times he did a map veto, Sliggy.
Yeah, for sure. I think he was like he kind of at least acted like he was expecting the split, but then there was like a pause after, so I'm not entirely sure he thought that the split was actually going to come in. I love their faces after delivering the map pick, so that was good, because they picked the opposites, right?
Yeah, the interesting thing is the last time they played, it was Full Sense picking the opposite map. It's like they picked each other's opposite maps, so the mind games already are going in crazy.
Well, the last time they faced off, Full Sense won 2-0, but we know Frost knows Cruz so well, and he can possibly outread him and possibly outdo Primi. We'll have to wait and see who's going to stay in the game for London. We have high expectations from Global Esports, the misfits of Pacific, with everything to prove.
솔직히 부담감이 없을 수는 없고 부담감이 있긴 한데 프로게이머로서 가장 부담되는 순간? 사람들이 되게 많은 경기장에서 게임을 한다는 게 그래도 최대한 게임에 집중하고
We've been calling him Yudo time the whole game. We might have to change it to Himdo time. The guy has just taken over.
실수 안 하려고 노력하면은 잘 할 수 있을 것 같아서
ห้ามแพ้แล้วเพราะเราไม่มีโอกาสแล้วมีโอกาสแค่รอบสุดท้ายครับผมคือว่าเราต้องแก้ข้อผิดพลาดอะไรอย่างนี้แล้วก็ขอให้สนุกครับผม
당연히 풀센서면 떠오르는 게
Primi.
It's Primi.
The best player at this tournament.
저번에 호치민에서도 풀센서를 상대했을 때 프리미가 되게 압도적인 경기력으로 저희를 그냥 삭삭 해버려서 이번에는 똑같은 실수를 반복하지 않으려고 저희가
จะเจอใครก็ได้หมดเลยครับไม่กลัวก็คือทำของผมให้ดีที่สุดแล้วก็โฟกัสไปเรื่อยๆครับผมก็คือชิวๆเลยครับ
풀센스 이번 런던에서는 조심해야 될 거야
ครั้งนี้นะรอดูผมได้เลย It's the Primi Show Birth
Real bad boy, man, a G to the end.
G! It's Global Esports versus Full Sense!
Bigger than wrestler. Gal in the front going on extra. Some of them come, some of them X up. Mosh pit crew holding the center. Big long beard, big black temper.
Welcome to VCT Pacific. Oh wait, no, we are in Masters London. Correction there. But this is the very first time Pacific has sent 3 Southeast Asian teams to the global stage. It's not just HyperX this time around. And the world needs to see what these 2 teams can bring to the table. Now we got Sliggy here at the desk with us. You've been pretty hyped about Full Sense. How are you feeling about them today?
Oh, after what I saw last time, I need a good start here. I need to see a pistol. I really want them to take this first map.
Yeah, I echo that completely. I think that Full Sense are probably going to come in. I think that they're going to have a game plan. They're going to set out those first 5 rounds. And that's what I saw last time when they played Split. There were some very weird tactics going on early on the Split. They looked like they had massive reads, and those mind games were in full effect.
We just saw Primi mention it was Primi time in that promo. We need to see Primi time in the server here today. Let's not forget, Full Sense with a roster that sent PRX down to that lower bracket regionally when we consider how they performed back in Pacific. They need to be able to blow out against Global Esports today if they want to progress through this Masters London.
But Coach Frost is part of this team in a weird way. He has been part of the process of putting this Full Sense core together. He brought Primi in, he looked for Killua, he knows them so well. So when you have 2 teams who can read each other like this, it's really hard to say who's going to come out on top.
And not only that, when you consider Global Esports, we kind of hinted at it earlier on, they managed to push Lev to 3 maps. So yes, you have that familiarity. You also have Global Esports that have gone away and probably prepped coming into today. We've spoken about how great they are when it comes to those anti-strats.
I think for me, Global Esports obviously look like they're in better form, but for me, it's about whether Full Sense build up the confidence. The fact that they're playing against people that they know, I think, is an advantage for them because they're not going to be as scared on the stage today. And I hope that if they do win today, that they don't go back to what we saw last time they played.
That's like the one benefit of having the regional matchups. If you have a team that is like a little scared and you go like, oh, we've beaten this team before, we can do this, and then you get that momentum going forward. So yeah, I'm hoping for a lot better from Full Sense.
Absolutely, and I think that's why we're finally seeing all the matches today go the distance because they know each other so well. They're so much more comfortable facing each other. They know all the tells, all the reasons. At this point, it's trying to outsmart each other and play their best game. Now, we have some players here who are here for the very first time on a global stage. The first time we're having a full Thai squad in years. We also have our sole Australian representative in the form of Autumn coming to the stage. stage. He was formerly from CN, so we're seeing a lot of players come back together on the stage.
I think you mentioned something really important here, a lot of young players. We used to bring up the narrative of this young player is crumbling a little bit, and then it didn't happen for a long time, but now we're starting to see it again. So I'm excited again to see if it just continues throughout the whole of this event.
The interesting thing to me is that Patman is literally a tournament winner. He won that Toronto trophy, and I saw a little bit of doubt in his play last time. I think that he said that he's got the ego now to play at this tournament in the way that he should, but maybe Sliggy is pointing out that at times a little bit too much. So I need to see a more balanced Pat today for Global Esports to take this victory.
Yeah, that's right. And with this agent comp coming out right now, I mean, at this point, they already know each other's game. I think it makes a huge difference if Primi steps up. I think, is it fair to say, in terms of firepower, FullSense is definitely on top?
I mean, normally.
Normally, yes.
Normally, yes. But here, maybe, oh, who knows?
We will have to wait and see. All right, to kick off VCT Pacific, it's not Seth, it's Tom and Mitch.
Thank you so much,
Clinton?
Victoria. Yeah, indeed. We've got our own paper thing here at least. Look, it's a pleasure to get to see these Pacific teams down on our stage here in London, but a shame that for one of them, it will be the last. FullSense versus GE. And Tom, in terms of this matchup, it seems like Sliggy's lost a little bit of his confidence in FullSense, but he wants to see them come out with a strong start. Hard to know, though, which map could favor which team, considering how the veto went last time they played.
Yeah, the fact they've come in and picked each other's choice, it kind of tells you the game of chess that's being played. Maybe both teams trying to switch up the veto and ending in the same place, at least for the first couple of maps, which, of course, last time out, FullSense won both. The wall up, over the wall already, looking to try and make that fast play into the A site. With a very late lurk that will eventually come in from Crystal. A post plant looks very likely indeed.
Plant for sure, but no ramp control when that comes in. FullSense are already scaling down that ramp. Primi's found his first. The Sage Wall still in play means Crystal's going to take a while, and this pace from FullSense is causing problems. Unaton has fallen at the hands of Primi. Everyone from GE has. Now with Javi down, Crystal breaks through that wall at last. The spike being tapped to fight up top that Crystal expects. He's done a wonderful job already. Stuck down from Primi, and he won't find any more. A Red Bull clutch from the man who was late to the party.
God, thinking back to the last series as well, that first map was where Crystal was incredible. Like, he started the series off with a bang, and I think it's going to be very important that that's the same case, because I was already getting flashbacks to the last time these teams play, where Primi just goes, oh yeah, I'm better than these guys. I'm just going to run around and just rack them. So to shut that down early. It's also worth noting as well that although GE are coming in with, I think, the exact same comp they ran last time, it is a change-up for FullSense. They brought in the Sage. They moved Jit Boys off of that secondary duelist. I think he was on the Raze last time out. So clearly, even though they didn't pick this map, FullSense still expected it to come through.
Well, defense pushes on both sides, and now they've got the reward. Autumn surrounded and dealt with. It's at least a Marshall picked up for the defensive side. But other than that, the chances of anything going their way here seem very, very slim. GE won't spread themselves too thin. Playing with those two on the site, regardless of who's taking the fights. Crystal's just clearing out B main, and they look to take these fights together and on range. Should make it very hard for FullSense to get anything. But Primi having the chance to one-shot headshot, it definitely makes things a little bit more difficult for GE, a little bit more dangerous, because with their investment, you're at least losing something even if a player goes down. There's the first to be lost. It's only a stinger. It gets worse from here on out.
Yeah, I think that was just an attempt to maybe catch an all ball too. But in this case, the rest just going to be going down to the spike, not really given any opportunities. And I think that's the right call to make. Be the next round where FullSense come in with the buy. And I think it is a very interesting talking point. Going back to this matchup from last time out, obviously it was a very, very close match towards the end of the Pacific stage, and especially on this map in particular. It does, well, even on Breeze, I think going into Breeze, there was a lot who would have thought the GE were favored, but it just came down to some of that individual mechanics. Someone like Primi being able to take over rounds they had no right winning. I think overall, my sort of thought process is that GE might be a better team. It's just if he's going to run Riot once again as one of the most mechanically gifted players we have in the scene right now. And in fact, some people putting him all the way at the top.
Well, if he wants a chance of really claiming that title, have to make it further than this. A victory over GE needed. The start not looking good. GE make it to the B site, fight through the smoke, land the opening pick, and avoid going any further. It was a mistake if they kept stepping forward, but now the walls blocked Primi off.
Spike planted.
And Autumn is in a position that I will say is rarely cleared, but he's about to walk right into Jip Boys. Now they know. The element of surprise no longer there. The Poison Orb put in a very unusual position, but that has garnered GE flank control. They'll keep B main for Full Sense to fight through, especially with the time where it's at. They've decided that they're just going to save. A 5v4 full save.
It's the time and having an operator with no shields. Like, it basically would just be like, okay, is someone going to give Primi a fight, or are we just going to hold on to that gun into the next round? And for GE economically, this is maybe the best start you could ever hope for. You win the first 3 rounds, and the only players you're actually going to lose are ones that still have weaker weapons and are going to go hunting, going to go running in to try and remove some of the weaponry on the other side. And there you go. Harvey takes a kill and even gets away with the gun. This is a great round for GE.
Yeah, I mean, that really was the cherry on top at the end for GE. A 3-0 start usually means that you're going to run away with the half. Obviously, for Full Sense, still saving weapons. They'll be able to buy up. They'll be able to fight for this round, but not in a very convincing way. Oh. I mean, even now you're taking a look. If they play with those rifles, you're going to have 2 players without shields.
I don't think I ever see people really do it.
Hey, actually playing without shields?
I think maybe you have like Vukash who does it every once in a while, where he's like the hero who just has a rifle with no shields, but especially like there's a decent chance that somebody on the other side has an outlaw.
Toxin screen down.
They don't, but I guess just having the confidence in Primi to maybe take over the round, and that's a great start. Already eliminating the lurker on that A side of the map, it means that the amount of control is already gone and the pace needs to be picked up now from GE.
They walled off the side where there was only 1 player. Instead, they fight towards the numbers, but it's worked out at least to start. Lua will contain that space, has help if needed from Leviathan down below. But in the end, they have to give up Heaven. GE, again, running into the numbers there. They've gotten very lucky with that pick through the smoke. They've spotted Leviathan up close as well, and all the while, Patman was working the control. He'll fall, but Udatan keeping it competitive, rolling in their favor, and with a res there, man advantage now locked in for GE. The pick is needed for Full Sense, and that was a chance. Without it being found, they have to hope that someone on GE is going to step out of line, give them a way back into this site.
Already pushing back towards the spawn, but Harvey's actually the one to be caught. And now stuck in the corner is Crystal, but again, he seems to be on fire at the moment. Cruz doesn't even know that there's a wraparound coming in from behind. His position seeming dead to rights, and it will be an easy kill in the end for Yudotan. 4-0 up. That risky purchase alongside the save weaponry hasn't paid off. And again, we're seeing a great attack side half coming out from GE, which, think back to the game versus Leviathan, it was exactly the same. Their attack side was great.
Well, they did. They just played into the hands of Full Sense there. We had 1 player grabbing the pick outside of A. B site much more heavily reinforced. 2 players in Heaven, 1 on the B site, 1 in Vents ready to strike. GE, they play mid because they lose their flank. They push forward. The Coinbase win condition for Full Sense was having the players in the right position at the right time, and they got unlucky to lose 1 to a spam. I'll give them that for sure. But GE finding a 4-0 leg up, stealing that round out in the end, dealing with the save with 4 players, grabbing an upgraded weapon as well. The credits are in a fantastic position for the attack side, and for Full Sense, they're pretty much faced into an eco. This is going to go from bad to worse for the defensive side coming out of this pause. And at that stage, you're 5-0 down with GE being able to buy and buy and buy as you win rounds. This half is getting out of control.
Yeah, you can kind of understand as well why this map was actually picked out by GE. The last time they lost it was 13-11. And it was a 7-5 defense coming out for Full Sense. So right now, they are already on the back burner, on the back foot. Of course, we don't expect the game to be identical within its scorelines, but I don't think they're going to be over the moon with the way that this has started. You can see Autumn going straight in for that outlaw. You can understand why. A chance for potential freebies. And the only real danger in that round, well, I feel like I'm being a dead horse. It's Primi again.
So far it has been Primi. I think he's got the same kills as the rest of the team combined. A lot of it coming from the pistol. It's been quiet on the defensive side for the first 4 rounds, but it's not likely to get any better here. A couple of kills from Primi could certainly help the situation. GE are stepping in to his turf. Here we go. Blade Storm. Oh, he's gone in! A bold play indeed. He thought he could isolate the Outlaw up close, but there was more than enough backup there for GE.
I think they were very ready for that. After the last round push-up, where Autumn gets caught alone and they have to try and react to it, they have 2 players supporting him, ready for the swing. And after they've pulled the rotation all the way over to the A site, they now walk into a site that only has Jit Boys in it. Now, he does still have a full belt of utility, but it's how much you really want to invest going into this round. There's the wall. So they are going to have to break that immediately. That will sound the alarm for the rest of the defenders.
Still another slow.
I don't think that slow actually stopped them at all. I think it was a little bit shallow.
Yeah, it let them out of the choke. So they're able to fight around the side.
Nice shot.
Oh, that works out for Jit Boys. Okay. Trading here is fine, and now it's looking even better. Another found by Cruz, and no! In the blink of an eye, Full Sense have full control! This round shouldn't have even been close, Tom, but this is the light in the dark for the defensive side somehow.
Yeah, evidently he did buy enough time, but I'm surprised because it seemed like he didn't. A Mastercard thrifty is the way that Full Sense get onto the board, and I'm not sure if what was said in the pause is Cruz as the IGL, you need to hit some headshots, but I'm not sure this was the round they even expected to break back. Just those quick rotations eventually coming through. And then just everybody on their side landed their shots. Finally, Full Sense have made it onto the board, and, well, they get a huge economic boost. That operator is going to be back in the hands of Primi. And we see if GE have a response.
Yeah, we thought Primi with his Blade Storm would have been the main reason they won the round. And he did leave Yudoton down to 1 hit by the Sheriff, which meant he couldn't fire a showstopper, so the impact was there. But it was everybody else. Great defense by Jit Boys as well, buying that extra time, as you said. A first round found, but it means nothing unless we can back it up with another. As we said, GE, they're going to be buying and buying again. The defensive side needs to have a lot of solutions up their sleeve. Last round worked. This one, it's a start from Primi. Javi down and out of the round right away, but they're fleeing. The spike's being taken to the other side of the map. Not a ton of control there for GE, but from what we can see at Full Sense, they've left the B side open, taking the main instead. I thought Autumn would take a bit longer before showing his hand.
Not particularly pretty. The mid-ball buying time having to be broken. One of the new factors that GE have to deal with. The timing not working out for Cruz, though. Crystal able to turn things back again. The positioning, though, from Leviathan is perfect. And although we saw a big clutch in round number 1 from Crystal, this one definitely feels an awful lot tougher. And although their credits are still in an okay position, it's whether or not he wants to gamble the gun here.
Well, I don't think he gets a choice. There's a fight coming his way. He's just about made it around, but now they've seen him. Now they know exactly where Crystal is. And saving this weapon with 15 seconds on the clock and plenty more after it ticks away. And they're slowing him so he can't even make it out. A fight is needed, and it's won by Crystal. 7-1 right now, popping the reload and ready for another fight, but I don't think they'll throw their operator at this one. If he tucks in, that weapon is going to be his for the next round, saving not just the gun, but his KD as well, making it look a little better. But 4-2, Full Sense are definitely climbing back into this, despite a bit more of a blow being dealt there than it looked like.
Yeah, I think Crystal will actually be very happy with that. You get to keep your weapon. Credits-wise, you're in a pretty good position to still buy into this round, and you've reduced the economy of your opponents without really having to move. I will say, I think that's going to be one of the easier kills for Primi today. I think also it becomes a bit awkward because we know that GE love to have that sort of sage wall to section off one of the angles when pushing in towards the A site. Maybe they're going to pick up the pace a little bit here. I've already seen that operator push down mid instead. And although they've sent it early, if they go walking back, they might end up in a bit of trouble. This is a dirty angle from Primi.
No, it's going to be given up now. And for GE, let's take a listen in with their comms in this round.
Just jump pick first. Might be picking. You know we stay first.
I don't see. I'm go prowler. They smoke.
Oh, maybe not up here. Maybe not up here.
Okay.
Hey, they're rotating.
Jet B heaven, Jet B
I'm gonna
heaven.
smoke. Go now, Saba. Go now, Saba.
Jet B heaven, guys. Target towards ramp.
Guys, you need to move fast. They will.
Ready, I will run and I will ulti side, okay?
Yep.
The gas is coming down.
They walled something, guys. I don't know what.
They walled like heaven.
I need to smoke city. I'm smoking city now. Go. I smoke
I
elbow, I mean. It covers elbow.
They're waiting for the Nightfall to come in. That's going to reveal Kalua for sure, but he's got support, and that slow buys all the time Full Sense need. No chance for G to scale on the back of the ultimate. 30 seconds now to make it to the site. They've got to up the pace. They thought they'd find an easier A site, less heavily defended, but they were dead wrong, and now they're just dead! Jip Boys locking down heaven, and it is a clean and clinical round from Full Sense.
That was all him as well. Like, they go rotating into a site that ultimately is the less heavier stacked of the two. Again, another round that you can basically put down to his utility. The wall blocking up top, the slow, forcing them into an awkward position, and then even just breaking a gap in the walls and spamming shots into the faces of opponents. It's compositional change for Jip Boys is putting him right at the top of the board alongside Primi, and you could already see the G having to take a pause, maybe to adapt to that one agent change.
Well, they made the call there. We heard it in the listen-in, the rotation back to the A site. They saw the rotates to B. They thought it was going to be more heavily defended. But, man, when they hit into that A site, the slow, as soon as Nightfall comes in, stops the play. And any idea, any notion of walking into A, which already, Kalua was on site, Jip Boys was in heaven. It was going to be a tough fight anyways, but now it became impossible. And the change of direction just led them right into the rotates of Full Sense, right into Jip Boys, who, yeah, I mean, that first shot through the wall was a little ridiculous. I don't think he had any intention of killing someone with it. But they created the opportunities, capitalized on them, and now GE with a 4-0 start. They crushed the economy of Full Sense as well. That should have been 5-0, but they find themselves contested very early on.
Yeah, that round 5 might come back to bite them. Of course, that was one of the issues it felt like G had on their own defensive side in this map, was sometimes playing ahead of a lot of that Sage utility. I think that's what Jip Boys is doing excellently. He is just using that utility to create awkward scenarios, and that looked panicky from G. And again, when it's your map choice, even if both of you are happy to play it, you don't want to be looking panicky from a 4-0 up position.
Orb up from Cruz. He's going to stick around. There's no free passage for GE. They are looking to fight for this. The only problem is, look at Full Sense's setup. It's not like you just have one player up in heaven. No, we've got 3. 2 ready to fight, and 1 holding a Paranoia. The second that they step into Cruz angle, Paranoia's coming. Well, not when he stood there, but when he stood here.
If you want to know how confident they are in Jip Boys Sage, he is solo A, they have 3 heaven, and then they have 1 operator on the B side, and instead, it seems like they've got the perfect read. G walking straight into a stacked up heaven. And that's where they might be sent fairly soon. This time, it's Kalua, who's just destroyed them on entry. That wasn't an eco, that was a full buy investment, and they have just been slaughtered.
Again, for GE, when it comes to that moment where they want to pull the trigger, where they want to blitz in, there's always something waiting on the other side. Last round, and in a couple, it's been the slow for Full Sense. It's been the wall from Sage, but this time around, it's the Paranoia held by Leviathan for quite a while. From the get-go, Full Sense knew what they were facing into, that GE wanted to fight for mid. They might not go for those kind of battles again. Neck and neck. They've stopped GE from pushing up to a fight that seemed possible to avoid. And up on top of the wall, I think Jip Boys got spotted. Okay, there's the pick for Patman, for GE.
Yeah, I think as well, Patman has the read that, okay, if Jip Boys is here, no one else is. He immediately TPs up. Cruz under pressure, but Kalua already getting rid of Autumn. Autumn's been having a rough time so far, but Patman's impact in this round cannot be understated. Getting rid of the man atop the wall, taking over the spawn control and still battling for it. It does, however, send them towards Primi. Now Patman's been dealt with as well. Kalua on another. It is everybody stepping up for Full Sense, and all that is left is Yudotan facing off against his rival duelist, and he will manage to win That at least gets him the plant. His opponent starting to wrap around from heaven. It's a little bit disjointed, but it's not going to work out. I think he hit the headshot through the wall, but Kahlua survives on 25 HP.
Couple really big rounds from Kahlua as well, and Full Sense showing up across the board. It was a very slow start to this defensive side, but they've very much figured it out now, and you can see GE struggling to come up with solutions. Again, we've seen those A hits. They've tried to push and pull the rotates. They've tried to fight for mid, and even in this round, they successfully fight for mid. They shut down Jit Boys, who's been a problem for their attack side pace, but it's not enough. One round in the lead, the first to hit 5 is Full Sense, and GE, even after the timeout, it's the same old story.
Early mid control going to be challenged for by either side. They've been changing the setup on the defense almost every single round. Whenever you're trying to predict or counter what they're doing, it has been different. Primi's been everywhere. Jitboy's been everywhere. They are swapping spots and right place, right time. Almost gets caught by his own teammate. But the heal's there for Primi to be right back up. That control has been taken, but more so just as a protocol for GE, just to remove the eyes on that side. But when they still have Jit Boys peeking, and now what? That operator they saw moments ago, it's sat on A.
This paranoia has caused issues for GE before. Once this wall comes in, it could do again, but the TP to backside from Patman has made them reconsider. Leviathan just backs out. They're going to give them the plant, and that's very dangerous in this round. The Viper's Pit will make this a very tough retake. Again, this is the pit we're seeing most often put in, and coming from spawn is almost impossible. They do have the man advantage. GE have the terrain on their side.
Another heal for Primi. He's going to have taken well over 200 damage in this round, but it doesn't matter. He's still standing, still kicking. They even have a res available on either side, Showstopper as well, if necessary. And it might just be Patman already cleared. They're going to need someone to step up on the G side, and it is Udatom, but he's eliminated eventually. Back down to just one. Primi to try and turn it, and he's managed to get rid of Autumn. But that time is now ticking, surely too far gone, and Harvey has him covered. Sure, Full Sense hit 5 first, but GE fight right back.
Yeah, it was the decision to give up that B site to let the pick go down, but I thought Full Sense might have the leg up with that pick right there. Catching the flank, dealing with a lot of the win condition for this GE side, but Udaton right here, more than worth his salt. That double just made sure that the pit couldn't be pushed from both sides. Bought that little bit of extra time, and, well, time was of the essence in the end. 10 rounds in, and we're neck and neck. Full Sense, they fought their way back, but now GE have a solution.
Spike down
A bit more. Well, that's the res gone.
Oh dear. Oh, this is what happened last time. This was the guy that is going to end up on the most wanted list for GE fans, because Primi just seems to have a vendetta against them. A headshot through, he's coming over the top. Autumn just about dodges the bullet, but there's a second player right alongside him. And while Crystal, he might have the spike planted, but that was the only silver lining in this round. Full Sense will take the lead again.
Yeah, I mean, this was just Primi's round from the get-go. Ridiculous kill to open us up. Then Patman tries to recover lost ground, flank the up. Nope, he's looking at you. You're gone as well.
So fast.
And even in the end on the site, he's the one jumping in, firing the up, so they think, oh, I'll swing out and deal with him then while he's cocking that bolt back. But he's got 3 teammates swinging alongside him. Very nice stuff for Full Sense. Again, this team, it's ridiculous.
I don't even think he shot at the guy that was shooting.
No.
He just picked an angle.
Yikes.
That's one way to get around on the board. And to get the lead as well. 1 round left to play for in this half. Full Sense looked like they weren't even going to get started, but somehow they could be leaving with the lead.
Well, you can see the difference. Them versus their regional rivals. Against people that, if you look at the coaching staff, they probably even called family at a time. They are feeling comfortable. Trades back immediately. It's turned into a game of deathmatch in middle. And while Cruz has gone unchecked, just hiding, lurking within the darkness, and everything's coming up for Full Sense in this moment. Harvey does have a res available, but who is an option to even res? It's whether or not he can even get out of this position.
Oh, I don't think he... Maybe he can, and he can heal himself back up as well. Still, the res won't be possible there, but I think they're going for it in B main.
He's going for a jumping kill.
So we end up back into a 3v3. That's a little bit of a mistake from Full Sense. Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite them. They've still got Primi holding the cross, but the first shot doesn't land. He's a little late on the second as well. They've made it through. They've avoided the main danger, at least for now, but Primi's waiting for another chance. He misses a second time. This could be the downfall of him. The shorty's out though. Primi survives that little bit longer. He's going for a long-range shorty kill, knowing that Crystal is already tagged. And 20 seconds as he swaps over to the rifle, Crystal flees. A plant will be found here. The position that Crystal decides to play from will be everything.
He now needs
Spike planted.
to outmaneuver Primi. He's not going to beat him on reaction time, and the problem is he's so low on HP that it just has to be that he picks the right spot. And he is quick enough on the trigger. The problem is, for Crystal, there's not a great place to stand. He's picked a bit of an off-angle corner, but again, timing is everything. Like Primi could have gone in any direction, and it just depends if he looks at the right way, but Primi not checking initially, but then will turn back around from 4-0 down. Full Sense are going to turn this half into a victory, and just like last time, they go in 7-5.
Now, we thought that GE would be 5-0 up. They end on that scoreline, end on 5 for Full Sense. This has got to feel remarkable. They were shut out consistently. And closing it out with a Red Bull clutch as well to have a 2-round lead. Now they move to their attack side. Confidence at an all-time high for this squad. And Primi, well, he is certainly leading the charge. 17-5. GE have got some ground to make up when we come back in here from what should have been a commanding lead. And well, it's been great to see them down on this stage here at Masters London. They brought some fans with them. In fact, I've heard Frankie is standing by with Autumn's parents.
If you thought it was hard being a fan of these players, imagine being a parent. Tanya, you were basically giving me commentary during that round. You watch all of your son's games. What are your thoughts on the half so far?
We do watch every game. We've never missed one since he was in India, China, and now Pacific. Look, I think they can come back. Yeah.
Wayne, what do you think? Do you believe in your son?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, and I believe in GE. So they'll come back second half.
Yeah, and there's nothing like having the belief of your parents. I mean, it must be a big thing, Autumn, knowing that your parents are watching on the sidelines, right? I wish I could talk to you about this, but I'm going to talk to you, Tanya, instead. What did you say to your son before this game?
Just go for it. I know he'll bring it like he always does, and I believe in him. We believe in him and GE.
I know you do, but finally, for you, Wayne, what's it like seeing your son on an international stage again?
Nerve-wracking.
Nerve-wracking. I think we're all racked with nerves right now. Let's get into the second half.
Well, it might be GE's pick, but it might as well be Full Sense's. In this veto, Tom, I don't think there's a clear winner or loser. That's decided on the server. And for Full Sense, after the first couple of rounds, it was looking like a clear decision, a clear-cut series, but they have fought their way, not back into the map, but into the lead.
I think you could just look at the sort of body language of the Full Sense players in comparison to their first game, and it's a completely different thing. It's like, we know these guys. Look at the coach is just smiling. Cruz is just having a great time. He was singing halfway through that game. It just has a different feel when they play against that regional rival. One, as it was, I think Sliggy was saying it, they've beaten before. It's just a different ball game altogether. And for GE, well, losing 7 of the last 8 rounds, sure, they're going to feel comfortable going into Breeze. This is another map that you go back to Pacific and they've been fantastic on. But I'm now starting to almost look at the man. Can they beat the players on the other side? Is the map almost irrelevant?
That's exactly it. It's a big confidence builder playing against the regional matchup. Playing on familiar turf, even so far from home. GE on the defense now. It was a stellar start. That stellar start's all that really remains from that first half. 4-0 to 7-5. The pistol could put them right back within punching distance. Full Sense have found control of the A site. And a plant even coming in for Heaven as well. They've got so much control, so why not late flank as well from Leviathan? This could be a problem for GE. They're only now making it to screens.
That's the scary thing, is they were looking for this, but it's been so far behind that I think Autumn is checking it instead, though. Their opponents have got aggressive, even still trading evenly. But now Autumn has to sort of either make a decision to try and check for that flank. It's clear that it's in their mind, but timing is the main thing. The second he drops down is a problem, but while he does, he's caught out Primi. Even still, though, Leviathan has been holding on to this upper spot, but Autumn will hit this shot anyway. It's another pistol under the belt of GE, and maybe they'll have a strong start to this second half as well.
Oh, that might help the nerves down there in the audience, maybe even on the stage as well. 2 pistols needed for GE to keep this competitive in the early days of half number 2. And they've done a wonderful job. As you said, that flank looked like it was going to be the end of the round, but it's the fact that Autumn finds the kill on the player down below, saving the round. And then as soon as the smoke blooms and the plant is for Heaven, you kind of know what you're facing off against. So they group up and take the fight together. A much needed pistol secured. And this should be the easy work, but Full Sense were doing decent. In fact, they found their first round on a buy that was not pretty. There was a couple of pistols and a blade storm that only was there for damage. But now they're on the attack. This is where the pistols can group up, can be very scary. For now, at least, it's farming those orbs up. If you can have the res online for your first full buy, it's going to be a huge safety net for you. They've decided against pushing all the way around to A. 110. A little bit of mid-control for them, but I like what GE are doing here, Tom. It's so passive from this squad. They've walled off B Heaven, and now they're just playing as many ranged fights as they can.
There.
Now, they have invested heavily. Sure, it's SMGs on a couple, but there's no pistols. There's no one that you go, okay, if they go down, they've not invested as many credits into this, so... If you're a GE fan, you want to keep this nice and clean. Crystal looking to get up close, of course. Getting towards that nightfall would be nice, and already it's going to get rid of Primi. I think that second orb is being taken, so you mentioned it. They've gone all the way back around the world, and it's only going to be the one in the end. Yeah, Jit Boys has got about, I was going to say as close, he has got it. He's got his ult online.
He got 2 orbs, he got a kill, and then ended up going down. Look, that is about as good of a round for an eco as you're usually going to hope for. Kills don't often come your way. The only one landed on the important man. So a success for the attack side in terms of their goals in the previous round, but again, this is where it matters. This is where you have to convert. And for a second there, I saw the AWP on the attack side, no shields on Cruz, and I was wondering what we were doing, but he's gone for the rifle.
Again, early slow. Knowing that there's weaker weapons, they want to try and deny that control. I like the re-pressure, but there was a player waiting further back with a paranoia on the attack, just to make sure that his teammates were covered. And has been spotted. Autumn, one of the rifles, under serious pressure. You're just going to have to try and play within the utility, and after you get seized, there's nowhere to go. They even expect Yudoton flanking. Of course, risks are going to be taken in this sort of round, and a rifle left behind, but they will hold on strong.
Yeah, nicely done by Full Sense. No res needed in this round as
I know what
they get out of there with a lot still on the table, but when you look at what they were up against, where GE had 2 Bulldogs, and then it went to SMGs, I think it's certainly a forgivable round for the defensive side. Usually we see players, or teams even, coming into this bonus round with like 3, maybe 4 rifles. I'm not even talking Bulldogs, I'm talking Phantoms, Vandals, but they went for that lighter buy so that this round could be theirs. Both teams getting out of this early half kind of what they want. A 2-1 as expected. The res online for Full Sense, the economy decent for GE as they now get a really strong full buy. Everything that they want is in play. But a win for Full Sense here just really gives them the chance to skyrocket into the lead on this attack side. They hit that double digits. And he's got another through the smoke.
The spams from Jit Boys have been on, and I think Primi was even thinking about going through the Viper utility, but once you get an opener like that, there really isn't a need to. You know that G are going to have to try and switch up their positioning. Wall being broken. And just look at the full gamble. You can understand it from Global Esports. Like you're in a position where if you try and spread out across the map, the chance of victory is low. But also, the chance of you losing all your weaponry is very, very high. Whereas in this standpoint, either you get a full stack, or you keep your guns. Well, that's the hope, at least. And Cruz is trying to sell a ruse, not realizing that, of course, there's not going to be anybody on this B site anyway, but of course they've got to be as diligent as ever. And that 9th round is all but guaranteed.
Oh, they're giving Primi the wall. The timing on that was nice, so he can jump up and take early heaven fights, but again, no one's there. We saw this very similar scenario unfold earlier where Full Sends were on the defensive side. They called for that 4-man save. They only got out with 3 of the rifles. And G having to do the same thing. They put all their eggs in one basket after losing the opening fight. And again, a kind of an unlucky fight for Udaton to just get spammed through the smoke like that. And that's enough for them to say, hey, listen, let's not throw the weapons at a negative win rate round. Let's instead save it up for this next and give Full Sense that 9-7. Because you lose that 4v5 retake, like we said, Eco next, Full Sense on 10, and then things get very, very spooky.
Oh, also, then all the ultimates start coming online as well. So it genuinely does just get into that almost domino effect. The worry, though, is that Full Sense have now built up a pretty hefty economy in the first few rounds of this half, and we get to really see that true combo breaker to what was that streak. Sure, the pistol and second round felt like it could be a bit of a momentum shift, but right back on the horse go Full Sense. And sure, when we look back to the last time these two teams played, Split was their choice, but if you pick this as Global Esports, the expectation is you take it home.
G have changed up the setup now. 2 players waiting on a high-low in play as well. Udaton and Javi are going to wait for contact and hope to take them down. You've got good utility to fire in for slowing them down as well. Obviously, the entire utility belt of Sage. Udaton with the nade as well. But this high-low setup does have weaknesses. The rifle for Javi, but Udaton only has that Sheriff. Late round, Full Sense do come towards him, but the shots don't land, at least not to start. Udaton's down. Javi taking a lot of damage. He's not put the wall just yet. I think they're going to try to fight this on ramp. No, in fact, wall goes down a little later. Just waiting for the utility to come through. Spam's back have done a ton.
Yeah, if anything, it feels like an advantage at this stage, and with how much spam damage there's been, you can understand now the hesitation for Full Sense to push into this. You've seen a snake bite, you've seen the slows, now you've even heard a haunt. You know there's 3 players on this A side of the map, while still having that man advantage. That's the thing. Like, you look at Patman's position and it's great, but he has to get, not even maybe just 1, even 2 if he doesn't get Jit Boys as a res. So it really is. He has to just go ham here, and they already know he's there. Primi sent him first, head ripped off, and now the rest are just scrambling to try and get into position.
God, they've cleared the site, not even a shot fired towards Primi. They know that they've got control. Plant needs to come through, and it will. Going towards default, heaven control held to allow that to happen.
Spike planted.
And again, GE now facing into a 2v5. Well, they saved in the 4v5 when money was low. Now money's a little bit better than it was by a couple hundred credits. And they're in a 2v5. The call is to save. But this time, Full Sense say, you know what, we've got a little bit of extra cash in the bank, and we've got a couple orbs missing as well. So why not send out at least Cruz to try to catch them? Kahlua wants to get in on the action as well. So there's no way to get out of this A site now, and the walls will slowly close in on them. Crystal's already down. They know exactly where the last man is, and Autumn's on 10. For Full Sense, they reached the same 10 rounds and done flawlessly. These last couple have looked clean as well.
Yeah, it was just the realization. And as I said, it put Patman in a horrible position where it is basically like, it almost felt like he either needed to get to one of them being Jit Boys, or he needed just almost to get everybody. And instead, it's just Primi running around the corner and getting his 20th kill of the map. having a fantastic game, but it's not just been him. Killer has been fantastic. Jitboy is like, I think his stats are almost misleading. The amount of impact he's had with that Sage has been impressive, and considering, I almost feel like that was them picking it up to do what GE were trying to do, and they've been doing it better. 10-7, and the way that they just got slaughtered in that round is rough. Losing a lot of those openers, having to try and take risks. And well, for Full Sense, considering they have lost both pistols, even losing a bonus round, and they still sit 3 rounds in the lead, this is going to have to be one hell of a speech coming out from Frost to install some faith, because right now I'm not on board that they're going to turn this around.
Well, yeah, it's been 6-0 in the early halves put together. 7 rounds for GE. At this point, you need a miracle to turn this around. And for Full Sense, it's not just the fact that they're 3 rounds ahead. It's not just the fact that their economy is absolutely stacked. It's the fact that the last couple of rounds have not been small mistakes from GE, winning or losing it. It's been Full Sense dominating them.
Yeah.
There's times where they run at them. Again, since the start of the half, basically, we've been like, well, at least if the initial fight goes bad, they've got that res to work with. They even farmed the orbs early for that purpose. They haven't needed it.
Okay. Yudotan with the operator. An opportunity, but I'm just thinking back to the last series he had. He was impressive. Luckily, Crystal,
good season.
He's done well, but Primi is just better at this point. And there is that res. We said it. It's been waiting there for a long time. Cruz maybe even was willing to take the risk just to be the one to try it. No, Norbs and Primi. It does just feel like he goes into a match versus G and just goes, I know I'm going to do well. Like, every fight he's taking, squeaky clean. And for the remaining 3, again, a mass deficit. There hasn't been a retake that's been even throughout this game.
Well, so far there hasn't been a retake from GE. They've been saving every time.
There have been plants.
There have, yeah. Not even a shot fired afterwards most of the time. Now for GE, look, your flank's just been spotted. It's a 5v3. I hate to say it, but we might have to save again. And it looks like they're making the same call. Fleeing once more. It's not a good look. We've had pauses with no changes. We've had the defensive side having to call for 4 versus 5, 2 versus 5, and now a 3 versus 5 save. This time at least they're allowed to carry their weapons forward, because I think it took Full Sense a while to realize, wait, they're actually not going for this.
It has been half of saves, which, considering this is elimination on the line, a chance for Full Sense to do the double over GE. Student maybe becoming the master. And to be honest, at this point, I want to see some life in global esports. Like, these rounds have been too comfortable. Like, the lowest credit player, I think, has 7,200 credits over on the Full Sense side, which is because no one is dying. Like, that's the point where we're at. It's not even, can GE win a round? It's, can they get some kills? At least there's no res online this time, but Primi's one away from the Blade Storm. The ult's, in fact, more stacked towards GE for now. They do still have the operator in play. It has to be now, though.
I mean, Primi just being alive scares me more than most players with their Blade Storm. In Full Sense, looking to chip away at some mid-control. Crystal's the man standing on that line. They'll take it. Very big blow to start this off. As shields all come back on, Rez is there for, Rez heal is there for him as well. And it's a good job, otherwise he would already be out of this round. He's been tagged up heavily. Decay fading on Full Sense as they wait out in mid. They got pushed back, the ult comes through, and they're happy to just sit and wait, assuming that GE will close in on the flank, will push forward, but 30 seconds on the clock, it's time to make a move now.
But that is the one good thing, is that ult saved a lot of additional time. Primi looks almost ready and set to try and just make a play through this smoke. There's somebody on the other side ready and waiting, just watching for him, but again they get both kills! They're running out of a smoke, and it just still looks so easy. 15 seconds, Autumn has to try and hold the line, but that 1-2 punch of Jitboys and Primi is just unstoppable. 2 standing.
At this point, I almost want to see them go for it just so they don't save again. I don't want to say the word.
This could be a save call. Oh,
no, never mind.
Gracious. Well, Unitan's shown them the up. They're not going to let him away with that. Primi running it down, loses his life. But in the meantime, Full Sense have cast a wide net, mid and flank covered here towards A main. Unitan has at least one more fight in him if he wants to get out with this operator. At least it seems like it.
It feels like the most exciting part of the round is whether or not the G player gets to save.
That's been most of the round.
It's so depressing. Like, Unitan. There's also just an aspect of, do they care if he saves the gun? They've had so many buys in a row at this point. And
looking.
They're going to try and take the gun out of his hand. Consolation frag, maybe? No. 12-7. 5 in a row now for Full Sense. And honestly, the only surprising thing that's happened in this round is that Primi did actually die.
Remember when this started? It was 3 kills for Primi in the pistol. Crystal bounced right back with his own, won the pistol out, and we thought, okay, Primi has some competition. Nope. No, he doesn't. There's no one else fighting for that title here today, at least not on map number 1. 5 chances for Full Sense to close a game out that at the start it looked like they didn't even turn up to play. This has been one hell of a turnaround from this squad, losing both pistols and a streak of rounds in the first half. And yet here they are, conceding next to nothing afterwards.
Oh, his teammates left. They initially set up with 2 players. In fact, the 2 most expensive weapons were at this corner. There's the Prowler, there's the response. Hey, it looked like he should have. How's Cruz alive? He's being healed back up. I was so confused. It must have been a leg shot. Patman trying to be the hero. Push into the spawn, Audacious. A 3v3 is maybe the best scenario we've seen in a long time. The TP behind, it's aggressive from Patman. Finally, someone stepping up for Global. Jit Boys to try and close out what would be an almost perfect half. But he's got to try and go around the wall. They know exactly where he is. Slow's thrown out, needs an isolated fight, and finally GE have found something. An 8th round onto the board after a massive hiatus.
He's so unlucky not to get away with that. Somehow hit the leg. And sure, Cruz fell in the end, but this is it. It was a paranoia in the TP, catching both players. That's what gave them the way back in. And for GE, they need to do it 4 more times. The team that, didn't they say 4 times in a row, if I'm not mistaken?
Here.
Well, if it wasn't 4 in a row, it was 4 out of 5, looking at that timeline. This is the second round that they've found outside of the starts to a half. There's still plenty of work to be done. I like the boost from Jit Boys here. Haven't tried it so far. Crystals, not going to fall for that one.
Well, got teammate to shoot it, but yeah, I think maybe realizing that something's up, and Harvey now sat on the wall of his own. His teammate likely to be the first point of contact, the Prowler. Give them information that somebody's there, but they were almost trying to bait the deeper player. Might not get caught. The Primi operator, not something we've seen so much from on the attack. Might just throw a spanner into the works.
Unitan's not in the best position to use this op. Going back up through vents would be a death sentence, and they know that they're there now, but Crystal can't get out of this corner. The showstopper, those landed the double. Cruz and Kahlua stood right beside each other, wrong place, wrong time. And GE, man advantage to work with. They've slowed the play. Patman's in danger, but he's gotten out unscathed.
Down A.
Well, for now.
Oh, okay. A warning shot from Leviathan. It almost cost him his life. Primi holding the angle. There's not a lot of time left. Almost manages to find something through. Instead, he's quickly found a double and somehow made this one a reality. Autumn rotating from the other side of the map. He'll have himself a post plant once again. Autumn to try and keep them alive, and Primi to do what he's been doing throughout the entirety of the map. Looking for the man up top. The timing slightly away from him. Would have to listen for the drop anyway, so that might just give him an opportunity to re-clear while that time ticks away. His opponent just waiting for him to give an angle, waiting for him to make a mistake, but Premier is just sitting in this corner, using the time to his advantage, not expecting his opponent to push his utility, but once again, Autumn is there to save the day. GE live to fight once more, but they still need 3 more.
It's a narrow margin, but GE just about make it through. Small heartbeat visible from this squad, but think about this round. Patman getting away with 1 down below and the double that came through from Udaton. The fact that it ends up in a 1v1, it's definitely still a worrying factor with 3 more in a row needed. And Primi on 27 and 10. It does feel like it's just a matter of time before GE slip.
Yeah, the good thing though for GE is the more rounds that go by, even if they're close, even if it's clutching, even if it feels like maybe it should be going the other way, the more that go by, the more the pressure will mount onto ForSense. They've been laughing, jovial, feeling confident. GE are now starting to win a couple of rounds back. Res for either side, a lot of ults.
Shadows traveling.
Building up for ForSense to play with. And after what has been a lot of A hits in a row, it seems like they're going for B.
Yeah, the B play going through. Late lurk attempted by Cruz, wants to get into that pit, and he's chosen his time just right. Those players in main don't need to push out anymore. They want to rely on this space taken by Cruz. He's used the pit as a smoke to cross into vents. That's a big problem now. ForSense are going to re-gear up for this A hit. And on GE, you have to know it's a possibility. You can see how cautious they're being in re-clearing into heaven. They're even putting the boom bot through. Don't think it's going to make it to clear Cruz, though. They could see where it went, but if that information has slipped by, they're in big trouble, and indeed it has. Udaton's being caught completely unaware. Jip Boys sees them on the backside. They know exactly where they are. And moments later, the round is done. 13-9. ForSense started slow in both halves, but my God, they showed up in the bye rounds.
Yeah, in the bye rounds, it really just felt like they ran away with it. Primi doing it in style once again, and it's safe to say GE need to reset after the break.
He's hunting down that title!
The time to write the next chapter in the esports history books is finally here.
And they fold it in his hands yet again! Steps up to the plate, and he could knock this one out of the park! Now they shall be engraved alongside the greats!
Tired of off-season blues once Champs is over? Fear not, because Valorant is coming to the Esports Nations Cup. where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will EMEA turn every round into a chess match? Is Brazil about to turn every map into ranked? Will Team USA ego peak every single angle? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in November.
Here with Coach Thee of Full Sense. The Primi is Primi, but Jitboy is on the stage. Why?
เพราะว่าจิตบอยมี IQ play ที่สูงครับแล้วก็น้องชอบเล่นเศษชอบพวกเล่นตัวที่ใช้สกิลเยอะๆอะไรครับแล้วก็น้องฉลาดครับก็เลยให้น้องเล่นตัวเศษครับผม
Simply just because Jitboy has such high IQ, he's a great stage player, and this character, this agent, really is just really suitable for him. So yeah, that's why I made the decision.
Great call and thank you.
Welcome back. It definitely was a great call by Full Sense with the new comp looking really good, still winning split against Global Esports. We're seeing a very different Full Sense come in today. This is the Full Sense we wanted to see against Foot. This was the Primi we wanted to see pop off against Foot. So it's crazy it's happening now against their brothers on the other side of Global Esports. And Minnie, we were talking a bit about the mind games between these two teams, and we are really not exaggerating when when we say these two teams, Cruz and Frost, know each other so well. And you can see the mind games come through even in round 1.
Yeah, it started off right off the bat. It almost looked like Global knew that Full Sense was playing the Sage somehow and decided to do an interesting strategy where like they basically ended up walling over it.
Yeah, in fact, let's check out our Verizon high-speed moment. It was so good, we had to show you guys.
Yeah, so here we see Crystal throwing a little bit of a fake towards the B side of the map, making noise there, baiting out the Sage wall from Full Sense on the A side of the map. We see it there. And then you see Full Sense's rotation across. Beautiful call here from Global. And then Global on the other side are going to use the fact that they got the Sage themselves to wall boost over. And then they get the A site completely for free. Red carpet site for them. The mind games came in early, but what really impressed me was that Full Sense, despite going down, despite not having momentum into this game, pulled it back. I was extremely worried for them. I thought that with the lack of confidence we saw in the last game, I thought that going 4-0 down would have been a death sentence for them, but good to see that they picked it up afterwards.
And I think it's unfortunate if you're Global Esports, because you could see those really good ideas coming out on the pistol rounds. Obviously, an improvement from what we saw previously. And as you mentioned, Minnie, being able to get that kind of lead in the beginning, but Full Sense just finding this unleashed confidence, I think.
Yeah, and Primi is the guy that we've been highlighting leading up into this Masters London event, and then he didn't really show up the other day, but today, with this op, I think he held on his op for so many rounds, just destroying people. 10 rounds
he had the operator throughout this game, which is kind of crazy, and I think I agree. We've been waiting to see Primi time. He said it himself throughout that trailer as well, and I think that the fact that he bought that operator from round 3, I believe it was, glass cannon operator, no shields, just shows the confidence that they're having, which is what we asked for from them coming into today.
Yeah, Full Sense Global couldn't get a sense for the puzzle that Full Sense had. It was either go to the Sage on one side or Premi on the other, and they couldn't figure out what to do there. So great game plan here from Full Sense.
Yeah, and the man who ended up coaching Cruz was Frost. In fact, let's see what Frost had to say about all that.
Here with Frost of GE, Frost started out as 4-0, couldn't quite close it out. Do you guys feel like you were giving Primi too much respect, or was it the comp change from Full Sense?
I don't actually think it was any of those. I think it's a byproduct of us thinking maybe that our individual skill is going to win us the game in rounds, and we're also not listening to each other when we communicate. There was a lot of fumbles with someone says something and then somebody does something else, so it's just unlucky.
Right, hopefully things get better. Thank you so much. And back to the game we go.
I mean, unlucky is one way to put it, which is Frost's favorite way to put it. But Global Esports is always looking their strongest when they are sticking to the plan. You cannot play separately when you're going against a team like Full Sense, where you have so many cracked aimers. You cannot win that alone.
Yeah, I think that what Frost is saying may be correct, but I do think that the fact that Premi is there and the Sage is there, it's a lot harder to deal with those things once the operator is online, the Sage wall is online. I think that some of that nerves, some of the not listening, that happens when game plans break down a little bit. So I do think there is a combination of things there.
And it's almost worrying because we are in the global stage and fundamentals slipping away like that. And in a very important match too, let's not forget the loser here will be eliminated from Masters London, not being able to continue through this Swiss or even make it to playoffs. And I think it's worrying now because of course we're going on to Breeze. We're going on to Full Sense's map pick here in this BO3. And let's not forget, Full Sense dominated GE last time they played on this map specifically.
They have two very different approaches to this map. You can see it here in their comms with Double Senti versus Double.
Oh, then they changed.
They
has been taking off of Neon duty. He has not been good on the Neon in this tournament. Their solution is, Jit Boys, let's just play the Sage. Interesting idea. The Sage is designed to slow down the opponent, and Jit Boys did look good on their last map. A similar strategy, perhaps, of do you want to go into the Sage, or are you going to go into Primi? If Primi can get that op online early, that is another chess match for Global to figure out here.
Well, Big Time must be so delighted right now. When he was with us during that Full Sense match, he was raving, hyping up the Sage on these maps. So this is going to be really exciting going through, and we can see that Full Sense is on an absolute momentum right now. This is an elimination match, though. Can Global Esports bring it to a series as we send it back to our casters, Mitch and Tom?
Well, now it becomes real. You heard from Frost, they just got a bit unlucky. Well, one more time they can get unlucky, and that will be it. Out of the contention for playoffs, out of the run here in London. And for GE, it starts on the attack side. I do like the changes from Full Sense, though. That Neon was not working, and now it's on GE to make it work with Yuditan, who had a bit of a tough previous map.
Yeah, for sure. I think he has a tough map quite often when he plays against Full Sense, but we'll have to see if that's a running theme. Already, though, a better start. Pistol round, Primi to trade. Lua waiting on the angle, but it's Primi once again, a one-man army that somehow still seems to be alive, but they are trading out everybody else. They just can't kill Primi. It's been the issue throughout the entirety of this so far, and now the rotation looks to come in from Cruz. Crystal again in a pistol round clutch to try and bring it home, and of course, who else but Primi will be the one to take the pistol for Full Sense.
I've always found it a cop-out, man, when we look at teams and someone goes, that's the guy, you know? There's so much more going on behind the scenes to make things work. But with Primi, I got nothing, man. He is just unbelievable every time he's tested. He comes in like he's been studying all week for it. That's a 4K, one-upping his opening pistol in this series. And finding the win this time around. I guess this was what was missing. He has to kill the vast majority of the team, not just most.
It must be funny to coach a player like Primi, because it almost feels like half of what he's doing is just off feeling. So you don't want to tell him not to do the things he's doing, especially when he gets away with it as much as he does. 4-0 up already. If the first map wasn't already his playground, and well, there's his 5th kill. He wasn't happy that he didn't get the ace in the last one, so he's going to kick things off onto Autumn, who is, of course, the player that was probably most dangerous in one, having that headhunter.
Now, if Primi keeps this up, we're going into the bonus round with a Blade Storm.
I like how you said if.
Yeah, there's always a chance. I saw him have like a single bad round on the last map, so.
Did you? I didn't spot that one.
It was where he only killed one person.
Ah, okay. Only,
so very weak performance. Now, Sagewell going in, a minute or so left on the clock. This has gone up just as GE round the corner. That might run that clock down a little more, but will at least give an orb over to Crystal. And as they chip away at that wall, it's very obvious to Full Sense where the play is coming through. Chance for the Blade Storm. For Primi, Jit Boys has taken all of his kills, but there it is. Yuditan left it. What? Oh, come on! He's Primi! It's only the second round, man. Take it easy.
It's like watching someone making a montage. Like, genuinely, it's like they're the guys who used to do like 360 no-scope montages, except he's just doing it on the master stage. Like, it's just filthy. Like, it's got to be so depressing being on the other side of watching that guy have so much fun.
Oh, it's disgusting.
At your expense. 2-0, 2 rounds in.
Keep up.
Something tells me Primi's not slowing down. Hey, you guess what? Crazy. He has got his Blade Storm.
Yeah, 7 kills will do that for you.
The thing is, their buy in this round isn't good. It's a very, very weak bonus round. But I'm still nervous.
A little bit less nervous now, but Primi's still drawing breath. Luckily, he's on the wrong side of the map. The hit should be coming in elsewhere. Bit of mid-aggression coming out of Full Sense, though. Patman isolated for the time being. They can't swing deep into him, though. Yuditan is further back. And now rotating in his Autumn as well. So there's backup as they look to finish their dinner. Very nicely done by GE. And now all we have to do is avoid Primi getting an ace. Has an updraft to go over this wall. It's exactly what he goes for. There's the first. I'm already a little bit worried. But now, please just take the shot. Please just take the shot, Autumn. Thank you. Thank you, because that could have gotten out of control.
They were waiting to make sure that Crystal could get the plant. It's actually very clever. I understand why we're all just panicking, going like, we don't want to do that just because if he turns around and just takes your head off, you're going to look like a fool. But that's actually very clever orb management from Global Esports.
Yeah, very nicely done. I just think letting Primi live an extra second. There might be more orbs found, but it might be for him.
But also, all jokes aside, if you play that scared against him, you've already lost the game.
100%, 100%. They did the right thing. It just made me very, very nervous.
You were clenched.
A 2-1. Early half goes the way that you think it should. And now GE. Hunter's Fury online. Crystal sends in the drone right away. That could be go time for it. Mid-split, though, from GE. Already with so much control. They should be aware of this on the other side, but with a Sage Wall blocking them off, those players on site are completely isolated. A wall of their own has bought them a bit more time, a bit more space to fight from. Now their teammates start to get an angle, but the orb goes up. Jip Boys good onto Udaton, but the Hunter's Fury causing all those problems in that little laneway. It's cleared out a lot of space. I thought maybe they wouldn't expect Cruz, but they dealt with him as well. G. Now everybody's coming from this little choke point. It should be easy to keep them at bay. And with this late play by Autumn, it certainly will be.
He's had a decent start to this one, and at this stage, that operator walking back through, not really worth throwing it away. Well, for Global Esports, already having that decent recovery still. I don't think they're going to be getting that operator out of his hands. I like, though, that we are seeing like just slightly more direct plays. I think using that Hunter's Fury, which they managed to gather up in the previous round to just get them the entry in towards the site. And then also just having that very deep post plant onto B. Good execution from the side of Global Esports. And economically, it is actually going to put the defensive side in a bit of an awkward position here.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, obviously talking about how they're going to buy up around this, it's not an easy decision. There's so many things going for them. Having a res to bring a player back online, obviously the AWP brought through. They can afford the rifle on Kahlua, but it would be such a mixed buy that I think they're doing the right thing. Primi can play Bladestorm next round if needed. Everyone else capable of a full buy with minimal investments. Kahlua, instead of going for the rifle, goes for the Guardian to make sure next round can still look proper. That does mean that what should be an easy convert for GE is on the cards. Nice start by Patman, but the trades come in quickly. All they need to do on GE side now is finish into that A site, grab the plant, and keep those fights nice and ranged. The only player that can really take him in those duels will be Primi, and he's miles away. And a res online too.
Whether or not, again, they want to throw anything into this one. Autumn, again, his positioning has been perfect over the last couple of rounds. Immediate trade when his teammate goes down in the form of Patman, catching players as they look to lurk. And once again, Primi has been completely nullified. Hasn't had any impact over the last couple of rounds because he's just not been in the right place at the right time. GE have done well to avoid him, of course. They want to try and remove this gun, and they will do. 4 players standing for Global Esports. Operator out of the round. In full sense, they'll be coming up with a purchase, but I'm assuming it will have to be the Bladestorm to pad the gap.
Yeah, definitely appears to be the case. Now, look, lead taken by GE when Primi's 9-2. Second death being in the save. They've done a great job of avoiding him in these last couple of rounds, not giving him the chances to find those early fights. And now removing the AWP as well, as you said, has to be the Bladestorm for the next. There's not much you can do about Primi in terms of stopping him from having a good game, but if you can keep avoiding them like that, it means you're playing into the Sage, which, for full sense, hasn't worked so far. 2-0 up, and then a streak from GE. The control lost early. As we get into this, they'll be discussing their Coinbase win condition for round 6.
Well, that is the interesting thing. You look over the last 3 months, and this has not been a particularly good map for full sense. They've struggled. I think it was in the group stage versus T1 and had a couple of hefty defeats after they played GE, but the one victory they do have in the last 3 months is versus GE. So it was clearly one that, again, they felt like was a good counter in this matchup, maybe rather than having their own strengths. I also want to see more from Jip Boys in this game, because I think on the last map, on Split, he was fantastic with how he played a lot of that Sage utility. I think on Breeze, it really does come down more to the timing. Obviously, a lot more avenues, a lot more space to try and fight around that utility. It's not quite as close quarters as the previous map. I think this will be much more of a true test of what their coach was saying about his sort of intelligence on this agent.
Well, full sense, after the pause, Primi pops the ult, follows the drone down on mid. Door's going to be opened by it, and he slips through. It's a nice cloak and dagger play. He might even have gotten away with it too, but they've caught Kahlua trying to contain that space on mid. With him falling,
expect it.
This is the only thing Door about to open. The wall's just gone down. Patman's even looking the wrong way. It's all down to timing on that mid-fight. Autumn is taking down Leviathan, though. And on the B side, there's a big threat. Jit Boys and Cruz, though, seem to be dealing with it. Jit Boys up on top of the wall. Oh, it's a nasty angle, and he's got another from there. Crystal left alone to take down 3. Spam decent, but he won't get to fire that shock dart. The Blade Storm finally comes through in full sense. It leveled the playing field.
Well, yeah, question answered. Slightly different way to what I was expecting, with the slows being a huge part of the game plan, but this is something we've seen across quite a few regions, just having those boosts in awkward positions that can make it easier to find a lot of those opening kills. And of course, again, this just comes down to having that orb management, wanting Cruz to have that ultimate coming up a little bit sooner. The fact is, though, I think at least in middle, like what we saw from...
He shot you, but killed me.
That was unlucky. But from Patman, it seemed like they're definitely aware of some of the tricks. Like when that drone went through, he was actually still spamming towards the door for a little bit. So I don't think they were caught off guard by that, but just I think they were caught off guard instead by Jit Boys.
It seems like GE might want to go for a more direct play when we get back into the game. But after Full Sense being able to fight their way back into that previous round, Jit Boys having a lot of success on the Sage. It's going to be an annoying wall to think about now when the push comes to shove in the B play. And I like the idea, like I said, from Full Sense, sending the drone out, having Primi take the space on the back of it. Put them in a really nice spot to fight for mid-late. Little unlucky to lose Kahlua the way that they did. He was obviously supposed to be point of contact, checking for exactly when Primi can come back out and take those fights with the Blade Storm. And because of winning that round, Full Sense come back into this with an operator online. And Primi, with that op, it's such a nightmare for GE early on. You almost have to play direct because you want to use your utility to get around every angle. If you don't, you're probably using a player, sending them back to the spectator screen to trade out for the space. Primi's been unreal so far. Like that first map was lights out. He started this one with style on the Outlaw, and now sitting 10-2, the ops back in his hands.
Yeah, I'd say in a lot of buy rounds, though, the man to watch has been Autumn. I think his lurk plays and positioning have made things a little bit more difficult. They're going to come in with 4 ultimates as well on the Global Esports side, so a chance for them to build into a half that has looked good for them. It's worth mentioning as well, it was their defense last time that they struggled on, so already looking more competent, and this A site seemingly going to go under their control with a Viper's Pit as well within the first 20 seconds.
Yeah, Viper's Pit isn't even covering off the spike. It's just covering that left side, making this much more difficult to get back onto site. You have to push left. You have to push exactly where GE are waiting for the battle. Paranoia is good to start. Reveal doesn't catch Abby, and now Autumn's able to step into the duel. The trade out decent though. Full Sense now pick up the pace and the way back through, trading as they go, but the pit is the danger. The problem is that the plant is not inside it. At least an orb to work with and a snake bite sent in would change the game, but there's none to work with anymore. Time ticking fast enough. If they can keep those players away from the spike, a swing out from Unitons, give it a chance. The Cruz might have ended at time though, a little bit too low. He's got to run for the hills.
Nice post plan in the end. I think that Full Sense did well eventually to sort of clear out everything, like get rid of the pit. But the fact was, it was just the amount of time that was for, like having this deep wall initially that needs to be broken, having a couple of players on contact, and then all the while still having those players ready in the post. And all the shot was needed was just to deny the diffuser, and Crystal does exactly what was necessary. 4 of the last 5 rounds now going the way of Global Esports. And you also have to bear in mind, they still haven't really used the ults. They just used the Viper's Pit in the previous. Everything else is still available.
Oh, mid-fight for GE. Same thing for Full Sense. Paranoia is primed and ready. This is going to be a big swing off contact. And that contact's about to come through. Maybe now it's a little bit closer than expected. They are right at the door. No time for Paranoia anymore. Drones already spotted. Leviathan! He only wanted to take down the man in the drone, and instead, he got the whole pack. Uniton is the last man standing, and not for long. Great round from Leviathan. Yes, he threw his life away for it, but he got more than enough value out of that situation.
Oh, I think that was probably as much of a shock for him as it was for everybody else, but Autumn not connecting and then everybody else just not quite quick enough on the reaction. A disturbance in their play and very quick reactions, 4-4. Scoreline equalized once again, but the problem is, with how close some of these rounds have been, GE just don't have the economy. Yeah, sure, they still have those ultimates, or at least a few of them to play with. But they don't have any guns other than a singular Guardian.
Full Sense still primed for an aggressive spot, and I like that they've given it up after a couple of seconds. This was the danger, right? If those pistols just come swinging out. Now Kahlua is in danger. Rifle picked up. Jip Boys. Oh, it's nice. 2 taken down. Udaton, the main one. That's the ult gone out of the round. Leviathan, though, doesn't expect a late flank to be coming up right behind him. So Patman gets a freebie. It's a round from Full Sense where they're up against next to nothing. They go pushing. They give aggressive fights. GE, and well, the round's not lost just yet, especially not with Primi sitting on the site. But he's in a very uncomfortable spot with this operator.
Yeah, Dash is about to go, but speaking of uncomfortable, the plant position open to main. Cruz has been making this push a couple of times, so much so that all of the recursion, how is he still alive? He should have been dead to rights, but the pistol of Patman not so kind. Back to a 2v2 scenario. Hunter's Fury available, but you don't finish this man off, and he will punish you for it. Crystal left in a clutch. Hunter's Fury in a 1v2 would be a gamble. He'd need one of these kills first, and any sort of cross could be his instant demise. A shock dart would be enough, but it's not quite gone anywhere near, and Cruz, a big round from him individually. G had so much promise with the low buy, but it's Full Sense to come out on top.
I really want the replay to be 10 different angles of Primi just dancing around every shot fired his way. It's a Pulp Fiction scene in the making, and it is what ends up winning them this round. The tags were found, one more shot was needed, and then when they go back to finish off their meal,
as well.
He is there to punish them. That's got to be tough for GE. A chance to take the lead here, and instead, Full Sense. Now 3 out of the last 4 rounds going their way. GE, this time it's a full buy, though.
Yeah.
They made the last one competitive. There's at least a silver lining there.
It just has to do damage mentally. Like, you're getting in positions where you can win these rounds, and then just a few things going wrong. The contact play, but this time Autumn's won the fight. An important man down. Kahlua's gone as well. Taken full mid control. If they go towards the B site, it would be the more stacked up. But if they do their due diligence properly, they may just find an open site.
There.
The stun's gone through, and Jip Boys got curious, down and out. Cruz, yeah, good work to find one, but I don't think they're going to go push it into the pit anymore. Spike will just flee to the A site. And Cruz, putting his pit into this round, gets nothing for it. Crossing on mid, gets caught and dealt with. GE right back to winning ways, 5-5.
Yeah, I think again, like Autumn managing to win that fight into middle. Deleting the danger man, and then any reaction, just very quick. Udaton starting to really build into this map as well. You mentioned it, had a quiet first one, but when you go back to their match versus Leviathan, he was a huge factor. Especially on Fracture. And with Pearl, the next map in the series, a map where Global Esports have looked phenomenal. Oh, this battle. Oh, dear. Udaton trying to just get information. He's been eliminated immediately.
They saw the orb on mid here as well. No more noise outside B. Now it's time to connect the dots, and with that kill from Patman, Jip Boys knows exactly what's coming his way. The res might not get a chance to be used, but that's such a good bait. Jip Boys uses his teammate's TP as a distraction and grabs himself one, back for another, and he's not stopped yet. Sure, Crystal takes that kill, but he's left to 56 HP, and Primi almost takes down the op, but in fact, he'll wish he did. It looked for a second like Jit Boys had done enough, but GE again fight back, this time for the lead.
I really am enjoying what I'm seeing from Autumn. I think one of the criticism, and it's something you'll hear a lot from like the fan side of things, is like, are they scared of playing against Primi? And we've seen over the last, I want to say 6 rounds, that Autumn is absolutely not. He's taken that fight head on. He is jumping into angles. He's swinging into the battles versus Primi. And if I'm looking at a lot of the deaths I think Primi has, it probably comes from the hands of Autumn. 6-5. GE, after losing the pistol, now look to do the same that their opponents did to them. A climb back with the potential for a victory in the half. Bladestorm online, weaponry for the rest. But definitely still an advantage for GE.
That reveal's going to be broken, surely? No, in fact, it's just left. Uniton had already made it past. It gave some false security to those defenders. They didn't think that much space had already been taken, but it's how quick Uniton can be with his own wall to cover him. They've made it to the A site. Uniton's got another on back, and now Full Sense stalled out completely. They still have that res to work with. With the Viper wall up, that's exactly what they're going to go for. Leviathan comes back into the round. Primi finds one, but Uniton, his third. With 3 more on offer, he's looking to find him. A 4K for Uniton, a man who had a bit of a slower start. Well, he showed up just in time. The lead is for GE at the half.
Yeah, for sure. It's one of those games where it felt like GE needed to build up a little bit of momentum. And I think that Uniton has definitely been the player to watch over the last couple of rounds. Him and Autumn have been impressive. The question is, are they going to be able to build into something? Either way, let's check in with the HyperX player moment and Uniton.
안녕하세요. 저는 글로벌 e스포츠에서 활동하고 있는 유도탄이라고 합니다. 되게 이길 수 있는 경기였음에도 저희가 되게 경기 내에서 수정하는 부분이 되게 늦었던 것 같아서 되게 아쉬운 경기였던 것 같습니다. 교전에서 저희가 살짝 좀 밀렸던 게 아쉬운 포인트인 것 같습니다. 그런 교전에 있어서 저희가 조금 아쉬운 부분이 있어서 패배하게 된 것 같고.
Their orders almost ready. Uniton, the human missile.
딱히 처음이라고 해서 긴장될 건 없고 되게 오히려 재밌고 약간 저를 게임에만 집중할 수 있는 환경인 것 같아서 되게 딱히 불편한 점이란가 그런 건 없고요. 국제대회 와서 다른 팀들과 연습하고 대회를 하다 보면은 평소에는 볼 수 없었던 팀들의 이제 뭐 같이 하는 플레이들이라든지 되게 샷적인 부분에 있어서 조금 다른 것 같아서 조금만 더 적응하면은 완전히 적응 잘할 수 있겠다? 약간 그런 생각인 것 같습니다.
Well, the resurgence from Global Esports was there in the end. They have managed to find themselves a 2-round lead. Now we go to their defensive side, Tom. Where are your thoughts at? We've seen new ideas from Full Sense, but when it comes to GE, are you expecting this defensive side to stand up? Are we going to Pearl?
But that's the interesting thing. Like you look at the change of composition, and I feel like that Sage, okay, it gives you a little bit more of an avenue to maybe just section off some angles in your post plant, but it should have helped a lot more on the defense. Well, realistically, the Full Sense defense wasn't fantastic, and last time out, their attack was what was phenomenal. So losing the Neon, I don't know if it'll necessarily help them as much in this half. And I think for GE, sure, they had a really rough time last time out, but I think they're already looking a lot better than they did the last time they played this series.
Well, it seems like a third map could be on the horizon, but that's not our choice. That choice belongs to Full Sense and to Global Esports. For 7 rounds in that first half, it was Full Sense finding the pistol, but still trailing by 2. Now, the next pistol underway. Primi has been the star of the show pretty consistently when it comes to these. A 4K to kick us off in the previous pistol. At least for now, he'll avoid the fight.
They're going over, trying to do it again. But in fact, it's only the one player that's made it over. The rest are wrapping back around. Even still, though, Harvey has got away with a kill. Onto Leviathan. Gives them the man advantage. Their opponents ducking in towards main just to try and
have some semblance of space. They haven't been able to put pressure in onto the backside. Of course, that Sage Wall was used in towards middle. The re-aggression from Jit Boys being attempted instead, though it is Primi once again. It was 4 kills in the last. There's an opportunity for that again. Him and Jit Boys looking to do it, but already onto the defusal. Patman sticks it to half. They now just need to clean up those remaining couple of kills, and in fact, they're not in the right position to deny this. GE can't just defuse in front of them. They will take home an 8th round, and even though everybody falls, it means nothing.
I'd love to see a telestrator from Mini on that one. Let me tell you, that was a strange pistol. 4 players on the site, but as the spike is being planted, they send two players back around towards double doors. And that could be an okay play, but look where the spike is planted.
Not wide enough.
There's no way that you can deny that. The whole reason that they got it to half and stopped was they're waiting for the swing from main. They're thinking someone's got to be coming, right? No, the whole squad was double doors. I don't know if they thought it would be a slower pace retake, but that was a complete misread. In full sense, losing out on that round. They've come into this with, I mean, a bit of a investment. There's an outlaw for Primi. Everyone else rocking the pistols. Still some decent amount of credits on Primi because he was gifted that weapon. Crew's a good teammate.
I think he also just understands what the win condition of this round is. As many of us do at this point.
Spike planted.
How many can he get? How much damage can he do? Looking across, there's only one player that can actually survive a shot from this outlaw. And with him having full shields, he can survive a little bit more than they can. A jump up, swing out. I think he's been spotted and he's been tagged up. 10 HP. Hit by that outlaw. Surely at this point there is no more damage to be done. It's at least a pistol kill coming up for Jit Boys, but considering the post plant and the investment from the other side, G handled that well.
Good amount of kills for Crystal. I think the defuse as well. Unless they're planning to give that away. So we're going to be making strides towards having that Hunter's Fury online very early on. And 9-5 scoreline for GE. With how this started again. This has been a godsend for this squad. Remember, losing out on this map means that they'll no longer be facing elimination. They'll be tasting it. But each round here a step closer to a decider, to seeing that Pearl for full sense. They're the ones that have to show us that they picked this map for a reason. As we said last time around, it was GE who decided to fight here, and based on what I'm seeing, looks like they're pretty happy to see this battleground again.
Yeah, I'm yet to see a reason why either side has opted to pick the opponent's choice. Adaptations not working so much. Primi's just going to try and pressure through, and he's been dealt with because of it. An aggressive push through, but because Jit Boys was able to get the res, he's going to bring back Leviathan. Of course, still some weaker weaponry in this round for the side of Global, but those 2 snipers, let's just say they can't be faced. They're
also most definitely not a surprise factor. They had the outlaw in the previous round. One was dropped on the floor when they faced off against some pistols. You know that they're going to have at least one here, if not both. So full sense, play this very passive. Nobody is peeking. The Sage Wall is up to stop the push through.
G going for exits though.
And that's exactly it. G have acknowledged that they don't have any chances to really deal any death blows on the run back into sight, so instead they sit outside, starting out nicely with 1. Full sense have found a safe little cubby to hide away in, or so they think. Great work to make this costly, and it almost got worse.
Yeah, they'll keep 1 rifle, they'll take down 3 players. Considering that a res was also committed into that round from the side of Full Sense, I think G can be quite happy with the amount of damage that they've done. They're going to be able to come up with a full buy of their own for the next round, although the ultimates are not quite there. A fair few of them are coming online. We now look towards Full Sense once more. Is this going to be a momentum shift, or if they lose this round, are they going to be in a bit more trouble?
Well, Full Sense are gearing up for a full-on A hit right away. Swinging into the angle and getting out of there was Autumn. He spotted 1. Not a whole lot of information to work with. It's not going to drag the rotates just yet, but G have just pushed up in B main. Full Sense need to pick up the pace now as their back is wide open. Primi. Oh, he's gotten him again through the wall, but Crystal's made it away. He should be dead to rights.
Yeah, even still with the two aggressive positions, Reed was there, the TP even paranoid off so that Autumn couldn't get anything. Full Sense have done well to get in a post plant without really taking too much damage for it. And you can even see some of the hesitance on that flank coming through from Yudotan. He's on a long rotation back, maybe hoping that they start looking back in the other direction, but instead, Killer has found a couple. Trade immediate from Autumn. This fight could be everything, and Leviathan will win it. That final trap play is a bit underwhelming in the end for the remaining couple. They were almost waiting for that. That was meant to be the moment the round flipped, but instead, that time has gone. The remaining couple of players will flee to survive, and Full Sense are going to turn it into a couple round streak.
Oh, it's very much not over yet for GE. They even get out of that round with more HP than their opponents. They were so close to taking it across the line. This kill is what changed it. You said it could be everything, and it was. Leviathan keeping a foothold for them in main, avoiding that flank that you saw even for a moment he was caught off guard by it. The timing, it took so long to come in that they started to think it wasn't a possibility. Picking that up puts them within 2. Buy for GE is not great. The chances looking fantastic for Full Sense. They've given a gap in the wall. This is a sneaky play. They've been conditioning GE, and this time the wall is that little bit further. They slip through it and move to the B site, catching the rotations, leaving Javi completely isolated. The wall doesn't last a second, and Javi lasts even less. Oh, Crystal! He's giving them a chance. A 3v3 now from a round that looked lost moments ago. GE are back in contention. And I like that Autumn's not taking more fights, but a kill there would have given them favor.
At least they managed to keep the players with the weaponry, but Primy's timing here could be everything. One player looking away, the drone being sent through, and that one's for free. And he's not being greedy with it either. We talk about this man and his ability to run it down to disrespect opponents, but in this case, he knows how important these rounds are. They are not in a massive lead, but in the round, they most certainly are. Patman to try and face versus 3 for him. Credits actually very low. A purchase into the next round might be difficult, but there is no weapon to be saved. Full Sense, they're starting to climb on the attack.
Yeah, that's 3 in a row now. That pistol round, the only thing that's keeping GE up there in the lead. And when it comes to buy rounds, thinking back to the previous map, it was all about Full Sense until right at the very end. In the final hour, GE showed up, but it was too little, too late.
There you are.
We're not quite at the point where that's on our minds again, but after this investment, if things go badly, maybe we will be. Autumn's denied any further control here with the op. Nice slow right off rip.
I was going to say, I wonder if after this one it might be a pause. I was starting to question if it would already be the case. Maybe waiting for the operator to be in hand for Autumn, but it hasn't found the impact they desired. Heavy A presence from the operator, the Sage there as well. A lot of an almost 1-2 punch, the potential to aggress and then the potential to delay. Instead, they're really going to need that delay because already a multitude of players looking to try and split through in towards this A site.
Tags already. They know where Autumn is, they know where Happy is, but dealing with them is a completely different story. Autumn's found himself an easy peasy pickup, and then Crystal and Javi show up as well. Last player known to be in main, steps even heard now. Confirmation, and they've got him boxed in. Kahlua saving this weapon is what's on his mind, but he doesn't know how tough of a task that's going to be. 35 seconds on the clock, 5 players alive for G.
30 seconds
Who, to be fair, don't really want to lose too many more. This being a clean round would help them out a ton, and the high-low setup in play guarantees it. Double digits now for Global Esports with a flawless round.
Yeah, I think, again, just excellently played by the 2 defenders of that A site. Their job was basically just survive as long as possible and delay. And I think Javi not only having the wall initially that creates a pretty awkward angle to run through, but then the slows, and by the time his teammates arrive, it's almost just that little bit too easy. 10-8. A break back for Global Esports, still 2 in the lead, but it's not alarm bells just yet
for the attack side. Although this one is their credits on the line, seeming like they might just be going for an all-in on B. They are not sending anyone anywhere else on the map.
No backup plan this time. In they go. The pressure onto GE. Patman's already tanked 2 shots from the Under's Fury. But Udaton lined them up without even realizing. Oh, Autumn's desperately low. The HP traded, but if Leviathan gets greedy, he's going to be in big trouble. They're all here, and the shock darts landed onto Primi. A big pickup, not just to remove that player, but to buy that little bit of extra time now as they look for the plant. Leviathan knows there's an op on the other side, but they don't seem to care. They're swinging into it. They're looking for the fight up against Autumn. Confidence on display. So close to finding the pickup, and in fact, Leviathan so close in the end, but not quite close enough. 11 rounds for GE by the narrowest of margins.
He only had 1 bullet left. if he had landed that, it would have been one of the craziest clutches of all time. And he still seems to be laughing away, but that is a seemingly a death blow. 11-8. And for the attack side, it leaves them with very little to play with. It's a death ball once again. All 5 players in towards this A site. Primi leading the charge with the Blade Storm. Already an opener under his belt. I'm not sure this is the moment you'd want an Odin in the hands of Crystal. A man flying through the air would be scary. Already, they're going to invest that Viper's Pit, but they've lost a couple on the other side with spams.
The stun's gone in. No one following it up just yet, but that tag, that's crucial. He's dead to rights. Cruz had no chance anymore, and the Blade Storm won't last long. Leviathan, almost the hero of the previous round, but he hasn't got it in him again. 12 now for Global Esports. It's overtime or all the way to Pearl.
They've looked a lot more confident on this map. I think across the board, Udaton has had his moments, no doubt. We've seen a lot from Autumn all the way through the map, Crystal as well. And on the other side of things, there was a hot start from Primi, but the moments have now been few and far between. 4 rounds in a row needed. Well, they're coming in with a res, but they used a lot of their ultimates over the last couple of rounds. The Hunter's Fury that seemingly didn't do too much. The Blade Storm in the last. Already.
Put the silencer on this time.
It does help. It does help. They're going to try this again. It has just been all in plays.
Well, that wall's not lasting long. But Full Sense don't intend to just go sprinting through. They've avoided the spam early on. Broken the Sage wall already. Not a bad start to the attack side. Now they've fully cleared out middle. The one thing they don't know is that GE have taken all this space on B. Full control of B main. And all from behind, but Cruz has caught Patman. Even with all that B information, they go for aggro on mid. And that's why the crunch has at least traded it out.
It's taken out their Viper as well. Crossing into this site now becomes so much more difficult. Instead, they have to fight it. They have to go aggressively. Primi's going to be brought back, and he just about survives the shock dart. It's not quite going to finish him off. However, Udaton on the flank will, looking for a little bit more. Overdrive, maybe there to close out this map. Only one standing, and GE are not done yet. They may have lost their map choice, but now they've won their opponents.
They lost their map choice 13-9. Anything you can do, we can do better. They take this 13-8 for Global Esports. The regional matchup proves to be in their favor on map number 2, and now we go all the way to Pearl. We'll find out how this story ends and who's going back to Pacific a little early after the break.
Welcome back to Masters London. Victoria here, joined by Billy and Minnie, and it looks like GE is so fighting. They came back on Breeze. We got a very different outcome than the last time these two teams faced off, and we got a full series on our hands.
Yeah, it looked like the fundamentals from GE were on the server in this map. Last time, I think that there was a lot of just mistakes being made. This time around, it looked like the GE who were fighting as a team and together coming through. It wasn't necessarily big moments. It just feels like GE are the kind of team that just win those just standard rounds. They get the opening pick and then they just like snowball through.
Yeah, we heard Frost previously speaking in that coach interview about some of those fundamentals kind of slipping away in map 1, but as you mentioned, Minnie, able to bring it back here in map 2. Primi still being able to put up a decent performance, but I think the main thing here was Autumn being able to shut down those first engagements.
Yeah, Autumn on the attack side was getting some of these crucial kills to just win GE the round. As soon as he got a kill, it just felt like GE were completely in control, but it was Yudo-tan that turned things around from map 1. He was going in, entering, and I think he was doing a really good job making space for this team.
Definitely. I think the complete turnaround from map 1, right? We came into this map saying, keep your eyes on this guy, because he had a bit of a quieter performance on map 1, but I think he definitely was able to come out swinging on this one. The Neon looking so comfortable for him, just as you mentioned, Minnie, being able to create so much space for his team and having the fragging power to go alongside that as well. We look at this 300 ACS for him.
We highlighted his debut at London being extremely strong, and I was a little bit worried after map 1 that we had just highlighted a player who had a little bit of a pop-off moment. But it looks like Yudo-tan is here to play, and he needs to continue this form if GE want to take Pearl.
Absolutely. But we also need some of the other players to continue to step up from Global Esports. We were talking about Patman earlier. He's still a little bit quiet as far as Global Esports usually performs. And I wonder what's happening over here on the global stage. He did mention in his press interview he wanted the rest of his teammates to step up and he would stop, you know, babysitting, so to speak.
Yeah, there's something that Frost said that was really interesting, that was Pat doesn't have to perform at that level for him to get value. And when I watched them on Pearl, it was always about Pat getting great reads in their previous games. So I think if I'm Frost here, I'm going to Pat, I'm saying, look, if you just make the comms good, if you're just focusing on that, don't worry about anything else, and the kills will come. Make sure he's got something to focus on that isn't his kills.
Yes.
Make sure that he can get that confidence back.
Yeah, he's got plenty already from Pacific, you know, like, let's focus on the game here, make sure you get the win in. And as we move into Pearl, this will be really interesting to see these two come head-to-head on this map. Now, Full Sense, historically, whether they're a Talon, whether they are now as Full Sense, are pretty strong on Pearl, but we saw Pearl from Global Esports just the other day, and it was shambles.
It was dominant. No, they dominated Lev on this map as far as I can remember, and it was Crystal that was the player to keep the eye on. He was
Shambles
the one that was going, yeah, Shambles for Lev. They absolutely dominated Lev on this map. And yeah, Crystal, the guy to keep your eye on. I think that he had a great performance on Pearl when we saw it in their opening game.
Yeah, usually bangers end on split, but for these two teams, they're extremely good on Pro. I think it was Big Time who even said that he thought that Full Sense was maybe the best Pro team of the groups. GE, though, extremely strong, showing it here at this tournament already, and even in Pacific, dominating it. So I'm expecting a banger series for both these teams.
Definitely, and both of these teams have liked to lean into the Phoenix double duelist comps, and it looks like not too much has changed.
I know we keep talking about Primi, but this is the map that he impressed me the most with this man. When he's on the B long with that jet and the operator, he is dodging all the util and making it look easy. It's so good that when he's dominating that space early, he'll just leave it, let Vice stay there by themselves, and he's going to be dynamic around the map. So I do wonder if GE will have a strategy here of just avoid Primi, because he has been taking up most of the kills percentage for Full Sense right
Just
now.
avoid Primi, or utilize that utility they have, combine it, the Fade utility, the Phoenix utility, molly him out of those spaces, use the Astro pulls to be able to get him off of those main lines with that operator, as you mentioned, Minnie. That is what they're going to need to do, to be able to shut this operator and sniper usage down from someone like Primi.
Well, we have two teams, a Thai team and an Indian org here for the very first time on the global stage. It's elimination. Who's going to continue through, heading towards playoffs as we send it back to our casters, Mitch and Tom.
Well, it was a long journey to make it all the way here to London, but a long road ahead of one of these teams, all the way back to Pacific. For Full Sense, they started this out with 13-9 domination, but especially considering how the early halves went, she was on the other foot in the previous. Primi had his star map on split, but Yudaton showed up for Breeze. Now all that's left is Pearl. As Full Sense start on the defensive side, but GE, Orb on B, and everybody ready to walk into a wide open A site.
Yeah, the defense are just putting that pressure into middle. They've left both sides open, but timing this over the top is going to be important. Otherwise, somebody will get trapped out, and well, they somewhat do. It won't matter too much, though. Autumn took the orb on the other side and now has ended up as a lurker. But he might be wrapped on himself. A wraparound from Cruz. Yudaton very aggressive, but now being spotted, has to be careful. Looking to just try and retreat, but he's kind of left his teammate behind. Autumn now catching out one, and in fact a second in that mid position. He was ready for Cruz, and now gives them the man advantage, and that's the signal for Yudaton to fall back. Even still, though, avoiding Primi, that a little bit more difficult when he's right up in your face. They have managed to deny the defusal, though, and it wasn't half. And because of that time, it's ticking even further. It's Autumn to get them that pistol round, and GE start off with a bang.
It's interesting as well because GE went towards B, saw nobody there, nobody fighting long, no one pushing up, no noise in middle. And so they decide to go into that A site. No doubt from Full Sense's perspective, that's the exact opposite of what they want. That wall is there to give you information, but you're hoping that they'll at least send someone middle. The problem was when they realized they're not sending someone middle, they were wrong. You actually have a very late play by Autumn. Cruz coming behind. Like, the fact that he was being flanked and gets out with both of them is huge. Yeah. Closes out the round as well. That's a massive step up from him. And another orb for Autumn means he's one away from the run it back.
Well, I think he will be getting it in just a moment. We're trying to bait somebody in for the fight. Crystal has spotted them waiting nearby, but it's kind of how many can he get here? Oh, they've actually all gone past him. Never mind. He's going to hear an awful lot of steps. Of course, only has a pistol to lose. That's why he's going to fight them. And it's not the prettiest. A Sheriff over to Primi, but it's allowed his teammates to get into a post plant. Now it comes down to, can Full Sense do any more damage?
Yeah, tucking in here I don't think is even about damage, right? We see them in a spot that GE very much know they're in. No one's going to be running towards them. I think at least two have decided we're just going to go down to the spike. And when you look at where the orbs are at for GE, that kind of makes sense. Autumn doesn't even want to kill. He just wants to die, so that coming into the next buy round, they don't even need map control. They can go straight for a direct play with the run it back. He has a chance. He has a real chance to at least go down to them or find one. There it is. Run it back online.
A lot of people going down to that spike in the end, but it does mean that the next round
planted.
is going to be an interesting one for GE. How much do they invest into this one? Considering this will be their bonus round, you don't want to go too low, but they did have a fair few weaker weapons into that mix.
Taking that back. There.
The main thing, though, is, as you mentioned, Autumn with that running back, immediate space taken. It seems like they're just setting up for a very aggressive starting towards this A site, and only Leviathan here, but the rotation already in from his teammates.
Crystal's taking a lot of space. Has to be something Full Sense are wary of. They have no control over middle, but for now, at least, it looks like he is a dagger already placed in their back. They are none the wiser. Double doors is wide open. That's a perplexing gap to leave and to not even think about. G have an advantage, but the problem being that the player is isolated. Crystal has done the same position! The same push! And where else could he have gone? What a mistake being made here, but Primi is making up for it. He's got 2 under his belt already. Chip Boys with another spike down right in front of them, but Crystal, he can't. Surely not again! He's caught 4 players off guard. And a chance for an ace, but it's Primi who stands in their way. He'll be put to bed. No ace today, but that's a round to be studied.
That's mental. It seems like the entirety of the round, Full Sense were blinded, and one man's vision was crystal clear. That is insanity. I think it's because they see Jit Boys go through and, oh, I've cleared that spot. He must have just run away, but the one gap that you didn't expect him to push was the one he already pushed. Crystal getting away with murder. I'm almost surprised. I'm almost surprised we didn't see a pause there for Full Sense. That is such a massive oversight.
I'm very surprised. I really was waiting for the graphic to pop up. That is insane. For him to even get the first was ridiculous. It's a gap that they left open, but the second, the third, and the fourth, now he's caught Primi. Well, that's a 3-0 start for GE up against Pistols in these kind of rounds. Primi's normally the saving grace. He won't be this time. Shut down immediately. And from here, it is a very easy conversion, especially with Cruz down. Now you don't even have the Vice Util to worry about. Accelerate into B, flash out of that smoke, and the world's your oyster. Not even bothering with the flash.
Another electric start to this map for GE. We've seen it before, but this is already feeling different. Autumn on point. Crystal was highlighted on the desk last time out playing this versus Leviathan, 21-10.
Right there.
And again, they had a lights out attack side for Full Sense. We're already going to be starting to ask the question, why did they pick Breeze and why did they take it here if it doesn't turn around at some point? And already Autumn once again, of course, he's going to keep pushing this. He wants to try and earn up as many orbs as humanly possible. They are losing players along the way, but that ultimate is worth its weight in gold. This now becomes dangerous, though, more than dangerous. The problem, though, is that timer. He is just trying to stick it over the line. There's no way, surely not. Thank you, Hovey, for stopping that. For a second, I thought they were just throwing.
I think it's more so thank you to whoever said no, bro. I think he has that. I think he might have enough time. That was close, but not quite close enough. It's something we talked about the other day, right? When you're already dominating, when you're already winning, sometimes you play that little bit looser, you make those mistakes, and in this round, I think that's what we saw. Playing for the orbs, playing to take those kills, and then realizing, oh, we could lose this round. They got there in the end. And now we see the timeout from Full Sense. They are feeling the pressure. This is a good moment, though. If that had been just a blowout of a round, the vibe of this timeout's a little bit different, but right there, that's a little injection of energy into the Full Sense side to at least grab a couple as the round closed out.
Of course, the Coinbase win condition. Primi's operator on. Jit Boys with the run it back. He's been on the Sage the last couple of maps that has been thoroughly enjoyable, but a very different role while playing this duelist. And already entering Struggle City. On this defensive side, GE play a great attack side, even if there's a few blips on the radar.
The problem, though, for Full Sense and why this timeout has come through is this is elimination. They might have beaten GE on a regional stage, but when it comes to the globals, this is what matters most. One team will be finishing in that joint last position. The other goes marching on with a chance still to make it to the playoffs.
After the timeout, Full Sense come in, up on Primi. He's on the A site. And that's exactly where they're speeding up towards. Now, in fact, they're right on his tail, but fearless is Primi. He swings into that angle, takes on him, goes back for more! And a 5 versus 3, well, I don't expect to see much more aggression now from Full Sense. Everything's going their way. The only downside is they've connected 4 over on this A site. This is leaving a lot of pressure on Cruz. He has his wall to cover that gap in the double doors. It's good that they filled in that gap, I suppose. Can't see that being a big problem. And then his util to play behind on B at least, but honestly surprised to see them even still pushing.
Also disjointed. Jitboy still fighting. Killua falling back, clearly having different ideas. And you know what? Everybody misses sometimes.
That wall almost saved him as well. Gave him a little boop. Made him harder to hit. Full Sense. 4 versus 2. A lockdown still to play against, but no issues. Love this reposition from Cruz as well. They know they're coming from lane, so up go the Thorns, and he goes long. I liked it because he was containing information, but now he's swung in.
Given an opportunity. Lockdown now online for Crystal.
Where are you?
He's been phenomenal in this map so far. Still, a man advantage. With that operator. Now is the timing of the lockdown. It just knows that, okay, let's make sure that they can't even get it to half. Activating those nanos, it has to be a push-up. In fact, they're just going to go running towards this, trying to destroy it. Instead, they walk into Crystal! Again, it seems to be his map. And only Primi stands in his way. Last time, he didn't manage the ace, but this time he'll take it home! Crystal was born on Pearl, but this time, he is the jewel!
What a crazy map from Crystal so far. You said it in the opening series, opening map, I believe it was as well. He was the trailblazer for this squad. He's now had a 4K and an ace. Currently on this map, 11 and 2. And he's a big reason that GE find themselves sat 5-0 in the lead. Full Sense have got to be kicking themselves. This was a 5v3, and they gave those opportunities away.
That should have been their round. From Primi finding 2, he's got to feel hard done by that he ends up in a 1vx situation at the end. Leviathan, there's no way out of that. Even getting hit by the Outlaw. It seems like G are just playing with the rotations. They've got that opening kill, and then they're just going back the other way.
Well, especially when you go this way and you don't see any of that utility from Vice. So at this point, you know that Vice is probably set up on A, you've picked B, you've opened it up, they're gonna over-rotate. Now the noise is being made on A, trying to make them think about going back in the other direction, but those steps are heard. They've just heard a lot of them drop down, and Uniton swung into the pool. A shot from Autumn, and he follows it up with another. But Cruz answering.
On the other side.
This is far from a 1 round.
I think both teams are kind of lost as to where the other is going. You can see the defenders having to try and fight both sides of the map. It feels like it could have been a bit more simple, but G have been trying to push and pull, and well, they're going to push straight into another Autumn. Another superb round for him, but it's on to Cruz. He's managed to dodge the running back. He's just going to go in towards it, and it's going to get him just as he comes back into position. A Red Bull clutch of sorts for Cruz. He hit the timing perfectly, but that was messy.
That was a confusing round to be a Full Sense player, I'd imagine. The double from Autumn should have reset them, finding a third as well, but in the end, great read by Cruz. He'd heard Autumn round by and realizes he can just about catch him in the ult. It's a devastating blow in the round, but Global Esports still have such a big lead. A Red Bull clutch gets them their first round on the side of Full Sense. But they are far from out of the woods. The credits still extremely low on a lot of these players, and GE could use this as an economic reset.
Yeah, it feels like that round was
overcomplicated by Global Esports. You look at the beginning, they sold a perfect fake, but then tried to re-fake the fake, re-hit the hit, and it ended up messy. But is that a sign of things to come? Or will they return straight back to prominence? Ults on either side. Looking at the run it back for Jitboys if he can find the position, but it has been a tougher game for him so far.
This is a really nice setup. Primy's keeping a main control. Even if he dies, they get to delay a little bit longer with the Thorns and wrap back in, but it's on double doors. This flash could be devastating. I think Jitboys is going to eat this for dinner. Oh, man. It's a 3-course meal. Jitboys gone. The A site now under heavy threat. At least Uditon's going to be isolated when he goes through that. Oh, no. He spotted it in time. They trip the wall, they make noise outside A, and now the wrap back again, the double fake by GE, but it hasn't quite worked. Full Sense realized just in time that the play is still coming towards them. On this B site, goes the Steel Garden as well. That's going to make it even more difficult. GE, boots on the ground, Black coming in, but they don't know about Leviathan. Now they do, and Javi's got another.
Primy, there's no choice. They even checking his back. They know there's been lurks on lurks. Late plays after late plays. And that one felt much more like a mid-round call. Like the trip of the wall, it seemed like Uditon wanted to go through. It gets caught, and then they just decide to go back in the moment. I think the Steel Garden was well placed, but Javi, being the one player that wasn't caught by it, ends up defending his teammates as they make their way back into the site. This time, the push and pull, those rotations working out for Global Esports, and Full Sense falling further and further behind. 6-1 down. A decider map that if you go looking at like recent results, you'd think they'd be mad to choose, but one that they've been very comfortable on themselves. However, unless something drastic changes soon, it seems like GE have their number.
Well, the problem is this was Full Sense's opportunity. Losing this round meant that their economy is shattered. But winning it meant that GE were in that same position. This could have been a 5-3 scoreline, almost guaranteed with that round win, but instead it has slipped away, and GE now have a chance to extend that lead even further. It is going to be pistols, mostly bandits on the side of Full Sense. The only man with a rifle is Primy, but he's here, and he's got more than enough backup. He swings in amidst the chaos, but GE, they only lost a single duel. That rifle from Primy had a chance. Everybody was focused on a different player. Out he swung, and someone's ripped his head clean off, leaving Cruz alone. 1 versus 4. Listen, this clutch could put the win well and truly into Full Sense's sails, but we all knew 7-1 was coming.
Yeah, I think again, we're talking about even at times when they're walking into the stacked up site, they're still able to win all of those duels. I think Autumn is having one of the best performances I've seen from him, be it off the utility or just the individual brilliance. Him and Crystal both 13-3-1 as it stands. The next highest player on their team has 4 kills, so they are genuinely carrying the rest of Global Esports, kicking and screaming. And well, I think they are your Coinbase win condition with how things have been going so far. On the other side of things, I think that is the second pause now called by Full Sense. No more checking in, and we're only 8 rounds through. A much calmer looking Frost, and you can understand on the other side, a lot of tea to be spilled.
Let me be honest with you, I'll let the fans at home have a little peek behind the curtain, because behind a curtain to our right is the coaching booth. It's quite a bit away from us, Tom, and I think you heard it too last map.
Yep.
There was a point where, with the headset on, with the fans, with the game sound, I could hear Frost shouting. It wasn't even a timeout. It was mid-round. I could hear him. He's that loud, and
they were winning as well.
They were winning, yeah, and he didn't sound like he was happy. But let me tell you, what we just saw in the coach cam there is the most relaxed I've seen Frost look in, I would say, years. This is a regional matchup. Evidently, it means something to him. How GE finished Pacific #3. But now, they are miles ahead of the #2 team soon to send them home if things keep going this way.
You don't want to lose to your ex-team twice. You don't want to have your student becoming the master. A man that made a lot of promises to the Global Esports fans. A team that had struggled to ever make playoffs.
My ultimate is ready.
And I'm talking regionally, now sit at a global event. Now look to
You should run.
take their spot that little bit further. And of course, with the amount of kills that Crystal's been getting, there's no surprise. He has the lockdown available, a chance to clear out the back of the site, even having that Cosmic Divide. The one dangerous position is towards the back, and this is a full set play. I like this. The Judge invested into just to take that deep control.
Yeah, no one's quite going to be through that screen, unfortunately. Cosmic Divide giving a safe haven for Udatom for now, but it's going to fade soon. So will that smoke. And then it's push time. The flash seemed good, but they only get one for it. Pac-Man trying his best to pull this back into favor, and he holds his ground. Oh, running into Primy's a mistake, though. The ult put through by Jip. Boys, he's already on the spike. He's going to get it to half at least before he disappears, and that's giving them a chance now. Tapped again, but Jip Boys goes down. Crystal was camping on his ultimate.
Could he just defuse this?
He could try, but they're already going to be on him. Nicely done by GE. Another danger dealt with, and a huge lead built up already. And there's plenty of this half still to go.
I like the set play. You guarantee yourself a massive afterplant. I think Pac-Man still had to do incredibly well.
He did.
Trading 2 for 1. And as you said, Crystal was just ready and waiting for his opponent. This map is one where I'm not necessarily sure you need to just fear GE. You need to fear him. 15-3.
Keep it cool. That's how
And it's actually scarier than like Primy was on fire on map 1, but individuals drop off. The problem is Crystal is playing the cerebral game better. He is behind them. He had flanks when he might as well have typed in all chat where he was, and they were still surprised. For full sense, this isn't a fair representation of how the series has been so far, but we were worried about what happened when we got to Pearl. There's still time to recover this half, but the other side of the map is gone, and oh my God! Pac-Man! He should have been in danger there. It was 4 players with pistols swinging him, blinding him, and he still comes out with 3. It seems like any danger in this round is gone already, and it would have been dangerous. There'd be rifles picked up, numbers even, Blade Storm online. Instead, it's Primy all by his lonesome.
Yeah, he now has to make a decision of just like, do I even want to just risk the rifle? Sure, you have the Blade Storm. It feels silly to not utilize it, especially when you combine to the next round, but let's be real. You've got Harvey with 8,700 credits. You are not damaging their economy enough to make a difference in this half, and you might be gifting orbs over that maybe get an extra ult online. He's still going to try and maybe just show them that they should still be scared of him, but the fact is they are not. Udatom will put him down, earn an extra orb towards his overdrive, and 9-1 in the lead. No matter what you expected in this series, right now it's looking like an incredibly dominant conclusion. Full Sense desperately need these last couple of rounds.
Yeah, the problem is their grip on this series, their grip on this final map. It's tightening with every round that they find. Crystal still sitting 15-3. 2 players on their squad have only died 3 times. Full Sense struggling. And the read this time early towards the B site, they stack up 3. Now seeing presence in A main, mass exodus of the B site. They're going over to the right side. They're reinforcing the Vice setup after seeing that initial contact, but GE back off. Not fully. But they're making this look like, frankly, they're making it look like a terrible fake. This looks like they're throwing themselves at the A site with one guy going, hey, look, I'm here, so that they can then hit the B site. Here comes the Prowler, here comes the Noise, here comes Udatom. So now they go, oh, we were wrong. It wasn't B, it was A. No, it wasn't A, it was B. And now the spike is going into the A site. Now it's only going to be Cruz, but he still has his setup. The Thorn's not blocking off the main body of the Force, and Udatom's doing an excellent job in selling that fake.
Yeah, they need to kill him clean, though. Cruz is still here. He's still waiting, and Orton does just that. Genuinely hasn't been missing all the way through the game. A post plant. They even have themselves a Nightfall, depending on how aggressive they want to be. Deep Smoke's flashed through it by that defensive side. Jip Boys has done well, but Javi does just as well. Evens things back up. Primy low. Pac-Man still just sat up close aggressively. A jump up here would seemingly mean demise.
He's going to go in behind them, though. He's timed it to perfection. First comes easy, but he's not going to risk it. Not going over aggressive. Harvey still just sat in the corner low from that previous battle, and Patman is there again. 10-1. 9 more rounds than their opposition. And this third map is looking more like GE's map choice than any that have come before.
You come in around 11, you're out of pauses, and your opponents don't just sell a fake. They sold 2 fakes perfectly. Hook, line, and sinker. Full Sense found themselves attached to the line, and now they are being hung out to dry. 2 rounds is the best this could be, and they'll start with 4 players on the A site. Guess where GE are? And they've just heard at least 2, I think 3, pushing up on A. Immediate response, go to B. They probably even assume they're walking into the Vice setup, but Full Sense 4-man push where their Vice setup is. So this site is done. No defense. It's all for GE in the post plan.
And wow, if you can't tell by the scoreline, those have gone pretty well already. Clue has done well. This time trading much more effectively, and it's going to be left to Crystal. He's in no man's land, still in middle. An opportunity for them to get towards the spike, already looking to try and shroud his vision, but he looks to try and run through, stuck in the mud. Already that defusal is going all the way. I don't think he can stop it this time. At least a semblance of hope, a final round being picked up by Full Sense, but Mitch, they are so far behind.
They are miles behind with 2 rounds in the first half. It seems like Full Sense may be close to booking their flights back home. GE leading 10-2. It's time for the halftime break. But before we get back into the game, we're going to hear from Jit Boys and Javi.
Here with Jit Boys of Full Sense. Jit Boys, what were the talks about bouncing back and mental resilience?
สำหรับจิตบอยนะครับอยากรู้ว่าแบบเราไปทำอะไรมาบ้างเกี่ยวกับการกลับคืนมาในวันนี้แล้วก็เรื่องของการคุมเรื่องของ mental ของเรา
ก็ส่วนตัวน่าจะเป็นตอนก็น่าจะคุยกันเองในทีมหลังจากที่เราแพ้มารอบที่แล้วครับส่วนตัวคิดว่าวันนี้น่าจะทำได้ดีกว่ารอบที่แล้วก็รอดูครับ
Alright, I just think that we had a very big talk last night, and I do feel that that really had an impact on me. So I do believe that today is really going to be different from the last time.
Okay, I wonder what was being said, but that's a question for another day. Here with Javi AK of GE. Now, Javi, you're going up against Cruz in that Battle of IGL today. How have you prepped yourself specifically for this matchup, and do you feel ready?
I mean, of course we're ready. We're going to get our revenge this time. I mean, Hector both coached us on how to play macro. Okay. So really, you just got to know, with the mind games, you just got to know like which is true and which is fake. So it's just all about the info game, and I'm pretty sure we're ready.
Okay, so you can tell which one's fake.
We will tell.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, the plane back to Pacific is being fueled. The question is, who are the passengers for now? GE 10-2 up. They haven't even started packing their bags, but Full Sense, they're starting to think about jet lag again. This has been a devastating conclusion. But if they're going to bounce back, it starts with a pistol. And if they're not going to bounce back, it certainly ends with one, because GE are already on the home stretch.
Well, yeah, if they don't win the pistol, they're definitely force buying. Otherwise, they've just accepted defeat. So, Global Esports looking to level things up between the orgs they faced in the late stages of Pacific. And it was a 2-0 with the same first 2 maps. They managed to take Breeze, and now on Pearl, they are massively in the lead.
Start to this pistol for Full Sense. They've got a lot of control. They know there's a lot of players on the other side, but they're not deterred. Swinging in for these fights doesn't look pretty. Javi's already got himself a double the man, talking in the halftime about revenge, and he's certainly gotten his own. Udaton and Crystal, the last two alive. Crystal on full health. And Leviathan certainly anything but.
Recovering it.
Maybe a slight misread from the defense initially. Leviathan definitely thinking about that flank. Of course, that's been a major issue of this game so far, is the players backstabbing, but that tap of the spike, it seems like the players on G are just waiting. They're waiting for that plant to actually go down, just in case he's selling a ruse, just in case he's trying to get behind them.
Spike planted.
Instead, trapped within the smoke. Has given him a gap, an opportunity, but instead it's the headshot through the wall, I believe. And Crystal once again is the one to save Global Esports. That pistol round will be going their way. And Mitch, wow, a plant and that many kills. I will be gobsmacked at this scoreline if we don't see a force fight coming through from Full Sense. They have to.
Yeah, like they got the plant out of it. Even without it, you have to. 11-2 down. If you're not going to win a round like this, you're certainly not going to win the streak of rounds needed to get back into this game. Full Sense essentially out already. Your days numbered, the final hour drawing near, and the force spy will be pulled into play. All eggs in this basket. 50-50 in that last round, and that could have given them a chance.
Look at the amount of specters as well. They know that there's light shields coming in, an opportunity to almost just spam that SMG. And
falling behind them, Patman.
Ooh, he's just about going to survive. That's a really good combination coming out of the attack, but it doesn't get quite as much as they would have hoped for. Bit of damage, all being retrieved. Defense obviously not taking any chances with their own buy. Definitely having information of this split.
Flash out for Autumn. Oh, unfortunately, Primmy's already gone in. He's taken it inside the Cloudburst and now found a Spectre for another. Udaton holds on to control of A main. Yeah, it takes away any sort of comfort ground for Full Sense. Instead, they have to fight for ground elsewhere. Space taken towards the defender spawn to jump into the window. Spotted Javi won't get the kill, though. A lot of success for Full Sense in the force buy, and it seems like they've done just enough. They've come online right when they needed to. Crystal, a menace to them so far, but his impact in this round is negligible. And Udaton, well, it might be time to save. Not because you want this weapon for the next, but more so you don't want Full Sense to have it. Third round, Tom. When do we start believing? 10?
Oh. Yeah, it feels like, I think maybe a little bit earlier, because I do think that we've already seen capitulation at times from Global Esports. Again, I think back to that Leviathan series where they played split, they were massively in the lead, and then I think they only got one round on their defense. And that wasn't because it's a particularly bad map for them, it's just that they started getting in their own heads, taking too many risks. Unlikely. Maybe like 8 or 9, that's still an absolute mile away. It's whether or not these are repeatable. Also, you have to look at their Pearl and go, well, they have dominated teams on it over the last few months. Even a victory versus HyperX, so they have beaten the best of the best. That's unfortunate, though. A singular weapon that could be used in this round, and it's gone.
One man that could take a shot off Brimmy when he takes 2. That's a bit of an awkward fight. Batman with a chance. Prowler sent out. He's got himself one, but that's it. That's it. Yeah, he's going to be put in the ground right afterwards. As long as Full Sense can keep that up, at least trading, it should be fine. But to be honest, you want to see these rounds go by cleanly. It's not like they need much money to bounce back. As long as they can buy for one more round, it's fine. But you need it to feel convincing, so it feels repeatable.
Yeah, I guess the other thing you can say, though, is just some of these weapons you almost don't want into the next round. When you're going to try and win that many in a row, well done. I'm not sure I want to see a Spectre coming in for Kahlua. But at least for farming up those orbs versus Eco, that's exactly what you want. Leviathan one away from his ultimate. I don't think anybody would be saving a Bulldog if he was to go down, so he's just going to go and grab that. In a normal round, that would be a silly or risky thing to do. In this sort of round, it's not too bad for Crystal, though. They're starting to build up some orbs of his own. Of course, that has helped out Chip Boys.
Nice try.
It would have been insane if he landed it, but not quite there. 4 rounds on the board for Full Sense. Still
They need to double it before this gets interesting.
One day we're going to see the Odin bot to spam that wall. I can't wait for it. Probably not to any success, but we'll see it, I'm sure. The round for Full Sense, indeed, a lifeline. Many, many more needed to go their way, but 2 in a row. Relatively clean. Here is the real test, though. Autumn comes in with a run it back. Rifles across the board for GE. And despite how the first map went, this is a completely different story when it comes to the buy rounds, or, well, pretty much any of the rounds. GE have looked like the better team. There's been gaps there for Full Sense, exploited at times. There's been individuals showing up on the attack in the previous half. This is great, though. Deep Prowler came in from GE, didn't see anybody outside A. They took the orb, they ran away. Full Sense know they've got a free side over there. All Primi has to do is sell the fake. And with the Cosmic Divide in play, him even just showing there is enough. He can just back off now.
This is a great fake. GE have fallen hook, line, and sinker, and they're only just starting to realize. And the best thing is he didn't even die. So now he can do sort of what we saw Autumn doing on the other side. Just have this late flank that they're going to have to try and clear. With him also in position and the wall not being tripped, they know that they're pretty much all coming in from a similar angle. He can even watch into mid. The running back, though, will look to lead the charge. Maybe pad the gap, and already Autumn's got 2! He shouldn't have got away with anywhere near as much from there. They set up the strategy to perfection, but can they hold on to the round? It's not looking likely. Primi, Leviathan, make that just 1. They sold their opponents. And now they look to see it all fall apart. GE somehow made that look easy.
The fact that they start on the wrong side of the map, the fact that they get baited in so much, it's the 2 flashes. The first from Autumn got him that close, the wall allowed him closer, and the flash in, 2 kills into his hand immediately. And the fact that those 2 kills are traded out, but it's just his ult, so he's back in the round, ready to roll again. For GE, this is why it felt like an inevitability. Full Sense have to climb back through so many rounds, and even there for GE, with 1 ultimate, it was enough to turn the tide. Even without it, if Autumn just ran in like that, job is done. Full Sense, 8 in a row to stay alive at Masters London.
Yeah, not even talk we have.
Whoa! Okay. Nice start.
Yeah, good read, but
not a great
immediate response. Crystal has been phenomenal. Oh, it's a push through! Unitop wants to end it here, but he'll trade for his life. 2 kills found. Blade Storm was picked up by Primi. It puts them into an even scenario. Patman already on a fast flank. There's no utility to stop him at this stage, but the positions, at least for now, are good from the attack.
There's still a lot of time for GE to work with. Patman slowly making his way down long. Soon the Nightfall can go in. This is the time to put it through. Prowler starts, sees one in the corner. Okay, no, now we're just going to launch straight in, but Primi has bailed them out again. To 4K with the Blade Storm to give Full Sense a 5th. 7 in a row now for overtime.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I thought that Unitop might have just done it there and then.
That was so smart to play through the molly. They had no idea.
Spike down B. Be fast. 1 enemy remaining.
Him having a Blade Storm just feels like a cheat code. He's just got his 20th kill and they only have 5 rounds onto the board. An unfortunate truth that although Primi's still having his moments, it almost feels like he'd need over 40 unless the rest of the team start to step up.
4 players there. It's a great flash from Autumn, but it comes in a little late. Jib Boys is able to punish. They know on Full Sense's side that there are numbers on A. Leaving is the right call. And whoop, that's probably not where that flash was supposed to go. They will decide to, oh, maybe it was. Initially, I thought he was going to put it on site to sort of fake out, maybe just buy them an extra couple seconds, but it looks like he's going to hold the space late, and then they'll go back there with the spike. He can flash to deny any contact, any re-aggression. An extra Phoenix flash coming around. Well, they don't have the Phoenix anymore, so that'd be tough. But a Prowler going in, something like that. Indeed, it'll pop it a little bit later, but very, very patient from this attack side. As we said, late on, they go back to A. But GE seem to have their number.
That's the thing, that when you're on the GE side, you really need to rotate just yet when you're in such a low buy, but Cruz is quickly farming up those eco frags. Yudatan has been able to get one. That puts his ult online. He's going to risk it for a biscuit. Try and bring this round home with an overdrive. And there it is, left space for Batman! Oh, he's so close to taking out Cruz. That was 2 health remaining for the IGL. Oh, that shouldn't have been close.
Especially when seconds ago there was an overdrive fired off on the side. Cruz is very lucky to be alive there. Full Sends continue their climb back. But this should have been an easy round. The fact that they showed 2 players on that initial push, it meant that Yudatan was flying under the radar. It meant they didn't expect Patman to swing in like that. But as frustrating as it is to not get more from that situation, there are still 6 more chances for Global Esports to carry on their run here at London, to send home the team that finished above them.
Well, they also didn't throw in Patman's ult. They still have plenty to play with. Feel like a more direct play off the back of the running back, where you can see the defenders are just trying to avoid it, sitting all the way back. Is there enough time for him to find anything? No. Instead, Primi still in position. Weaponry about to be taken away, at least from one. Autumn just waiting on the other side of it, a little bit risky, but didn't want to be caught running across. They're really trying to play ahead of this retake, but they got to be careful. The swing through only gets one. But now the lockdown can be put into play. A more passive post plant will have to be taken here.
Yeah, they'd already used their Phoenix utility, so no chance to burn that lockdown alive. And now in goes the Cosmic Divide, locked out. They've got to start making a move. These players could already be on it, but in goes the Molly. That's bought a little bit more time. Crystal from the top rope. He's looking to swing through, but the spam full blind, and he can't get the line. And Primi slipped right past. Full Sense have found another. Still a ways to go, but they're starting to believe.
Oh, we saw in the last round a little bit of frustration. At what point does the doubt start to creep in? They've just managed 3 rounds in a row. They need that total to go up to 8. But the one thing I said in the last round was, hey, at least they didn't use all those ultimates up. Well, Mitch, they have now. Everything is offline. And you can hear from their own comms that they're starting to believe in this comeback. It is the perfect time, in my mind, for a global esports pause. But I feel like if you're the coach on the other side, this is where you start going, hey, boys, you saw how far down we were? They're now calling a pause. You are in their heads. You are in this game. And for Frost, all it needs, a man who's known for counters, known for coming up with what can sort of solve an issue, he just needs one, and his old team are out of here.
He's the man every EMEA coach dreams of being, the man with the counter. But with 5 rounds to go, he might not even need that. One big round from Crystal, and he's had more than a few from Autumn as well in this map. Patman's been there. Abby showed up, he wants revenge. But it's Yudatan as well. Last map, he was on fire. And for now, they've done a good job of keeping him down, but 5 more in a row. Only one of those factors has to come online for GE, and it's goodbye to Full Sense. It starts here. Attack side. All of their eggs in one basket towards this B site. And a mid-fight seemingly underway for GE, at least to start with.
Yeah, they have nothing to play with here. It's just the pistols. Ults, not online. Of course, there's always a chance, but it feels like a 1%er. And with a post plant already in,
Spike planted.
2 ults available if needed. This one's expected to be clean.
Great work by Jip Boys. Even the Blaze going up to slow them down that little bit longer. It's given an angle up top, though. Cruz almost got completely caught off guard by that. Flash doesn't land, okay, but Primi's there to clean up. 4 in a row now, and look, this is starting to get a little bit spooky.
This was the moment I said, 8 or 9 rounds.
It is just one mistake for them to slip and fall all the way down. Put trust in a loose stone, and they have a long way to fall, but for now at least, the climb continues.
It is actually mad to look at the scoreboard and realize that Primi is now the top fragger. Like that's insane by how far behind that they are.
the impact rounds that both Crystal, Autumn have had, he now has the most kills. And the longer this goes, the more GE start to sweat. A game that was done. Like, it should have been over a while ago.
Retrieving flash.
As said, all they need is one round. Their coaches had some time to talk. This was the round they were talking about.
This is a gap again. GE have given it, but they know that they have, hoping that these players keep walking through, that they can force that fight. But full sense of giving it up. The Prowler confirms someone's still around. Art's going to keep numbers from GE towards this A site. Full sense are hitting the lighter side of the map. They do still have to go through Killjoy utility, but the way they're going, they're bypassing it all. All they have to do now is deal with Javi, deal with Crystal, but that's been easier said than done at times. Oh! The Gravwell was sent in! A stun as well, and Crystal's found himself too in the choke. Cruz, try as he might, he doesn't stand a chance, and now it all falls apart for Full Sense with a flawless round. Global Esports send home regional rivals, and the taste of revenge is theirs.
Crystal, a man that joined this team, not being able to play with his prior due to rules. He's now become that diamond in the rough, a man that had a phenomenal showing. So many high-impact rounds, and well, I am sure that victory is going to taste so sweet for the side of Global Esports. The team that beat them regionally falls in London. Full Sense, unfortunately, couldn't replicate their regional success. And unfortunately today in London, only one from Pacific could go marching on. They're not through to the playoffs just yet, but they've left themselves a chance.
It's bittersweet for the boys to send home some of their regional rivals, some of the boys they're used to seeing week in, week out. Well, they won't see them for a while. A long trip home for Full Sense, but a long road ahead of Global Esports.
I'm definitely excited for this team. We've seen a lot from them already. There was definitely a highlight here today. A man who was just phenomenal in that final map. Pearl has definitely been where we want to see this guy play again and again, and I'm sure many teams are going to start making that sort of question of whether or not we even go anywhere near this map because of how Crystal has been playing.
Yeah. Yeah, we had questions about who down on that stage today would be the danger man, but in the end, it was crystal clear. Let's send this down to the Verizon post-match interview where Frankie is standing by with the man himself, Crystal.
Crystal looks a lot shorter when he sat down on the stage. I'm just going to pat him on the shoulder. Hello, Crystal. Can I pull you in for a quick interview, if that's okay? Congratulations on keeping your place here in London. How do you feel?
I mean, actually feeling good right now. Like, we stepped back after first map, so yeah, our mental back, so yeah, I feeling good right now, obviously.
What was the moment that things clicked for you guys on Breeze? Because it was a difficult first few rounds, but then something changed in the synergy of this team. What was it?
I mean, we know we cannot be like play scared right now. We need to fight because like for us it's super important to know like we can shoot back, and we start shooting back. So yeah.
But Frost also told Jen Lee after your first map that you guys were making mistakes as individuals rather than getting things right as a team. So what was it about the teamwork that worked?
I mean, first map we don't communicate well between each other, so like our chemistry was not like perfect. But we fixed it on second map. We start like work a lot as a team, so yeah, it's helped us a lot.
I wanted to ask you about your performance as well, because you've got many fantastic players on this team, but here at an international LAN, you have been incredible. Pearl seems to be your specialist map. What is it about London that has just unlocked this superstar status for you?
I mean, for me, really, it's not big difference like between like regional match and Masters. I don't feel any pressure here. So yeah, but London I feel like so good here, like good atmosphere, good sand, so good venue, yeah, so good.
Good food?
Yeah, obviously.
Obviously, thank you so much for not slagging off the London food. Crystal, we'll see you play tomorrow. Good luck in the rest of the competition. Right now, though, we need to find out who Global Esports are going to be playing. So we're going to head on up to Nick. and Nick, there are no regional matchups possible from these balls, are there?
Nope, not today.
Phew. Okay, so we've got that over with. How is this going to work?
Hey everybody, so today we're going to be doing the round 3 of the Swiss stage. This is a pretty simple draw. The only rule that everybody needs to keep in mind is that no repeat matchups will be permitted. In our case, the only one we need to watch out for is XLG cannot play NRG. If that happens, we will simply swap the matchup so we have a valid draw. And the order of this is going to go pick 1, pick 2, pick 3, and pick 4. So that's all we need to know before we get started.
Okay then, well let's get started. Get swizzling. Very technical term. I am not going to commentate the balls. If only GB was here. Let's crack it. And who have we got first? Global Esports. And the boys are still actually taking photos right now, so maybe they'll be keeping their ears peeled for this one. So that's our first matchup. We're going to draw the second matchup now. So who is the other matchup going to be starting with, Nick? Give it a toss, give it a whirl, give it a crack, Nick. And inside the ball, we have Foot. So they will not be playing Global Esports, they'll be playing in our second matchup. So we'll pop that on the board, and here we go. Just 2 balls, just 2 opponents to decide. Nick grabbed a ball and then just sort of turned it around the other one. That wasn't swizzling, that was ceremony. Come on, Nick. Oh, crack it. And we have XLG. So that is allowed, isn't it?
Yeah, this is permitted.
Brilliant. He left me hanging there for a second. So, Global Esports, if you can hear me while you're signing those autographs, you are going to be playing XLG. I saw a look from Crystal. And then let's make it official. Who is going to be playing Foot for their survival in this competition? And this one is going to be a corker. It is, of course, going to be NRG, the current reigning world champions. So good luck to all of these teams. Nick is going to get it on the board and make it official. These are the 2 matchups you'll be seeing tomorrow, but not necessarily in this order, because Nick, you've got to go backstage now and work the schedule out.
Yep, so we'll get the schedule out as soon as we can, so stay tuned on social media.
Fantastic. You heard the man. Stay tuned on the VALORANT Esports socials, and we'll see you on this stage tomorrow. Good night.
Hello, I'm joined by Autumn from Global Esports. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Only Aussie remaining here on the global stage. We saw your parents earlier watching, and of course we have to talk about the draw show. You know, before the results came out, was there a team that you were hoping that would have been drawn?
Honestly, NRG and XLG, because like we're kind of friends with XLG and we scrim against them a lot, but yeah, also NRG.
Okay, also NRG.
Yeah.
Well, you got neither, I'm sorry. But any thoughts about facing XLG?
I think it'll just be fun. Like, it'll just be a fun match. Like, they're good. I think they're a really solid team. But it'll just be fun to play against, like, Raga and Happy Way. He's insane. Like,
Yeah.
But I think we'll close it out.
Yeah, you definitely know the XLG players pretty well, and Raga has had some comments about his confidence. Do you think he's going to have that confidence facing against you?
I hope not. I hope not, yeah.
Is there any reason why you wouldn't want to play up against Foot? You don't want the smoke from Sop and Zeus, maybe?
Nah, just we scrimmed against them, so I feel like they already saw some of our maps. It's just not the best matchup.
Okay.
Yeah, fair enough. And you know, there's a side of your teammates we have never seen before in Pacific, especially from Yudotan, especially Crystal. Honestly, I've never seen him scream the way he does, bellow the way he does, and I feel like he's been very underrated along with Yudotan throughout Pacific. What is different here in London?
He's just, I mean, he's improved a lot from like stage kickoff. I mean, he's improved a lot from kickoff. Like his aim has been way more consistent and like confident in clutches. Like his clutch percentage must be so high. He's winning all the clutches for us. But honestly, after the first map, I said to the team, I was like, you know, if we can get Breeze, Crystal's got us on the third map, and he does. He plays so well on Killjoy. I'm so thankful.
Yeah, that's so interesting because we've been hyping up some of your other teammates to see the rest of your squad step up and yourself as well coming into this event. How are you feeling and versus then versus now?
I mean, I was like, I don't want to say anxious, but just a bit shaky to like get back on the international stage again. But mostly just excited to play. Like, wow, it's kind of like sad watching all the other teams play the other events when you don't qualify.
Yeah.
So just happy to make it here, but especially with this team. Like, I love my teammates and coach and everything. It's so nice.
Yeah, the vibes are really great amongst you guys, and I can see that happening and growing over the months.
Yeah, for sure. I wanted to speak to you about the kind of roles that you're playing as well. We saw you play 3 different roles today, whether that was a controller, sentinel, or Phoenix on the last map. How do you kind of transition your mindset from playing a kind of reserved role and then moving into this entry role on the last map?
I mean, it's just experience, I think. Like, just I've done it for a while, so I just can, like, I'm just better at it than, I mean, like the average person, I guess.
Okay.
But just experience playing it. Yeah.
Do you think Frost has a favorite player based on who plays the most agents or who can flex across the most so he can run wild with the compositions?
I hope not, otherwise I might be playing a different agent every map.
It is, you guys definitely are known for that. Moving ahead, I know obviously you'll be facing XLG. If things go well and you make it to playoffs, which teams are you really looking forward to playing against?
I hope EDG, because I was talking to Kang Kang and I was like, you better pick us if we get through.
Yeah.
It was like, yeah, so.
Yeah, you definitely have some history over with the CN teams.
Yeah.
For sure. And your parents are in the audience. They were just behind you earlier. Do you have a message for them that you would like to send out to the camera here?
I just love your mom, love your dad. Thanks for supporting me all the time.
I see them waving over there. Do they come to all your events? I don't think I've seen them in Pacific, right?
No, they haven't come to Pacific, but they did go to Masters Shanghai before, but yeah.
Yeah. And it sounded like your mom watches every single one of your matches.
Yeah, they watch
she
a lot
knows she knows ball.
Yeah, they watch a lot of the games. Even just when I'm not playing, they're like really interested in Valorant. So
We should get her on the desk
they're
one
awesome.
day.
Yeah.
Break some of the plays down.
Maybe we will. Well, thank you so much, Autumn. Congratulations on the win today. So Full Sense will be going back to Pacific. Global Esports moves on for another day. And everyone, we'll see you tomorrow for more Masters London.
I don't play.